Aspettando Hassan si andrà a guardare un video e poi giù 3 ore a commentarlo sul suo stream per tutto il D o il su che stiamo aspettando Hassan. Chissà quest'oggi che farà, dai che il casino è aperto, si scommette un po', so già però che starò tutto il giorno qui seduto aspettando Hassan. Un tempo era dedito lì, ora invece parla solo della curva di una Volvo. Dio mio, quanto tempo ho trascorso qui aspettando Hassan. Siamo qui che aspettiamo Hassan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastico afternoon. And no matter where you are in the world, I'm HasanAbi, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cold but sunny California, Los Angeles. Yes, that's right. It's me, HasanAbi. That's right. It's 56 degrees now and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. And I'm live and alive, mamma mia, and I hope all of the boys, all of the girls, and all of the MBs are having a very sexy day. That's right. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, I took a day off and I feel pretty good. I feel pretty fucking refreshed, you know? And that's right. I feel pretty refreshed, you know? I cooked the pasta. I did cook, though. Gli Angeli, California. Don't be alarmed, but there's a bear behind you. Oh my god. Guys, I think there's a bear behind me. Don't make a move. I think the bear is sleeping. Shh. So we're good for now. Anyway, cheers. It's Kim Jong-un's birthday. Happy birthday to Kim Jong-un. I feel like if I put my arms up in the air and try to scare her, she will come and lick me. Don't be alarmed, but did you see Will and Caroline cook steak? I did not see Caroline cook steak, but I did cook the steak. Me and Moo Dog. Yesterday was family day for me, okay? I touched grass, took Kaya out to the park, and I kicked it back. I kicked it back big time, okay? Folks, call me Nicky Nap Time, because I was napping. Certain points I was fapping, but usually I was just chilling. So I was gonna go live yesterday, and then I was like, you know what? I'll chill. After a grass touching session, a little bit of basketball with Nicewig and Greek, not Greek God X, Nicewig's Greek. I decided, you know what? Nice day. It's very windy. It's very cold. I'm just gonna kick it back, and that's what I did. Did you watch the Golden Globes? I did not, because I am 32 years old, but not a boomer. So what I did instead yesterday was I played a little bit of b-ball, and then I just chilled. Murat and I made the steaks that Nandre sent me. Nandre sent me one ribeye and one dry-aged ribeye and one Wagyu. So Murat whipped up the grill and made the ribeye on the grill, and then I used the cast iron pan that I have to make the Wagyu. Now, it was 0.59 pounds of Wagyu, and it was absolutely delicious. Yes, it was Japanese A5 Wagyu. I thawed it overnight, and I left it in the sink overnight, and I forgot, I guess I technically maybe thawed it a little too much, but I put it back in the fridge, and then Murat and I whipped it up. Wagyu is a scam? No, it's not. So, yeah. Did I air fry it? No, I did not. Why? What? Did I air fry the fat out of the Wagyu? Are you insane? Guys, okay, let me just explain something to you. Wagyu is very easy to make. It is the easiest meat to make. A lot of people don't understand this, but it's just a cast iron. Here's how it goes. Cast iron, maximum heat. You know, put your hand above it, make sure that it's hot enough. Okay, maybe throw a little bit of water in the cast iron to see if it immediately boils. Then you take the Wagyu, okay, and you slap the fatty part of it, if there is a specific fatty part of it. Usually Wagyu is like very well distributed, the fat is, and just put the Wagyu that you put lightly salted, basically, put the Wagyu over the cast iron, rub it around the cast iron, okay, and then that's it. One side cooks for like a minute and a half, and then the other side cooks for a minute and a half, and then you cook the other smaller sides for even shorter periods of that, and that's it. As long as you have the inside not be cold, you're good. It is the easiest type of meat to cook. So easy that Nobu sells it raw and you sear it on a hot rock, done and delicious. Yes, it's like the easiest thing to do because it's has its own fat. You're not supposed to touch it with anything. You're not supposed to put anything on it. Wagyu is rich people food. This tip is unnecessary. He forgot that we're poor. Typical rich guy out of touch law. Yeah, except the irony is I didn't buy it myself. I mean, I do eat Wagyu from time to time, but I didn't buy it myself. Nandre bought it for me. A much broker person bought it, which he shouldn't have done that. I don't know why he did, but nice. But I was gifted it, and yeah, no, I whipped it up, sexual style, and then I made some eggs on the side. I made steak and eggs with A5 Wagyu. It was awesome. Wagyu does not need to be prepared medium rare, and if it is, you're probably not rendering the fat properly. What do you mean? Now, you can get Wagyu in the supermarkets on occasion. It's not that crazy. No, it's crazy. It's definitely incredibly expensive. Make no mistake. But as someone who believes in decadence, I will say that chatter is correct, by the way. It doesn't need to be medium rare. Usually Wagyu is supposed to be cooked medium, but you can also literally, Wagyu is the type of meat that you can eat medium rare, or you can eat medium as well, or even raw. You can hit it raw too if you want to. Just the best. Anyway, but technically you're not supposed to. It depends on how you cook it, but technically you're not supposed to eat it medium rare. But I don't know why you would air fry it. Anyway, regardless, chatters understand that there's the difference between Wagyu and A5 Japanese Wagyu. Yes, a lot of the Wagyu that you have in the United States of America is not going to be real. A lot of it comes from Australia, okay? And yeah, no, it's very different. The actual Japanese A5 Wagyu is like the rating process, the rating process for Japanese Wagyu, which we've talked about quite a bit on this broadcast, is off of the way that the fat distributes in the meat. That's the whole point of it. The reason why it's like a cut above regular meat is that when you get like a regular ribeye, there's just like a big ass piece of fat on the ribeye usually, and the fat doesn't distribute evenly through the entirety of the protein, through the entirety of the muscle. Japanese Wagyu, on the other hand, is specific because the fat is marbled perfectly through the meat. The entire like raising process of the Japanese cow is very specific. That's why like you can get different kinds of Wagyu everywhere, but if you want like the OG, you know, you just got to look through the marbling. Is it a different cut of the animal, or how do they alter the physiology like that? No, it's still the ribeye. There's still a ribeye cut, usually. I mean, it depends. Wagyu is just Japanese lard. Don't come at me. That's a myth. Wagyu perfect marble doesn't exist on this flat earth. Well, I've eaten it, so I don't know what you're talking about. Fuck that, y'all ever had horse or crocodile meat? I think I've had horse. I've definitely not had crocodile. I don't really remember. I've had a bunch of weird meats. Anyway, you buy and cook your own. I got gifted a piece of Wagyu ribeye from Nandre, which I cooked up with my brother, and it was awesome. But yeah, the rest of the day I was watching Better Call Saul. It was fire. Here, if you guys want to come across experienced and educated on the matter, even if you will never eat it, here it is, the A5 Wagyu beef grating. Here, show you real quick. So this is A1, fat is on the outside. Quality grade 2, fat a little bit on the inside, mostly on the outside, more fat on the inside. But the more the marbling, the more the fat is seeped in, like the more marbled it gets, the higher quality it gets. And then there's like two different kinds. There's the snow beef, which is like the top shelf one. And then there's the olive one, which I've never actually had. But apparently they like feed the cows olives or something. And then it's supposed to be like greenish. And it has like a olivey aftertaste to it as well. The Japanese government will not let anything graded less than an A3 be sold as Wagyu. Marbling happens more when the animal moves less in its life. RIP, they literally do not move their whole lives, but yummy. Yes. And it's not just that they don't move their whole lives. So the process is actually really unique. They don't move the animal. The cow never moves. That's number one. And number two, it gets massaged regularly and it gets fed. It gets massaged regularly. It listens to classical music. It's just like supposed to be the most chill cow of all time. I love that you're saying tortured meat without factoring in how much worse. Yeah, they give the cow alcohol. It is literally the least cruel way of treating a cow. Don't make me vegan post. If you were gonna vegan post, you would say that all matter of cattle is treated significantly worse than the Japanese Wagyu cows in general. Chatters be like, damn, that's really messed up and unethical. Meanwhile, you would live like that cow if you had the opportunity. The cruelty of living like a Roman emperor, having people feed you grapes all day. Guys, we're not here to talk about the ethics of animal, meat consumption, okay? It's all bad. Isn't eating all that fat unhealthy in general? I mean, yes, it's definitely way more fatty. The ethics of hedonism bought. I mean, I'm hedonistic, as you guys know. It's no secret. So anyway, regardless, I don't know why we went on a tangent on here, but that's what I whipped it up. I had some eggs on the side too, which were probably less ethical than the cow, okay? It's definitely not a healthy food, I would say. Here are the myths. Wagyu is synonymous with high quality. Not all Wagyu is created equally. Hamada explains that Wagyu translates simply to Japanese cattle, meaning that it covers a considerable range of beef. Japan's Meat Grading Association, yeah, for sure. That part is true. Not so scarce grazing space in Japan means most Wagyu cattle are raised in barns with the resulting lack of extensive aiding in the formation of marbled fat. While it is true that the highest grade USDA prime runs around 8% marbled fat and the finest Wagyu, 25%, it's all about the type of fat. Given the richness in Japan, your steak would rarely ever run more than around 4 ounces, which is maybe just as well, given easily run $800 per pound. Also, those stunning white marble steaks that give Wagyu its unique pastel pinkish hue contain largely monosaturated fat with oleic acid, which has been shown in studies that it may reduce risk factors associated with cardiovascular disease. Wagyu cattle are massage-fed beer, play classical music, pretty much all bull. Oh no, that's a lie. I'm gonna keep that lie going. That's one of those lies that I think is cool. So it should continue to be told. I had A5 sushi. That was the best beef I've ever had. So freaking delicious. Your eyebrows look perfect today, King. Thank you. I love my animals and take real good care of them. I raised them in 2.5 years. I also give them all names because herds and farms are rarely more than 450. But do I massage them? No. If I did, I wouldn't have time to do anything else. Also, knows them feeds the beers. Some competition level cows are treated differently. For example, we may use expensive shampoo to make their coats even shinier, but that's it. No music. Myth number 4, the best Wagyu should only be served as steaks. Yes, this is true. Like Wagyu Mafia, which we couldn't go to when we were in Japan, but maybe next time when we go to Japan, we'll be able to attend one of those institutions. They make katsu sandos, Wagyu katsu sandos, and they're num 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 num. Are you going to Japan with Elwig this year? Probably not. Probably not with Elwig. Hey, Demasius, thank you. Is your fascination with Wagyu because the Japanese eat it, you weeb? No. My fascination with Wagyu comes from the fact that I'm a fat ass. Like, that's just, there's no better way to describe it. I'm fatty Arbuckle. And like, I come from a family that really values food and loves food a lot. And it's basically peak. It's like the peak of beef. I absolutely love beef, and this is the greatest beef you can have, straight up. Quick question, what glass manufacturer do you get your frames from? Because they're super neat. These were gifted to me. I put the optics in them. I think it's like a Korean brand or something, like Big Genius or whatever. I don't know. Damn, it was actually gifted from one of the bigger simps in this community that is no longer in here as much, I don't think. What was it, Jinsui? What was his name, right? Another HasanAbi had gone in the wind. I think it was Jinsui, right? That was his name. Former fan, maybe. They're still in here, just not as awesome. I don't know what their username was. One of the problems is the HasanAbi heads usually they get, oh, they're banned or suspended or deactivated. I wonder if this might have been the account. Are we gonna talk about the Bass Pro Shop incident? My king, I have already talked about the Bass Pro Shop incident. New One Piece arc is beautiful. You got to get here, dude. I'm burning through it. I'm gonna do more of like a cohesive, coherent One Piece recap. Like once I'm at the end of an arc. Like I already finished Dressrosa. I'm almost done with Zoo as well, which is like a much shorter arc anyway after Dressrosa. Can you touch on what's happening in Rome? I'm gonna touch on all that. I'm gonna touch your hearts. Okay? Hasan, your dick is not ready for Nami and Robin, Drip and Wano Act 3. Holy shit, holy fucking shit, bro. Dude, you should not write that out in the chat. Have you taken a holiday in South Africa, Cape Town? No, I've never been to South Africa. I've actually never been to Africa at all. Like I have never been to the African continent. Why are people saying HasanAbi is leaving? Who's saying that? For a reason? What? No reason. Oh, you mean Mehdi Hasan? Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. I should DM him real quick and see what was good. Mehdi Hasan leaves MSNBC. Trump. You see the new Twitch update? There's another Twitch update? That's crazy. Golden Globes. We'll look at the Golden Globe stuff. Hezbollah commander killed. Did you see HYPOC is doing an IRL stream in a Brazilian favela at the moment? Wait, really? Dude, they do a lot of sick stuff, man. HYPOC, Kai, like they all do such sick stuff. Borrow video of a man gets stuck in a pot. Yeah. Speed came to Brazil. Your return, Hasan? I should. They live life to the fullest, and you could too. Thanks. It's a very strange underworld of streaming and commentary they live in. Curious about your thoughts. Is there a reason why we are not mobilizing behind the CPUSA instead of the Democratic Party? I feel like advocating for people to join the Communist Party of the USA and help push for communist candidates to get elected to Congress or even contend for the presidency could actually net tangible results. Am I missing something? I mean, the reason is, hey, 34 MKD, thank you for the 50, get the subs. The biggest reason is because I do that already, but I do it with a DSA. That's why. But many people consider them to be revisionist and bad. I guess many. Also, I like that you jumped a step. Like you went from you even skipped PSL and you went directly to CPUSA, which is fun, I think. Anyway, New Jubilee vid. Libs versus conservatives open up with conservatives have way more infighting than the left. Wait, really? As a Cuban, I understand why they have all the hate for communism, but the communism that has been practiced is not communism, it's called corruption. What? I don't even know what you mean by that. All systems are susceptible to corruption, though. You just gotta weigh it. You gotta weigh the benefits and you gotta weigh the positives and the negatives. You have white hair? Yeah, of course. I'm 32. I'm about to be 33 this year. Of course I have white hair. You know how difficult it is? I was the one who gifted you those glasses. Sorry, I changed my username though. Still here. Wait, really? Oh, Mississippi unmarked graves. Sure, we'll talk about that too. It's a pretty crazy story. It's not your age, it's your career that's giving you grace. I agree. I think it probably is my career. Anyway, Golden Globes recap. Mehdi Hasan leaves MSNBC. Hezbollah commander killed. Congress spending. Get in now. Okay. Do we have a good meme for this or no? Yeah, Ofer Kasif is aiding in the South African genocide case. Don't worry about the gray hairs, King. I'm pregnant. I mean, I feel like you guys are still... Like, you guys are gonna be horny no matter what, you know what I mean? We're the same age and it ain't your career. Either you go bald or gray. The thing is, I think I'm graying because of my career. I do think that, for sure. Okay, that Kaya meme is a banger. I'm using that one. There it is. I don't know anything about what happened to the Golden Globes last night. I didn't watch it. I have no idea. It's gonna be like a first time thing for me. So I would like to hear from you guys, because one of the best things that I do in my opinion on Sundays or on days that I don't actually stream, I also try to stay away from the internet, which makes me feel much better. If you lived in the Northeast, you would touch grass. I feel like if I lived in the Northeast, I would never touch grass because it's actually cold as hell. Oh my God, the absolute goat of a man. Paul the Body Giamatti, the legend himself in the flesh. Pulling up to the Westwood In-N-Out with a Golden Globe is crazy. Dude, he is... Listen, guys, I'm a big Giamatti head. There's a couple people that I just absolutely love. As far as like American actors goes, there's a couple people that I ride for no matter what, okay? They could call me up after doing a murder. I'd be like, where do I hide the body, king? Paul Giamatti is one of them, okay? And weirdly enough, I would say it was actually not like his classic stuff that made me love him, but it was John Adams. I think I decided Paul Giamatti was a American national treasure after watching John Adams on HBO. I don't know why that was like a moment of clarity for me. Like that was when I decided he is a phenomenal actor. He's also incredible in like silly shows like Billions too, obviously. But yeah, Paul Giamatti, big fan. And then the other guy is Bobbert Odenkirk, okay? Like Better Call Saul, this man acts his freaking face off. Another guy I also love, but not as much anymore, I would say is Woody Harrelson. Like I would put those three at like phenomenal television and movie actors that are, I don't know, those are like my three guys that I love so much. Stanley Tucci's pretty great too, but I'm saying these three are my goats, okay? These three are my goats. And then when you get to like obviously movie actors, then you move on to like obviously like Daniel Day-Lewis. Someone in the chat said Willem Dafoe. Yes. Have you seen The Holdovers? No, I have not. Danny DeVito is phenomenal. Cillian Murphy is great. I'm talking, but like now we moved on to like international talent, right? I'm talking about American national treasures. As a Hollywood assistant, award season go fuck itself. Save us. Yeah. Love Walton Goggins. Another phenomenal talent. I love the Zoomers in the chat being like, Zendaya. It's like, no, we're talking about the OGs, okay? There will be time for the Zendayas of the world. Okay, listen up, 17-year-olds in the chat. Calm down, okay? Calm down. We're talking about generational talents that have transcended beyond time, that will leave a mark on the history of acting. And you're over here being like, oh, Zendaya. Oh yeah, what's next? What's that sexy guy? They're gonna be like the new sexy guy. What's his name? He's in everything. Paul one. God damn it. Not Timothy Chalamet, who I did see. Oh, Jacob Elordi. Yeah, they're gonna be like, huh, Jacob Elordi, he's my fave. Yeah, okay, dude. Is he your fave or is he someone who you want to bone? Okay. I would go so far as to say even Pedro Pascal hasn't proven himself yet. My mom worked with Bob Odenkirk. She said he was really nice and paid for her at the top of the hour sub. My mom worked with Bob Odenkirk. She said he was really nice and paid for her top of the hour sub one time. He's the GOAT. Listen, there is a real likelihood that Bob Odenkirk, either accidentally or deliberately, may have seen some of my content. Knowing that he knows who Jordan Peterson is and can put forward a phenomenal Jordan Peterson impersonation implies that there is a universe where Bob Odenkirk may or may not have seen some of my content. I'm just saying. So what you're claiming, while it hurts me because you stole my first ad break debate at the top of the hour, I will say, you know, maybe he's watched some. Maybe he's a fan. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, you don't know. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break coming to you now. 50 of you won't see it, of course, because of 34 MKD50. But if you are not lucky enough to get gifted a sub, you can get it for yourself for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You fuck with Danny McBride? Yes. Get in more with comedians, like go on Tim Heidecker's show again? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, have you guys seen Bob Odenkirk do, dude? What? Bro, I'm not kidding. Every time I see this video, it gets smaller. I don't know how. I actually don't know what's going on with this video. I feel like it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But yeah, here, this is why I said Bobbert over here could be potentially familiar with my content. Who knows?
And I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole, but
Not gonna
can I
lie
talk
here.
about this for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rabbits don't dig holes. I mean, they don't. So this phrase, let's not go down the rabbit hole. They use holes that other animals dig.
They pay for the holes
Have
to
you
be
ever seen
dug.
a rabbit dig a hole? Let me see. They eat carrots. They run around. They bop around. They don't dig. So this phrase, and I mean,
This is bothering you, I can tell.
young men.
There's a tissue over there if you want. Yeah.
Young men are having trouble.
Young men are having trouble.
Being alive men.
Young men are having trouble being alive.
They can't think of who to be and what to do anymore.
Because of the phrase going down the rabbit hole?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I have my 3 steps to top notchery.
3 steps to top notchery. Okay. What? By all means, what are they?
Breakfast.
Okay. Is that which step is that?
That's one.
Step number
Eat
1.
a healthy breakfast.
Okay. Jump to step number 3. We'll come back to step number 2. Put down the bong is number 3.
Yes.
And then what's number 2?
Try to get a good job.
Those are your 3 steps to top notchery.
That's it.
Breakfast. All right, everybody, you're hearing it here. Breakfast. Then
Try to get a good job.
Decent job, and put down the dang bong.
I love him. I already love him, and it made me very happy that he knows who Jordan Peterson is and makes fun of him. It's awesome. Felix made David Cross really mad on Chapo one time by talking about how he admired Farrakhan, and I can't take him seriously now. Wait, really? I don't remember that, and I'm a Chapo head, as you guys know. So that's shocking to me. I don't remember that episode. But yeah, David Cross is a good guy, too, from what I understand. Fuck Farrakhan, says actually Piers Morgan. Brave take, man. Thank you. Like, I don't think David Cross was one of the worst Cumtown guests of all time. Wait, he was not on Cumtown. Okay, let me tell you something. There is no person who is unironically and seriously saying, like, I love Farrakhan, okay? Now, I know people in the chat are going to say that, but please stop taking that seriously. Like, don't be like those guys, okay? Don't be like the people on Twitter that, work for, like, the American Enterprise Institute or some other think tank that whose sole purpose is to just, push for more NATO funding or whatever, going around and consistently taking, like, shit posting from the left seriously, like, to get paid to do so. Or I'll just say it like this. If you are going to be like that, at least get paid for it. There are jobs for it. There's definitely availability. Anyway, here's I Show Speed in Brazil.
Relax, tranquilo.
Okay, maybe I won't go to Brazil.
Come on, baby. 1v1. Oh my God, some 1v1. Oh my God, some 1v1. Holy guacamole. It's a fucking 1v1.
No, they're memeing, I think. I mean, obviously, otherwise the security would go crazy. It's 100% staged. Poverty tourism for content? I know. Here's why I will never be able to do cool stuff, okay? Do you understand? This is my community. So for those of you who are wondering, like, Hasan, why will you never be able to, like, go travel and do cool stuff? It's because of that, okay? Because, like, most of my long-term community subs would be like, well, what about the ethics of you traveling to Brazil? Let's talk about the amount of carbon emissions that you emitted specifically, which, by the way, unironically, is a thing that people say when I do go to Japan. Okay, but please go to Cuba, though. I really, really, really want to go to Cuba. If there's anyone in here that has a connection with someone in Cuba, with the Cuban government, so I can have, like, a fixer and a handler on the ground so that I could, like, have uninterrupted access to being able to shoot, it would be sick. I would love to do it, for sure. I know Chris Smalls went to Cuba. Are you not allowed as a U.S. citizen, though? First of all, I am not only a U.S. citizen, I'm a Turkish citizen as well. Secondly, it doesn't matter. I can get a direct exception for journalism, as Fango Lives loves talking about. You can go to Cuba legally as an American citizen as long as you have as long as you go with like a journalism visa or something, I think. But yeah, I would love to go. Omega lol journalism. I mean, yeah, there's a difference between what I Show Speed is doing and this, okay? Received a near fatal dose of Hitler particles from my YouTube recommendations the other day. I investigated the city that banned police. There's so much stuff like this. I got fed the TikTok of that freak that was calling for your deportation. Absolutely nuts. Oh God, I don't even want to hear about that. There's so many stuff like this, like right-wing Mr. Beast, basically. I thought you renounced your Turkish citizenship. No, I did not. The problem with like being able to stream in, I would not be able to stream in Cuba. I hate that guy. Tyler Oliveira could have been a genuinely good travel blogger, which is rare, but he immediately became bald and bankrupt with all the rapes. I think he's worse than bald and bankrupt. At least when bald and bankrupt like goes to places, I think he does a better job of. But what does 61 mil mean? Oh, it's 61,000. I mean, I Show Speed has like done a lot of travel stuff. He literally went to India too, if I'm not mistaken. Like he does like crazy travel stuff. He definitely goes all around and streams it too. But anyway, reach out to the owners of All Power Books, Jesse and Savannah. They've been to Cuba many times. Yeah, I Show Speed has like an incredible connection with like 13-year-olds globally. Wherever he goes, if there are 13-year-olds abound, okay, he is going to get mobbed no matter what happens, and their parents. You guys go, because you're all 38 years old and you don't understand the concept of like 13-year-olds online loving a content creator, okay? So immediately you think it's weird, but he's 18 or 19 now, okay? So everybody calm down. Not every single time I talk about like little teeny boppers and little teeny babies loving a content creator is it creepy, okay? We're not talking like Minecraft grooming allegations or something. We're talking about like, you know, a dude who's like 19 years old who has been streaming since he was like 16 and like every 12-year-old loves him. That's why Speed didn't pop off in Japan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Kai did though. Kai had like a lot of people there. Remember when you had Jamie from the old MR? What? I'm 23 and remember going through the stages of grief when I found out Guy Does Minecraft was a freak. I have no idea who that is. Chat saying how like we didn't worship Markiplier or PewDiePie. Yeah, I skipped out on that. I didn't have like a content creator worship moment for myself. I didn't have any of those stages. Anyway, what's weird is that ain't no way that people in the chat in that stream speak English. Not talking about education access. English just isn't a thing for most people there. I love that one day Hasan is shitting on the 16-year-olds in the chat and then the very next going off on 40-year-olds. Yes, I do it to everybody. People don't understand. People will sometimes get like very in their feelings about like me, I don't know, making fun of Iowa or something, not realizing that I do it for every single person. Like every single state, every single city. I got the smoke for all of it, okay? I got the smoke for it all. And it's not necessarily like a personal hatred or anything. I'm just memeing. TikToker with HasanAbi agitprop skits.
What? You're a liberal? Didn't Robespierre and Toussaint Louverture murder 100 more bajillion people? How could you be a liberal? Feudalism's the greatest system ever created. The clothes you're wearing were made by feudalism.
Dude, this is my greatest bit. I will stand on that. I'll stand on that business. The feudal peasant milord thing is my... I mean, you know, I think it's the best bit
Food you
of all
eat
time.
was made by feudalism. You know, liberalism. No.
Speaking of which, like, I was thinking about this today as well. Like, this kind of ties into the Bill Ackman situation as well. Like, Bill Ackman, a billionaire hedge fund dumbass, okay? And his wife, Neri Oxman, right? There's this saga going on. Bill Ackman has been like big time Zionist, has been going off about Harvard students for saying like, October 7 is the fault of like the Israeli apartheid or whatever. And he's been losing his mind about that since October 7, demanding that like every single one of these students gets doxxed and can never have a job again and stuff like that. And it turned into it basically turned into this saga where they were looking for a scalp to collect and considered that Claudine Gay, Harvard's former professor, wasn't sufficiently Zionist, right? Even though she is a Zionist, she wasn't sufficiently Zionist. And what does that mean? That means she wasn't going after like every pro-Palestinian student in the way that some random dildo like Ackman wanted, right? Like not as rabid as he is. So what did they do? They looked at her work and her dissertation for like 30 years ago, found that like there was some suspicious pieces in her dissertation, some improper citations, and they turned around and made this like the most important news story of the month. It was really great because it had palace intrigue, it had Ivy Leagues, a scandal, things that New York Times and New York Times readers care about. So they consistently talked about this issue, like Claudine Gay plagiarized. Oh my God, blah blah blah. She ended up resigning, and then Business Insider turned around and wrote an article about Bill Ackman's wife, Neri Oxman. Now, Neri herself, this is Bill's second wife, Neri herself had actually gotten a big time, Neri had gotten money from Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Jeffrey Epstein, famous scandalist, international sex trafficker, pedophile, and also a funder of the arts and sciences. So, yeah. The financier, the accounting guy. Anyway, Neri Oxman, Bill Ackman's wife, had gotten money to the tune of $120,000 to make a sculpture for Jeffrey Epstein, things of that nature. But anyway, Business Insider went after Neri, found that she actually had been aggressively plagiarizing, like straight up ripping Wikipedia pages. Okay. In the same vein as I called it, by the way, another classic HasanAbi W, when I told you that all matter of like Ivy Leagues and the research that they put forward, especially in the social sciences, like it's going to be riddled with plagiarism, okay? And I told you this. You can look into anyone and any background, and you will 1,000% find way worse levels of plagiarism than what Claudine Gay was being attacked for. That's academia, okay? I told you that from the jump. Which is ironic because that doesn't mean that there isn't still good research being conducted at these places, at these facilities. Of course there are. That still doesn't change the reality that, yes, there are plenty of people that are going to be doing a tremendous amount of plagiarism in their research. And, everybody that goes around and goes, oh, we got to do something about plagiarism in academia, all of a sudden hating from the outside of the club, okay? Hailing the club as though it's like this, peak academic this institution that is at the forefront of academic excellence, okay? Completely failing to understand what these institutions are actually representative of, right? Anyway, everyone made a big story. Turns out Business Insider went in and found that Neri Oxman was a regular serial plagiarizer. And then old Bilbo Baggins, okay, Bill Ackman, turned around and unleashed daggers upon Business Insider. Now, Business Insider, much like every newspaper in this goddamn country, is owned by a billionaire, right? Or has a connection to a billionaire. And here it is. This is Max Tanney for Semaphore. After Business Insider reported Bill Ackman's wife committed serial plagiarism in her PhD and papers, including copy-pasting entire paragraphs from Wikipedia, he pressured the German corporation that owns it to retract it. Now they're saying it was motivated by anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. That's right. Business Insider's owners clash over plagiarism story, which is ironic because the original attacks against Claudine Gay absolutely were motivated by anti-black sentiment, saying she's a DEI recipient, openly stating like she's a black woman, so she's, of course, dumb, and she must have plagiarized. Look how much she plagiarized this black woman in a position of power that she doesn't deserve to be in, because DEI is basically the same as CRT, the same as like affirmative action. It's the new version of that, right? So now the very same people that were motivated by white supremacist values that, joined in on the fun are going to turn around and, without a shred of acceptance of the hypocrisy, go, this is so anti-Semitic. Ackman led the effort to oust now former Harvard President Claudine Gay over plagiarism accusations amid campus controversies around Israel and Gaza. Last week, Business Insider reported that his wife, Neri Oxman, plagiarized portions of her dissertation. Semaphore has learned that the report has caused serious divisions within the top echelons of Axel Springer, BI's German owner. Some company leaders have debated whether Ackman's wife was fair game for reporting and have been concerned that the report could be construed as anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist. Oxman was born and raised in Israel. The story has also seemingly caused a rift. Yes, it is now officially both anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist if someone who is in any way, shape, or form connected to Israel, if they have plagiarized as well, okay, then you can't say it. Because if you say it, then that's also that's anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist. By the way, I love that anti-Zionist. Like, I'm doing anti-Zionism by saying that some random Israeli woman's academic work is plagiarized. That's not anti-Zionism either, okay? It's none of those things. I haven't been around as much lately. Have you covered how all the threads have become right-wing and hatred-fueled than Gab in the last month or two? 50% of it is pro-Israel shit trying to guilt people for being anti-Zionist, and the other 50% are transphobic nobodies getting max interactions. Kind of wild how unchecked it is. Nice. I was not familiar with that. No, I don't go on threads at all. But I do find it awesome. I do find it awesome that people are losing their absolute minds over this. And I do find that it's additionally funny that Bill Ackman got the same level of smoke that he was delivering against his wife and is now losing his mind. He has been tweeting up a storm. Bill Ackman is testing the limits of how long your Twitter posts can be. Sometimes if you on accident encounter one of those posts, you can scroll over and over and over and over again, and there's like not one but two read more moments in there. It's crazy. I'm fully in the Bill Ackman fandom now. His wife, who apparently has been living in houses with dangerous carbon monoxide levels for the last 40 years of her life, has won me over. Finally, an NFT that embraces emotional complexity, she says. That's awesome. Ackman and Musk proving once again that CEOs are the hardest working men by tweeting 7,000-word essays daily. Yeah, it's wild how much being extremely online can break you, okay? And it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter if you're a billionaire hedge fund manager. One, Twitter has shown once again that billionaires absolutely do not work, okay? They don't. Nobody got time for that level of tweeting. I literally tweet for a living. My job is to be on Twitter to a certain degree, sometimes post on Twitter to a certain degree as an online commentator, online political commentator. I can't tweet as much as Bill Ackman does, okay? And this guy is supposedly like the CEO of a bunch of different companies. He's like running a hedge fund. How's he got time to tweet that much? So just saying, once again, proving that one, billionaires don't work at all. They don't have a job, a real job. Two, another hilarious part about this is the same exact thing that Elon Musk has proven time and time again. Billionaires are hilariously underqualified for these top positions that they claim that they worked really hard for. And last but not least, okay, they are incredibly petty, incredibly thin-skinned, and cannot pull back. And the thing is, what many fail to understand is that if you stare into that darkness, into that deep, dark crevice, that pit of online despair, and it stares back at you, you will never win, okay? That level of ego, and I know this from my own personal experiences, right? You will never be able to win these kinds of battles online unless you are a horrifying scumbag, okay? Those who win online in the battle of online culture, these wars conducted online, is always going to be anonymous accounts with nothing else going for them, okay? You can't. All you've done is shown those people that you are reading their posts and it's pissing you off. So on that note, I say to Bill, keep posting, brother. I'm sure you're going to post through this. I'm sure it's going to help. I'm sure it's going to fix your situation. Cupcake Beats. Quality research is not happening at the same rate at these Ivy Leagues anymore as it used to happen, which made these unis prestigious partly in the first place. Corporate companies are better at research in today's world, also due to more resources. I mean, sure. I don't know. I do, however, want to stress something. Twitter does have the capacity to like motivate a lot of people into false narratives, into thinking that they're like, thinking that they're somehow a story is more valid than it actually is. And unless every other mainstream journalist, every other mainstream outlet like the New York Times starts covering the Bill Ackman saga, which they very well might due to the fact that there are a lot of extremely online journalists still, right? This is not gonna hit the mainstream. This is just a pure, as far as I've seen, I have yet to see any real, like not Semaphore, any real legacy publisher cover the Bill Ackman and Bill Ackman's wife saga. So it's not gonna hit the mainstream at all. It's just a Twitter story. And I think a lot of people on Twitter are thinking, oh yeah, everyone's going crazy over it. CNN covered it, you say. Okay. That is nothing in comparison to the amount of coverage Claudine Gay got, though. You understand that, right? For something to be actual news, it has to leave the Twitter spaces, right? It has to leave Twitter, and it has to leave like the secondary online outlets that care about Twitter, Semaphore being one of them, like smaller outlets that can't really move the needle on its own, and get massive coverage on American mainstream media through legacy publishers. Not one article. I'm talking above the fold. Claudine Gay got above the fold coverage for weeks. Okay? Headlines for weeks. See, the Claudia thing was on TV here in France for several weeks on the biggest channels. There you go. What is this? Ackman was talking about starting a company that would go after every leftist ever that has made a citation error in their academic work. Yeah. And I don't think it will, because like the reality is, I think like Bill Ackman is still a very powerful billionaire. And as a very powerful billionaire, he has a lot of powerful billionaire buddies. Some of them own newspapers. Some of them own, PR companies and whatnot, or have connections to PR companies and whatnot. So like, you can really stop a story like this dead in its tracks. However, if there is pure pettiness coming from the media cycle too, and they want to get mad about it, that's the only thing. That is the only thing that will cause this story to stay alive. Okay? Anyway, the story has also seemingly caused a rift between BI's editorial team and its parent company. In an email to staff on Sunday, editor-in-chief Nish Carlson said that Axel asked BI to review its reporting process. As global editor-in-chief, it is my responsibility to publish fair, independent, and newsworthy journalism, he said. I made the call to publish both of these stories. I stand by a story and the work that went into it. I know that our process was sound. I know our newsroom's motivations are truth and accountability. It's pretty funny when, like, a billionaire daddy gets really mad that a newspaper, like an online newspaper, is covering his wife on the same boundaries that he was, on the same exact boundaries that he was like dishing it out. And all of a sudden, he calls in another billionaire daddy that owns the media conglomerate, that owns the newspaper, to do a review on the process. It's just so obviously, it is just so obviously another situation where these guys are just basically flexing how much power they have. Okay? So, why did I talk about all of this? If you remember, we started off this process by talking about my lord and how like a lot of people behave like the peasants in medieval times that would defend the king's prima nocta rights, the fact that like a king was actually the son of God, that sort of thing. And at a certain point, I realized in my life, maybe a couple years prior, I realized that there are the exact same energy and motivation that people have now existed even back then, okay? There was still a tremendous number of people that defended God kings, right? Defended the notion that, like, yes, truly the king was a descendant of God, and that things were good, and that we shouldn't change them, and would snitch on revolutionary figures, I guess. And I think that you're confusing terms. No, prima nocta, like, the divine right to be able to have sex with your wife on your wedding day. Okay, I know. Prima nocta is contested. We don't know if it's real or not. Okay, shut up. All right, shut up, nerd. Listen, my point is, I did mean that. Yes, I used prima nocta deliberately, yes. the king or the feudal lord can take a peasant's wife's virginity on the night of their wedding. Okay? My point is this. Those guys still exist. If you want to understand how certain, like if you look at history and you want to look at like the unimaginable amounts of cruelty that people were subjected to and how they just kind of allowed that to continue without not too much revolutionary action. Okay? The very same versions of those peasants still exist in modern society and modernity. They are the people who defend Elon Musk. They are the blue check marks. They are the people who are, you know, doing AI images of Bill Ackman as like a Roman emperor, being like, yes, sir. Yes, king. Please destroy Harvard, my God. Please destroy Harvard, my liege. They are the people who hail rich people as God kings, okay? They're peasants. They're peasant-brained. And there are many more of them. There are many more of them than there are of you. So if there's one thing, if there's one takeaway from all of this, okay? If there's one takeaway from all of this, it's that while things may look awful, while things may be dire for the leftist movement or whatever, okay? One thing that you should always remember is that at least you will be on the right side of history. At least you will not be one of those peasants that said, my lord, feudalism is the greatest economic system that we could have ever foreseen, my lord. Do not rise up against our masters. They are God sent. They have the divine right to rule, given to them by God, my lord. Okay? My lord, you deserve all of this bounty that I've worked for. That's it. At least you don't have peasant brain. Do you think peasant brain is at 30 to 50% of the population? It's at least the constant 33% that answers Fox News polls positively? No, it's beyond. No, peasant brain has different degrees. Like, there's plenty of liberal Democratic Party people that do it as well. Anytime you think about people who defend the status quo, despite the fact that they are not benefiting from it at all, okay, and look for the positives within the status quo, anytime you look for someone who defends a billionaire because they think that he deserves to be a billionaire, that he worked really hard, anytime you find someone that actually believes in the myth of meritocracy, that people actually do work really hard and work really smart to get to the positions of power that they got to, for example, okay, you are talking to someone with a terminal case of peasant brain. I don't know who this guy is, but this is another leftist that has blocked me posting. What is this? If Starbucks is the only place open and I'm hungry, do y'all want me to starve genuinely? I don't know. What? Oh, God. Two of my least favorite subject matters, like No Cop City Marxist twink at username that I suspect is like leftier than thou type anarchist, posting on a quote retweeting a Starbucks thing, which I don't even want to get into. Everyone's going to get mad at me, but like the whole Starbucks boycott stuff is just like whatever. Anyway,
some of the girls saying that it's too hard to not have Starbucks and it's too hard not to have McDonald's. Do y'all want to know something? You know how they always talk about, like, I don't know, in medieval times or whatever the fuck.
Starbucks is not even on the BDS list. I know. It's like one of those things. It's like one of those things, like the Starbucks boycott or whatever, is like one of those things where I just leave, you know, I want the lefties to have a little bit of a treat. You know what I mean? I want the lefties to have a little bit of a treat. So I just don't really talk about it that much because I know people will get like super mad. But if you were to ask the average person, like why they're doing boycott Starbucks or whatever, there's no way they know. The real reason why it popped off overall in America is because one of the Starbucks unions wanted to show solidarity with Palestine, and Starbucks corporate stopped it. They're like, no, you can't do that, right? That's where it popped off originally, and now people think like it's destroyed Starbucks' like revenue or something. I don't think it has, but it like grew into Starbucks globally. Like everybody hates Starbucks now, and I don't even know where it's coming from. But like it's one of those things where I'm just like, I'm not I'm not touching it. You know what I mean? If it were up to me, I don't really care one way or another about Starbucks. Like, did you hear about the mass prisoner graves behind the Mississippi prison? Yes, we'll talk about that. But it's one of those cases where it's like, it's one of those cases where people are just like very angry at Starbucks, or Starbucks became like a lightning rod for demonstrating some form of BDS. So I don't know. You boycott Starbucks because you don't get the whole BDS thing, but want to have leftist bona fides. I boycott Starbucks because I work from home and make my own coffee. We're not the same. Yeah, but overall, yeah.
Wait, why y'all saying no Starbucks?
Even Kai's chat of Zoomers is like against Starbucks somehow, I guess. And I think it's literally because, like, for many, this has become like a rallying cry for being pro-Palestine. And I think it comes from TikTok. And I think it comes from Stan Twitter too. It's Stan Twitter and TikTok that basically said, like, Starbucks is the one. Starbucks is the one company that's like doing a tremendous amount of like damage. And I don't even know if there's like doesn't Starbucks support Israel? I don't think Starbucks supports Israel any less or more than like the average company does. Like, all companies do commerce in Israel as well. Usually the BDS stuff factors in if we're talking about like Elbit Systems, like an Israeli weapons manufacturer, or a surveillance technology company, or a company like Caterpillar, that specifically designs things for the Israeli Defense Force, the Israeli occupying force to use, right? Like, Caterpillar is on the BDS list since, I believe, 2005, since the Rachel Corrie murder, right? I'm mixing up my timeline here, but why is it on the list? Because they have an IDF-9 specific bulldozer that the IDF uses to bulldoze Palestinian homes and Palestinian roads, and that bulldozer was used to kill Rachel Corrie, an American activist. So that's the reason why it's on the BDS list. And then last but not least, there are companies that also operate within the West Bank. Like, they build factories in the West Bank for cheap Palestinian labor and cheap real estate. And that's another reason why the BDS list will put them on the list specifically. Okay. Starbucks, as far as I understand, does not touch any of those things. Like, I don't think it's just probably pro Israel as just like every other company is, right? But yeah, that is. But regardless, Zoomers have decided, or TikTok has decided, that like Starbucks is one of those institutions that is worthy of boycotting for pro-Palestine. It's mostly culture war, I think. Here, these are the ones who are definitely on the BDS list. Hewlett-Packard, which helps run the biometric ID system that Israel uses to restrict Palestinian movement. Siemens is complicit in its apartheid in Israel's illegal settlement enterprise. Puma sponsors the Israel Football Association. AXA invests in Israeli banks, which finance the theft of Palestinian land and natural resources. Israeli fruit and vegetables. SodaStream is actively complicit in Israel's policy of displacing the indigenous Bedouin Palestinian citizens of Israel in Negev, or Naqab. SodaStream has a long history of mistreatment and discrimination against Palestinian workers. Sabra Hummus is another one. Probably the easiest boycott of all time, because if you, I don't know, enjoy eating hummus, you probably shouldn't be eating Sabra anyway. It's gross. It's nasty. But these are the reasons, and these are the major. Ahava Cosmetics has a production site, visitor center, and main store in an illegal Israeli settlement. So, like, those are the major brands that BDS specifically pushes the boycott, right? However, overall, there's a larger list. Oh, here are the consumer boycott targets: AXA, Puma, Carrefour, Ahava, Remax, Siemens, SodaStream, Texaco, Chevron, Caltex. And then there are the divestment and exclusion targets. There are the pressure targets on Google, Amazon, Expedia, Disney, Airbnb, Booking, Tiva. And the organic boycott targets feature McDonald's, Domino's Pizza, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Burger King, and Wix. Now, the organic boycotts are basically things that pop off. Starbucks is not even on this list, which they haven't really updated, I guess, to put Starbucks on the list. But it's just a thing. At the end of the day, it's not harmful to boycott Starbucks, so who cares? I agree. This isn't like this isn't for me to be like, I'm giving you permission to go drink Starbucks or anything. I'm just simply explaining. I don't personally care. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't care enough to be like, guys, chill out. Let's dial it back here or anything like that. I don't like that people are also like, if I can't have Starbucks, I'll die. That also frustrates me. But the major reason as to why the Starbucks boycott originally happened was because a union, a Starbucks union wanted to show solidarity to Palestine, and Starbucks corporate stopped them. That's it. Okay? I've also seen people say boycott Starbucks because they're union busters. I've had to explain to these people that you should only listen to the unionizing members and whether they're actually asking for a solidarity boycott. If you boycott unionizing companies just because they're anti-union, you're defeating the goals of the union members. Yeah. So that's it. It's also a popular, visible brand to draw attention. I know. A lot of people get very mad about it. And it's like, I don't know how to, I don't have like a final opinion on this because in my mind, I do feel like it's, I guess it's a demonstration of Palestinian solidarity. So that's good. Even if it's like misplaced against Starbucks, which is not necessarily a company that is like pro-Palestine anyway. Does that make sense? So, you know, a lot of people say this kind of stuff, and here are even Zoomers in the Kai Cenat chat. Wow.
But why y'all banning them, bro? Banning. Who's supposed to banning? I'm trying to read shit.
Wow, Aiden. Aiden, are you in here? How do you feel about your bot participating in the silencing of protest globally in one of the most important chats? It's basically the town hall for Zoomies.
Funding the...
This is so funny. Also, much respect to Kai Cenat for wearing a UPS t-shirt in solidarity with the union. You know, that's a Teamster through and through. You know what I mean? Anyway.
I gotta do my research, bro. So for the notice, I can't drink this. I gotta do my own research.
There's nothing funnier to me than watching a pressure campaign on like on a streamer who like very, very deliberately tries to remain apolitical, I guess, quote unquote apolitical, and then like when a big chunk of their fan base is like, you know, pro a particular position, they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize it was like that. What? CEO targeted specific people at a union after October 7 and put targets on people at specific locations. I'm trying to find information that's easily digestible. Just drop the Starbucks topic, please. You are unintentionally using a trope. The left is perpetuating to discredit people criticizing Biden. Just stop. What? What are you talking about? I said that Starbucks corporate targeted specific Starbucks unions that wanted to show solidarity to Palestine. That is true. What does this have to do with Joseph Robinette Biden? This is yet another case of a chatter just basically repeating what I said verbatim in a shorter format, in a more reductive format, and then yelling at me over it, and I don't understand. Anyway.
I got me some cranberry juice.
Yo! Bro knew damn well he just swapped the glass. Anyway, that's awesome. I mean, cool. I have yet to witness any big material changes from boycotting and not buying stuff. People are so stuck in the whole capitalism thing. The only way they see is to get, see ways of consuming is to try and do something. Yeah, I guess. Bro divested his drinking choices. I mean, look, that to me, that feels kind of good. It's like, this is why I'm not yelling about it too much. Okay? This is why I'm not yelling about it too much. Why am I not yelling about it too much? Because, like, if Zoomers want to, like, if Zoomers are using Starbucks as a beacon of, like, showing Palestinian solidarity, and that's, like, one method that they can get people that they love, that they watch every day to also show solidarity of some sort, even if it's misplaced, right? People on Twitter who have very large platforms use Starbucks as a way to discredit the entire pro-Palestinian movement as Zoomers following a trend they know nothing about, so just drop Starbucks, please. You're right, chatter. I should just drop talking about this instead of like trying to further elaborate on an issue. Anyway, like I said, the reason why I don't speak out on it, I guess, is because like even if it's misplaced, I guess, considering that all companies, just like Starbucks, play a role in like, I guess, being somewhat supportive of Israel, right? Ultimately, it's a way to demonstrate pro-Palestinian solidarity, and it's a way to get like a big streamer to basically say, "Oh, my bad, I didn't know it was like that," right? I didn't know it was like that. My apologies, right? Anyway, Hasan, you the biggest centrist out there. Does boycotting help anything? It can. It's just that boycotting on its own without like actual union power or without actual demands is often going to be disorganized. Like decentralized boycotts are ineffective. Okay. Starbucks has lost $11 million dollars in market value, and not because of the boycotts. Yeah. I think a lot of people were also claiming that Starbucks lost $11 billion because of the boycotts, which I don't think is correct. Like, I don't think it was because of the boycotts, but I guess here it is. One thing is true: the Seattle-based coffee company is not having a bang-up time heading into the new year. Its share price has seen a sharp decline. Starbucks' stock is experiencing a historic losing streak. Data collected by third parties suggests its foot traffic and sales may be falling short of Wall Street expectations. Has seen negative headlines and how it's handling relations with workers attempting to unionize, which I think is probably a bigger reason. Oops, what did I do? Many of whom walked off the job in its Red Cup day when it gives out free reusable seasonal cups. In addition, it has found itself caught in the crosshairs of the Israel-Hamas war after a pro-Palestine tweet from the union that prompted calls for a boycott on the right and the left, though analysts say it's hard to know the impact these calls are having on the actual business or the stock price. I don't think it's the protests that are driving this, says Sarah Sanatori, senior research analyst at Bank of America. The timeline on foot traffic declines don't really line up with the boycotts. Plus, Starbucks is no stranger to controversy. I think it's a combination of all of it. I think that it certainly played a role in it. Why was something like the bus boycotts and the civil rights movement so effective versus something like the Starbucks boycott, Jen? Great question. The Montgomery bus boycotts specifically were the Montgomery bus boycotts were very tangible, identifiable goals, right? It was associated with a civil rights movement that was significantly better organized. It was very targeted, and it had tangible, identifiable goals. Does that make sense? It wasn't simply like spontaneously deciding online that we were no longer going to be sipping on Starbucks or something like that, but instead, or, you know, Hogwarts Legacy. We're not going to play Hogwarts Legacy. That's in my opinion, one of the best demonstrations of like a consumer product that was silly to boycott, because it wasn't direct. It was a very indirect way of criticizing a very specific person that had created the IP, but the IP itself wasn't transphobic, and the video game itself wasn't transphobic either, and it was like associated with transphobia due to the person that was benefiting from it, you know, J.K. Rowling's, right? One of the most prominent TERFs online. But to the broadest majority of the public, like they don't know or care about J.K. Rowling, or they just want to play wizard game that makes them feel like kids again. So, that was a very ineffective boycott movement, right? Because there was no tangible goal associated with it either. Because if the ultimate goal was to get people to be aware of J.K. Rowling's transphobia, then there were probably better ways of utilizing the popularity or capturing the popularity of the Hogwarts Legacy and simultaneously getting people to learn about it, right? And that was something that I presented ahead of time. That was something I tried to explain ahead of time as well. Boycotts are basically creating a mass ultimatum for brands and companies. We will not continue buying X until you Y. If you just say the first part without the ultimatum part, there's absolutely zero motive for that company to change their ways. Exactly. Sometimes they might not even know what to change their ways for, right? But I see the Starbucks, the Starbucks boycott in and of itself as as a lightning rod, or as a signifier that you are, you know, demonstrating Palestinian solidarity. So ultimately, it's not the absolute worst thing, I guess. The explanation of what's happening with Starbucks is actually kind of boring. The long and short of what's happening is that investors believe things aren't going as well as they would. The company had a strong quarter in July, September. Same-store sales in the United States were up by 8% because of pumpkin spice latte. They got a sales boost. And then in October, December, some data suggests Starbucks isn't doing as well, or at least not as well as expected. Starbucks' Red Cup Day saw just a 32% boost in foot traffic compared to 81% in 2021. That most likely is a consequence of the union, by the way. According to data provided by to Vox by Memo, a media tracking and insights company, the readership on news related to Starbucks' Red Cup Day was much higher in 2022 than it was in 2023. Workers walked off the job in both years, and readership about that declined too, though to a lesser extent. Last year's success with Red Cup Day was partially driven by increased awareness around it as an event. And even then, it's not like the workers walking off the job in higher numbers than they did the year prior. It's still about media coverage around it. Not getting enough, like, I guess, natural or not getting enough organic media coverage around it. Anyway, disorganized boycotting can work. What the F? I don't agree with that. I don't know. What is the aim of this talk? What are you trying to achieve? Demoralize people? Is that what the Palestine coverage has come to? Yes. My goal is to try and demoralize people and to stop them from protesting for Palestine. You've caught me. This is precisely the reason why I have never ceased my coverage and have continuously covered Israel's acts against humanity over and over and over again, every single day, continuously, sometimes for 8 to 10 hours a day, uninterrupted, since October 7. Hasan is so annoying sometimes, he says. True. So my point is that even if this wasn't the most successful boycott, or even if this wasn't against like the best target, I still see value in it because I see it as a demonstration of solidarity. You know what I mean? That's my point. So overall, I see it as a positive because I see Zoomers in Kaisenash chat being like, oh, Starbucks is funding genocide, and that's why you should no longer, what are you doing? You're drinking Starbucks. Like that, to me, what's significant there isn't necessarily boycotting Starbucks, because I'm sure they will be fine. It's more so that there is a social awareness and a demonstration of solidarity caused by social media that has decided that I guess Starbucks is the beacon of BDS when it's not, but it doesn't really matter because people are still saying that you should criticize products that we have associated together online with Israel. Okay? That's it. How is that different than what people wanted out of the Hogwarts boycott? The point was to show solidarity with queer people, specifically the trans community, because because Starbucks, much like every other company, at least is still associated and has done something that is like anti-Palestine. Whereas, and it's an ongoing genocide. Whereas Wizard Game is not even remotely associated with transphobia in the eyes of the broader public. That's my point. And there are also varying degrees of need when it comes to Palestine, something that I have regularly talked about, even far before this, because I've been covering Palestine for a very long time. Something that I've talked about this before is that for Palestinians, like things that you would do for white supremacy, to combat white supremacy in America, are very different for what you need to do for Palestinians. Awareness in and of itself, in other circumstances, like throwing up a black fist for BLM, is not going to move the needle in combating police brutality, right, in the United States of America. But actually simply showing solidarity in that regard for Palestine is actually good, because there's different levels of need. Does that make sense? Because many people in America know that like police brutality is a thing. They sometimes think it's good. They sometimes think it's bad, but they know it's a thing. Many people in America, until recently, were not even aware that the Palestinians were being genocided, or that the Palestinians lived under an apartheid regime, and still to this day don't even believe it. So your goal is awareness. And this is something that Palestinian activists will tell you, Palestinians on the ground will tell you, is to never stop talking about Palestine, right? If you recall, one of the things that they were saying in the immediate aftermath of October 7 was not to even raise money or funds, but to just simply talk about what is going on and tell people about what is going on in Palestine, in Gaza specifically. Okay? So yeah. Ackman, Jews don't plagiarize, only what? Oh, Jesus. Jewish billionaire William Ackman was angry that Harvard students opposed genocide in Gaza. He was angry that Harvard President Claudine Gay didn't suppress students' First Amendment right to speech and assembly. He then demanded that Gay be ousted because she supposedly committed plagiarism. Gay was ousted. When a Jewish billionaire says the black president of Harvard must go, she goes. But then it was discovered that Ackman's wife, an Israeli-born former lieutenant in the Israeli Air Force, committed plagiarism. Ackman is now hopping mad. Only are supposed to be punished for plagiarism. Ackman is now threatening to expose plagiarism among faculty at MIT, where his plagiarizing wife taught. I, for one, am relieved that Ackman didn't order his wife to drop 2,000-pound bombs on MIT. God, just don't send me Norman Finkelstein tweets, please. Anyway, look, Norm sometimes can be, what's the word? He can be a bit, I'm going to say shambolic, but that's not the right word. Crass, hyperbolic, bombastic, exactly. That's the word. Left podcasters love Norm, refreshing take. No, I like Norm too. Guys, I don't agree with almost any of the things that he's covered in his last book that was not about Gaza, but ultimately, I think he has dedicated his entire life to covering the plight of Palestinians. And has been punished severely for it. Okay, so let's be real. I mean, he's done so much more than the average person, and for that reason, I will always ride for him. Okay, always. Nothing can take that away. Like the work that he's put in for Palestinians, can nothing he does now is going to take that away, in my opinion. No matter what. Person with an advanced degree explains why the Claudine Gay scandal is fabricated bullshit. Okay, this is an 8-minute TikTok. I'm probably not going to watch this. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. I didn't realize it was an 8-minute TikTok. That's it.
If you really care about the lives lost here, you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
That's awesome. Oh, God. That's liberalism. Dude, that is the perfect summary of liberalism right there. A couple of people bravely demonstrating against Joe Brandon, okay, saying you have the blood of Palestinians in your hands, 20,000 Palestinians in your hands, immediately deafened by the cries of 4 more years. How are we any different than Trump supporters at that point? It's like, you're supposed to care about these things if you're a progressive, if you're a liberal. This is like something, these are values that you supposedly care about. You know what I mean? Being anti-genocide. And when push comes to shove, and you are actually called into question on whether you are really anti-genocide, you just go, I don't really care. Also, 4 more years, baby, let's go. They're asking him to live for 4 more years abusive. Yeah. What? They're in a church, though? Not sure how many leftists are actually there. Yeah, dude, you're right. Leftists don't go to churches. They perish when they go into churches. Come on, dog. Like, what level of like r/atheism are we on? That's crazy. Also, you don't have to be a leftist to be anti-genocide. What are we talking about? These are liberals, man. Like, that's crazy. It's supposed to be like a universally accepted value, okay? No. Libs simply cannot help themselves. What is this? I can't see this because another person that I've been blocked by, it seems. Or wait, never mind. Actually, you just linked me something that I can't see at all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, socialism is when no genocide. Yeah, this strikes me as the same as like when people were saying like, oh, the Reacher actor was wearing, Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State. He was wearing a T-shirt that says Arrested Killers of Breonna Taylor. That's a leftist, dude. I hate him now because he's a leftist, and I'm like, you should be against that. Like, this should not be like a socialism or right-wing, left-wing concept. Across the board, you should be like, hey, maybe cops shouldn't actually bust down the door of a random person with a no-knock warrant and just like kill the person that's in the house, okay? It blows my mind that is like a left-wing concept, apparently. This is what I mean. This is a church of, you know, well-intentioned, like-minded people who probably, when asked, would not like the indiscriminate killings of 20,000, 30,000 Palestinians, like innocent civilians, right? They would ostensibly be against that, okay? And if you ever watch Reacher, he's not a leftist. I'm not saying he is. That's a fictional character, my friend. That's ridiculous. My point is, a lot of right-wing people loved the Reacher character until they found out that, like, he, in the real world, the actor that plays him is not as based and red-pilled as they thought he was, because he's, like, kind of against police brutality, okay? It just makes me sad that we are categorizing this kind of stuff, this kind of attitude, as supposedly a left-wing socialist beyond the pale school of thought. Like when you say, hey, America should not be protesting, America should not be facilitating a genocide. And it's not even just Muslims. There's Palestinian Christians as well. They shot Palestinian Christians outside of a Palestinian church. They've blown up Palestinian churches. It's not even just like Muslims that are being killed. Obviously, it's overwhelming the Muslim, but still, you know, it's more so about humanity. Ahead of Biden's arrival, anticipating that there might be protests, the pastor, Mother Emanuel, specifically asked for the people attending to show respect to the church by not interrupting. Both protesters who interrupted at the historic black church were white. Thank you, Edward Isaac Dover, for once again being the absolute worst person to cover an issue. Talking about this from like, dude, liberals love weaponizing intersectionality. It's just so awesome in the exact opposite direction. Yeah, they were silencing black voices, dude. Thanks, Edward. One of America's most prominent anti-Bernie reporters. In looking at the video from another angle, I was in the back right of the church. There was a third protester who's a black woman who appears to have been let out of on the other aisle. The reaction from some in the crowd went beyond chanting 4 more years for Biden. Churchgoer Susie Jackson said that the protest during Biden's speech at Mother Emanuel was frightening, adding it made them relive the 2015 shooting. It wasn't the time and place. If they did it outside, it was fine, but not right there on our holy grounds. I'm done. I'm done with liberals. It's over. It's Jover. It's never been more Jover. I'm running a top of the hour ad break. I have to move away from the story before I start saying some things that are going to be misconstrued. Like, yes, saying Biden is facilitating, aiding and abetting in a genocide is akin to one of the worst mass shootings of all time. It's awesome. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Hasan, you've always said how internet culture doesn't translate to real life and how weird it can be to normies. I saw this vid and remembered how that you're so right. It's so cringe. What is this? Thank you. Because internet shit doesn't work in real life. It's weird and you're being weird.
What went through your mind when you all saw this? What you doing?
I'm putting it away.
Why you putting it away?
I'm putting it away for my boy.
This is family.
This is my boy.
This is family.
This is a work function. You know what I mean?
What?
I don't think that was that bad. I mean, I don't think what he was doing was like that bad. She's dope though. Anything she does, I'm on board with. You are too online, Hasan. I thought it was going to be way more cringe than what he was doing. She said, not right now, I'm working. What is this? Oh, I'm going to talk about this in a second. Hold on. That was the second time that it happened to her that night, so she was over it. Oh, that makes more sense. So, yeah. So this is what happened at the church.
I understand their passion, and I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza.
Yeah, super quietly. Perhaps a little bit too quietly. Okay? Listen, not to always do the bank robbery analogy, but listen, if you got a bank robber, okay, coming up to you and going, hey, I'm about to rob a bank, okay, and I'm going to kill everyone in that bank, You can't go, here's the gun, here are the bullets, just don't kill everyone in the bank. And then they kill everyone in the bank, and then they come back to you, and they go, hey, by the way, I'm going to rob another bank, okay? And then you go, okay, what do you need from me? And they say, I need another gun, and I need more bullets. And by the way, I'm going to kill everyone in this bank extra hard this time. You can't then turn around and go, hey, you shouldn't kill everyone in the bank, but here's the gun and the bullets. Over and over and over and over again, okay? You are aiding and abetting in the murders at that point. You are aiding and abetting and facilitating the bank robberies. That's it. That's it. There's no way out of this. There's no like, oh, I'm quietly trying to stop the bank robberies. There's no way. The hilarious part about it is that there are no promises being made anyway. There's no conditional aid being made. They are directly giving them weapons, okay? The American government is giving Israel all the weapons and all the bullets and all the munitions that they need. Sometimes skipping steps, sometimes skipping the little amount of accountability that we're supposed to have. If journalists were found guilty of aiding and abetting in the Holocaust, you think America is not going to be found guilty technically in aiding and abetting in the facilitation of genocide in Gaza? It absolutely is. Our hands are bloody. And our journalists are also aiding and abetting too, directly. That's it. What? Maybe don't wear a big collar shirt when you don't have a neck, heart. I can't tell if this person is talking about Biden or me. The snow here is frozen like in the freezer. My government takes care of the roads and makes sure to save the drive. I feel like some people are just like, I don't even know how to react to this. Anyway, let's just move on. Christians are reading this out loud and every other mass, but can't see the irony in criticizing the protesters. Okay. So, there are some who do absolutely everything to continue aiding and abetting this genocide, and there are those who, despite their personal position, are willing to risk it all. And those people I'm talking about, of course, are the likes of friend of the show, Dr. Ofer Kasiv, right? This is how the U.S. is trying to quietly stop the civilian killings. Oh, yeah. I love when the U.S. government is trying to quietly stop the civilian killings by having the former U.S. President Mike Pence, U.S. Vice President Mike Pence, writing a message on U.S. weapons that will be dropped on civilians in Gaza. Yep. That's it. That's a perfect demonstration. Anyway, where was I? Oh, there are some, like I said, who are doing everything they can. Who am I talking about? Friend of the show, Dr. Ofer Kasiv. He has been on the broadcast alongside Noah Culwin. I've interviewed him all the way back in October like 20th or so. This is Israeli Knesset member Ofer Kasiv. Everyone in the U.S. Congress should take notes on moral clarity and courage. It would require so much less for you to take a stand against the apartheid and ethnic cleansing, and yet many in our government continue to champion it. Yeah, October 10th is, I think, when October 22nd is when the video came out, but I think it was like the October 20th where I talked to him. So like 13 days after October 7, okay?
I'm a member of the Knesset.
Here.
I'm a member of the Knesset, but the police is not interested in that. They don't care about my immunity. They don't care about my rights. They just care about protecting the criminal settlers who invade here. And you see, they keep shooting now. They keep shooting here, although the demonstrators are peaceful. They didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. This is the police.
I believe this is an older video, by the way. He has been out there in the protests time and time again. This is from 2021.
This is the police of this fascist government that protects the criminal settlers against the Palestinian indigenous people and against peaceful demonstrators. All the world should know what's going on here. Don't support this neo-Nazi government.
Yeah, he's calling the Israeli government a Nazi government. Israeli politician Ofer Kasiv says he will provide evidence. Now, the reason why this popped off is because he is going to provide evidence. He said he will provide evidence in support of South Africa in the Palestinian case in front of the ICJ. Every time I've seen Kasiv demonstrate for Palestinians, he's almost always beaten up by the Israeli police. Sheikh Jarrah in May 2021, as this tweet implies. Shin Bet may go after him this time. Ofer clarified on Knesset TV earlier today that he signed a petition calling for the support of South Africa's submission to the ICJ and a ceasefire ruling. Members of the Knesset are now seeking 70 parliament member signatures to force his resignation. So they're coming after him. They already suppressed them one time. I talked to him after they suppressed them originally. We do not claim that there's a genocide. It is legitimate to check whether there is one crime or another. In his first interview, member of the Knesset, Ofer Kasef, explains to Yaakov Elon why he signed a petition supporting the lawsuit against Israel. In addition, he referred to the crimes committed by Hamas on October 7. We came out against Hamas. Is a crime against humanity, he says. So you got a dude who is a elected representative in the Israeli government who is saying the Israeli government is a Nazi government, who's saying correctly that the Israeli government is conducting an apartheid, who is saying correctly that like Israel's actions is what directly caused October 7th, right? This is a person who's lost his friends, okay, in October 7th. And he's out there demonstrating moral clarity, and yet many Americans who are thousands of miles away from the issue, who have no understanding of the complexities of the issue, I guess, in their minds, okay, who can't see the correct black and white analysis on the situation, where there is a apartheid regime, a supremacist apartheid regime that is doing ethnic cleansing currently, right? And yet here he is showing actual courage, actual bravery. Think about that when you think about the likes of Joseph Robinette Brandon. Think about that when you think about the likes of John Fetterman, okay? History will absolve these people, okay? History will absolve you as well. Guy who's doing unbelievable apologia. A bullet found its way into the van and killed a 3 or 4-year-old young lady. He's describing Israel killing a Palestinian child.
You can see a car going through and ramming some of the police that were actually manning that checkpoint. The video we're going to freeze shortly, but the two people, a man and a woman in the car, in the subsequently, they were killed by the police, but it looks like accidentally a stray bullet found its way into the van ahead, and that killed a 3 or 4-year-old young lady. So tragic events in the West.
Yeah. 3 or 4-year-old little babies are young ladies, actually. Is there going to be a donation stream for Palestine, brother? We've already done that. Boy, do I have something to tell. Boy, do I have some pleasant news for you. Yeah, a stray bullet found its way into some 3 or 4-year-old young lady. What an incredible way of trying to cover what happened. Incredible. Anyway, inside of here, there are 2 wolves, and unfortunately, they're both named Connor. We'll talk about white people business in a little bit because there's updates on this. I can't wait to talk about this issue, okay? Dude got stuck in a cauldron, but yeah, it's like that video game, Getting Over It or whatever. That's basically what's happening here. All right, let's talk about Oppenheimer and Succession dominating major awards at Golden Globes. Golden Globes happened last night. Let's talk about it. I don't know anything.
We promised Gail would join us in just a bit with all the highlights from last night's Golden Globes. And she is standing by in Los Angeles. There's a lot to get to, including big winners like Oppenheimer's Robert Downey Jr. and Emma Stone from Poor Things. It was also a big night for the cast of Succession. Gail, good morning. You looked good in all of those reaction shots. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time, Nate. This is the thing. You never know when you're on camera. So the secret is to all.
Careful, you get banned. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Caroline. I heard that she was watching the Golden Globes or something, but like not actually watching it in real time, but instead just like watching clips of it or something, and then she got banned. Is that what happened? In any case, I think it's inappropriate. You know, free Caroline. Oh, she was watching the live stream? She was watching clips and got banned. I was there for it. It was such BS. Well, yeah, we'll do the opening monologue, which I heard was very cringe as well. I think that, unfortunately, I think that Caroline is getting a little bit of a taste of like being known as like a left-wing broadcaster in the eyes of people that despise that sort of thing. So now she's getting additional scrutiny that she does not deserve at all. It's because she's your friend. It's not just that. It's because she's it's not just that. I mean, that plays a role in it for sure, but so it's your fault? No. It's because she is a leftist openly. And you can't do that online. They will come after you. It's like the most unacceptable, dude. Are you kidding me? You can't do that. How dare you? It's just the way the cookie crumbles online. People can very easily manipulate the restrictions that are that are out there, or manipulate and weaponize basically like the rules that platforms have. Seems like a lot of haters have been popping up in her chat over the last few months. Yeah, the more she grows, the worse it'll get, unfortunately. It's just not a thing that you can ever deal with. It's just the goal is specifically to stop that kind of coverage. I've seen Reddit post today. She fell into the Hasan extremism pipeline. Yeah, it's so funny that like people can't make up their own minds about certain things. But yeah. Is a rich person award for rich people? Some of those people are surprisingly opposed to popular values and opinions. No, it has nothing to do with the award, man. That's not what we're talking about at all. I think it's everything to do with like what you represent. A lot of spaces online post-Trump went from thinking that they were all extremist socialists or radical socialists themselves to directly becoming like annoying liberals again, and sometimes very reactionary ones, and that's it. That's why you see content like the Tyler Oliveira content, like I went to the town where they kill cops, and then like that pops off, right? And that isn't even like read as a political that isn't even read as like political. That's just apolitical, actually. And it's half of it is just like dunking on homeless people or whatever, and no examination of the underlying material conditions that causes such atrocities to happen, right? That's it. Yeah. So, yeah, people burning their leftist card because they were always liberal. Yeah. It's like Kamala Harris. I will always say this. It is the same concept behind Kamala Harris being like Kamala Harris being pro Medicare for all under Donald Trump. I totally forgot she was Queen Amidala. I really thought Margaret was doing the whole she swung a light slaber in the Mose Eisley Cuntina killing everyone before hopping on the mothership thing. Dude, this is the new meta. I love it. People writing the most inappropriate things. Like this one isn't even meeting the standard of that, but the one I saw and I liked was insane. It was about the Boston Marathon bombing. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It is so gruesome, but also so funny. Hold on. I mean, it's like, it's peak humor, I think. It's very good. Oh, Francis X. Wolf. Yeah, here it is. Francis X. Wolf says, she dropped a pressure cooker full of mother nails at the Boston Cuntathon finish line. This one about funding the Contras. She secretly facilitated the illegal sale of mother to slay Ron and used the proceeds to fund the Contras. You didn't like she dropped a bomb on Mother Shima and Kuntasaki? Oh, no. This one is about JFK. Oh, my God. She used a Slaper rifle to shoot the mother bullet into the head of John F. Cuntity? Okay, that one is insane. What is this one? Oh, yeah, I saw this. Gay people can never say she looks pretty anymore. Throat surgeon, mother, future first lady, star of the day on the Iowa campaign trail. I sent this to Squeaks because I was like, he's the gift that keeps on giving, my man. Throat surgeon. There's no better demonstration that your brain is broken by being online permanently than looking at someone say throat surgeon and think, damn, she's sucking that hard. That's crazy. She got a PhD she got an MD in, being the throat goat. Okay. She knows the intricacies of the throat like that. That's crazy. MD in glucology. Never going to beat Nancy Reagan, though. She's also kind of cute. Like, I'll say it. Like, good for Vivek. She's probably too good for Vivek. I'll be real. Read the first comment. Was her at? Yes. Oh, and her ass ain't 6 axe handles wide. I saw that. God, does anyone have that clip? The insanity of, like, a person. Wait, she low-key wiretapped the Contocratic Party's slay quarters at the Mothergate Hotel. What? That's crazy that they did that to him. That's messed up. The Mothergate. I was sent down about these Golden Globe jokes. See who's making them. Dropped a bomb on Throtasaki. Okay, done. We're done. It's over. It's done. This is inappropriate, okay? It's inappropriate, and, you keep posting that shit. I'm on board, okay? I like it. Any thoughts on the new Gaylor news? Oh, yes. I forgot to talk about this. I sent this to Cutie. Unfortunately, this dropped after we had conducted our episode, which is kind of sad. But, you know, this is a wonderful, wonderful Gaylor news that came out. Anyway, I'm going to run this real quick.
Always hold your face on straight.
Go pee.
That's my motto. Always hold your face on straight because you never, ever know. But it was a blast. Just think about this. It was the first award show after the strike. And everybody kept saying to me, we're just glad to see everybody. There was a lot of wind as well, making it pretty chilly, but I'm not complaining. Got to stand on the red carpet and talk to everybody that came by. Also, we were in #1 position, so it was sort of hard to act like you didn't see us. We're in a big old purple dress surrounded by 500 red roses. Thank you very much. Margot Robbie was there. America Ferrera, she starred in Barbie. Jennifer Lopez stopped by. We had a little tequila shots for people who cared to indulge. Nate, you'll be glad to know I had Martinelli's apple cider, very good. J-Lo was there. She told me that she worked out that day. Jeffrey Wright, who stars in American Fiction, says he went surfing. Paul Giamatti says he took a walk on the beach. And guess who else was there? Our friend Nichelle Turner. What did you do to get ready for the day? Co-host of Entertainment Tonight. We're in her house today.
Yes,
What'd you do?
and we love that you're here, by the way. Everybody's all buzzing. Gail's here this morning.
It looks just as good in person as it does in TV.
Well, you classed this joint up, that's for sure. And listen, I did what everybody else did. Had a little workout, got to the the show early. You beat me there because I saw you when I got there, but it was
because I was threatened with death. Gail, be on time.
Be on time.
Like that's an issue.
Well, you were, and we were right beside you, and I can say you talked to everybody last night. But if there was any question whether or not the Golden Globes would get back on track after some controversy in recent years, after last night, the answer appeared to be yes. Despite less than cooperative red carpet weather, everybody here in Tinseltown was ready to glam up and get down.
Hollywood is back!
The stars of screen, both big and small, were in full celebration mode last night at the 81st Annual Golden Globe Awards. Christopher Nolan's drama about the Manhattan Project won 5 Globes, including Best Motion Picture Drama and Best Male Actor in a Drama for Cillian Murphy. His wife congratulating him.
Do I have lipstick all over my nose? I'm just gonna leave it.
In the night's biggest surprise, Barbie was upset in the other big movie category of Best Comedy or Musical, losing out to Poor Things, produced by and starring Emma Stone, who also won for Best Female Actor.
Playing Bella was unbelievable.
Barbie did have its moment, though, beating out Taylor Swift to win the new category of Box Office Achievement.
Thank you to everybody, all the Barbies and Kens.
In TV, the comedy The Bear won big with actors Jerry Allen White and Ayo Edebiri winning Golden Globes.
I'm so very grateful for this. I'm in a room full of so many people who I admire and whose work has lifted me up.
And in drama, Succession shined.
It's a team effort.
So one of the things I want to say about the Succession is that some of the actors are very pro-Palestine, as you guys know. Like, was it Brian Cox, the old man? And then some of the actors were wearing that yellow ribbon, which we're going to be talking about, of course.
For the show.
The mood was light with comedian Joe Coy getting some big laughs with old school roasts.
Robert De Niro's here. Your last performance is going to be your greatest performance ever. How'd you get her pregnant at 80?
And when other jokes missed, Coy poked fun at himself.
Yo, I got the gig 10 days ago. You want a perfect monologue? Yo, shut up.
It was the first year the Globes were voted on by its larger and more diverse judging body after the scandal-ridden Hollywood Foreign Press Association was dissolved.
Golden Globes journalists, thanks for changing your game, therefore changing your name. Salute.
And one of the biggest moments of the night was Lily Gladstone becoming the first Native American to win a Golden Globe for Best Actress.
This is an historic win. It doesn't belong to just me.
Starting her acceptance speech in the Blackfeet Nation's tribal language for her emotionally charged performance in Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon.
This is for every little res kid who is seeing themselves represented and our stories told by ourselves in our own words with tremendous allies.
just over the moon for her. She takes representation so
Yes,
seriously.
yes.
She really does. And you know, it wasn't just the celebrities that were in the room and in attendance last night. There were lots of celebrity sightings. But one duo that were locking lips really set the internet on fire.
How did I miss this?
Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner. Let me guess. Is it Timothy Chalamet or is it Taylor Swift and what's her face? God, what's the name of the other woman? I'm forgetting. Selena Gomez. Yeah. Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner, and then Selena Gomez and Taylor Swift, which also had something to do with Kylie Jenner, I think. That's right. I saw the tea, baby. I saw the tea. I know the tea, sis, and I spilled it. Okay? Yup. I'm spilling the tea. Yes, chatter. Who said who cares? You're so right, please. You're so unbearable. Excuse me. Excuse me. Aren't you like 35? First of all, you know what's the ironic part about that is extremely 35-year-old shit, okay? To care about like this kind of gossip at the Golden Globes is literally peak 35. So what are you owning that too? I love when Zoomers are literally like, no, we own everything. We own everything as a 17-year-old. How about you care about V-Bucks and fucking Fortnite and whatever the fuck your generation cares about, okay? We're not talking about Roblox right now. We're talking about the Golden Globes. It's the most 35-year-old thing on the planet. When I start talking about Skibbity Toilet, you can chime in, okay, buddy? This is grocery store checkout line gossip magazine shit. Exactly, dude. That's precisely what this is.
Wait for it. This is amazing.
You know, this is so exciting for me. The Golden Globes.
What is this guy filming this out of a... What this is the worst possible way to film this.
I mean, I can't even believe I'm in the entertainment industry. I can't. It's so unlikely. I'm from a small town in Indiana. I'm not a pedophile.
Man, this guy loved it. This guy loved it, dude.
I just...
Like, that's a good joke, except he ruined it. Like, this guy ruined it in the way that he filmed it. He was like, oh, this is it. Killed a wonderful joke, man. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, so yeah, let's see the tea.
I don't know how you missed it because you were in the room and I was...
Can I just say, I had no idea Timothy Chalamet had absolutely zero jawline, dude. My man's jawbone... Was it always not this defined? I know that this is like very irrelevant to the subject matter, but when I saw this, I was like, damn, dude. He's kind of not looking great. Like, is the angle, I guess?
It was backstage. It was Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner. They were in the audience together. She came with him to the Golden Globes, which was a big deal in their relationship. And they kissed on camera.
In the room?
And it just set the internet on fire. Folks were going wild for that. I don't know how you missed it, Gail, because...
Jawline shaming? Come on, man. TikTok comments on this are positive. Twitter, the opposite. HasanAbi, peaceful love versus media play. Yeah, I think Timothy Chalamet, is he mewing? Is he on the mew train? Like, what's happening? I feel like he always has a jawline, or I always thought he was like a jawed up shouty, and it turns out he's not. It was shocking to me. Okay, he's not mew maxing. Nope, he should be.
You were everywhere
I
last
must have been
night.
swiveling in the other direction because I saw them when the show was over, but I didn't see that moment. I mean, there was part of the fun of the Golden Globes is to see everybody interacting during the commercial break. I always think that's fun. You made reference to Joey Coy. Nate, he also said say hello to Nate because they're pals.
He loves
Nate. Might want to call him today because he needs a friend.
Yeah.
You know, he had a rough time, but I also think, listen, he only had 9 days to prepare.
He did.
And I think that's daunting.
Why did he have 9 days to prepare? What's up with that? Why'd they go with Joe Coy, chat? Do we know? What is it? Who was the previous speaker? Bro, so in love, he forgot to mute while looking at her. The Timothy stand account ran by a woman in her 50s is so pissed because no one wants to host the Golden Globes. Wait, really? Although Timothy didn't win the Golden Globe for Wonka that he deserved to win, it was great seeing him attend the event as a nominee. The elephant in the room is obvious, but all I want to say is that Club Chalamet remains devoted to supporting Timmy in his career. And I just want to enjoy writing about and talking about upcoming projects he has. Wait, so the 50-year-old woman that runs his account does not like that Timothy Chalamet is dating Kylie Minogue, Kylie Jenner? He should be with his #1 fan. I agree. That's how I'm always thinking. That's how I'm always thinking myself. It's like, this is the longest it should have been me, brother. Cope posting. Golden Globes fell off. They needed Taylor Swift. Let's not forget about A Complete Unknown, which should start filming in April. What I want to stress to people who are feeling upset right now is that Club Chalamet will continue to curate specific news and information about Timmy's career and life to share with my followers and the readers who lurk. Timothy Chalamet is a 28-year-old man making 28-year-old man decisions about his life, and we have to accept that. What we can't control, wait, first of all, that's old as hell. Like, what do you mean? He's a 28-year-old man who's like somehow young? At what point do we decide when someone is an adult, okay? Because I'm 32. I'm a whole ass adult, okay? I feel like he is too. What do you mean? About his life, and we have to accept that. What can we control is what we choose to focus about him. This is like one step removed from being like, this 28-year-old boy was groomed by Kylie Jenner or something. Whole ass adult, jawed up, shouty. Yeah, I mean, I'm also baby brained, okay? It's just I'm entertainment maxing, okay? I'm baby brain pilled and entertainment maxing. I have to dumb this down to the specific audience that I have.
Even go to, Olive Garden. He loves Italian food. I mean, why not just go to Olive Garden, or something like that? We've never seen them even go to, Olive Garden.
Wait, that's the woman who runs the account? Stop playing right now. Are you for real? Is this for, oh my God. Oh my God. That's a lady. Okay, no wonder she's like, oh, that's a 28-year-old boy. What the hell? Here's when Selena told Taylor Swift Kylie Jenner said no. Selena asked for a picture with him, and Kylie Jenner, said no. Keely, who's Keely? With Timothy? Selena nods. That's what she said. If you're white and you do something people don't like, you're just a kid until you're 48. If you're not white, you're an adult when you're 48. What? She works at Olive Garden. Timothy Chalamet, go get her. Update on your fav. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that in a little bit. I think it's messed up. Timothy Chalamet, better be careful. He might be jumped by Kylie's exes, Travis Scott and Tyga. The entire flight would have a combined weight. Of 240 pounds. She's Miles Teller's wife. Cool. I'm just like, I don't really know a lot about the Hollywood stuff. So I'm just kind of faking it right now. I don't know if you guys can tell. I don't know too much about popular culture. So I'm just like, yeah, that's crazy. That's the thesis. Okay. That's not required for living in We Hope. Man, I barely live in West Hollywood. I don't think you guys understand. Like, I live in West Hollywood, but I don't leave my house. I live online. Okay. I live online, chat. All right, here is one thing. We'll talk about Israel-Palestine a little bit. There were two people that actually were pro-Palestine, and then the rest was like pro-Israel for the most part. Okay, but here it is. Here's Rami Youssef, who I think is very nice. I'm gonna give him a little follow here. He said this on the red carpet, or on the interview
thinking
portion.
Two things. We're thinking ceasefire now, and Jeremy, please don't do another Calvin Klein ad.
So he's the one guy to say something by all appearances, shaking my head. And then the other guy was the Dove guy, right? Yeah, Jerry from Succession wore a pro-Israel ribbon pin I saw, which was devastating. But I guess it's very Jerry behavior. So where's that article? There's an article that was covered that I saw. People were wearing yellow ribbons, okay? And the yellow ribbons that people were wearing were to signify the remaining hostages, okay? The remaining 130 or so hostages that other Palestinian forces still have held hostage. Now, at this point, it's like, dude, there's been 30,000 Palestinians that have been murdered. Like, what do you mean? I mean, listen, I care about those hostages too. You know what I mean? Like, it's important. Okay? What is this? You got a shout out? But it's like wild and so transparent. It is so transparent, especially when the IDF is like killing more of the hostages. But even if the IDF, or was the 30K number from? Sorry, 22K that we know of, 22K that we know of, 20K that we know of. I get ahead of myself here sometimes. And is that your clown outfit? Says lol cow viewer 69. please don't ban this guy. This guy's going to be incredible for us, I think. Yes, this is my clown outfit. You got me. 23,000 killed, 7,000 missing. Anyway. So, Golden Globes, the meaning of the yellow ribbons worn by the attendees. Ribbons of a specific color are a longtime symbol of solidarity on red carpets. Here's why yellow made an appearance this year. And I read this article and it gave me a brain aneurysm, okay? Immediately. Like instant brain aneurysm, okay? We're talking Israel is like taking out 10 baby legs, okay? 10 child legs a day, all right? Like amputations are occurring. No anesthesia amputations are occurring on an insane clip, okay? Currently the largest amount of food, lack of access to food happening on the planet. Food insecurity happening on the planet, okay? And it's wild to me that while all of that is happening and Israel is just like mercilessly destroying Gaza, but also killing the Israeli hostages themselves, right? Like directly killing them sometimes, but also indirectly killing them alongside the Palestinians with the bombing campaigns, okay? And you got people being like, oh yeah, you know what? You know who needs our support right now? Israel. And it's so obvious that you can't just be like, I support Israel in its endless bombing campaign and its ethnic cleansing campaign. So you have to like desperately grab on to release the hostages as a message. And that's precisely what's going on here, okay? I'm sorry. That is exactly what this is. It is a very cynical ploy to try and say that, like, you're still pro-Israel unconditionally, and you can't say it when Israel's killed 20,000 Palestinians, 20,000 plus Palestinians. So you have to say, like, oh, well, you know, let's release the hostages, please. Because the reality is, if you're looking at it from the outside, okay, if you're looking at it from the outside, you look at that and you're like, 150 hostages are still being held hostage in Gaza, right? And then you look at 20,000 people have been murdered, including hundreds of hostages so far by Israeli hands, right? And you're still, if you look at that situation and go, okay, well, I want the hostages to be released, then you have to be a pro-ceasefire guy. You have to look at the situation and go, well, who's killed more hostages, Hamas or Israel? What are we doing? It's such a classic case of like deliberately crafted PR. So anyway, red carpets may be a chance to talk up current projects while wearing high wattage fashion, but they're also an opportunity for stars to express their support for vital issues. Yeah, what are those vital issues? Only issues that the American State Department is aligned with, okay? That's what you're going to find out here. That's why viewers of Sunday's 2024 Golden Globe Awards are seeing some attendees wearing yellow ribbons at tonight's ceremony. J. Smith Cameron of Succession and John Ortiz of American Fiction are among the stars who have arrived, sporting a yellow ribbon to show support for the roughly 130 hostages who are still being held in captivity by Hamas since the terrorist organization attacked Israel on October 7th. Okay? The symbolic effort was organized by Bring Them Home, an Israeli hostage advocacy organization that has been working behind the scenes to supply the ribbons and is being coordinated by Ashley Margolis, founder of Beverly Hills-based branding agency The A-List. While the Israeli hostages are the main focus of the effort, the hostages reportedly represent 30 nationalities. Others who wore yellow ribbons at the 2024 Golden Globe Awards include Paramount Pictures and Nickelodeon president CEO Brian Robbins, Amazon Studios' Julia Rappaport, Mattel chairman and CEO Ynon Kreiz, Skydance Media president COO Jesse Siskold, and Skydance's sport president John Weinbach. The choice of yellow is rooted in the origins of the symbol. Yellow ribbons became a popular emblem of support during the 1979 Iran hostage crisis, when 52 Americans were held in captivity in Tehran for 444 days. Worn on lapels and seen in the front porches and trees across the U.S., the yellow ribbon became the most widely used symbol of bringing hostages safely home. Past red carpet ribbon appearances have included blue ribbons at the 2022 and 2023 Academy Awards, organized by the United Nations Refugee Agency Coalition to show support for, respectively, Ukraine and refugees around the globe, as well as red ribbons first seen in 1991 as a symbol of HIV and AIDS awareness. It's just like, I wonder how much of a hell would break loose if people were, wearing Palestinian flags, for example, and their badges. I mean, Palestinian flag badges on their lapels. It's just like, this goes way beyond anything, really. It's just like, it's another one of those instances where it's like, it's not enough that you're not saying anything about the genocide, but you want to potentially show support to Israel while it's conducting that said genocide, okay? if that's what your goal is, then, you know, you have to do it in a way that you can launder it in a more permissible fashion in the midst of the ongoing genocide. And the best way to do that is by being like, oh, the hostages, I care about the hostages. If you cared about the hostages, you'd be advocating, okay? You'd be advocating for a ceasefire. Tom Piker wants DM. Oh God, this is such a old Twitter, viral Twitter post. Like, what are we doing? This guy's just like in the midst of this coverage. They always catch me, chatters. They always catch me while I'm talking about some serious stuff that I care about passionately. And when I read like one of the dumbest tweets of all time from, like, you know, 2020 or 2021. It's a 2019 pasta. Yeah, but it was like from after the house when it was popping to say like Hassan thought I was a girl and stopped DMing me when he found out I wasn't or whatever. Classic fake nonsense. Anyway, Kygo and Hammer. Yeah, because it's her favorite type of treat. So it's my kryptonite. I know. It's like chat's kryptonite is the top of the hour ad break. But at least you have a way to you know, combat your kryptonite, which is a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, right? My kryptonite is gray names, and I cannot combat it no matter how hard I try. But you can try and avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right. 34 MKD50 with another 50 gifted subs. And Anonymous gifting 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Anonymous. Factory Candy with another 10. What is going on right now at the top of the hour? God damn. That is 70 total gifted subs, allowing 70 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. All right. We got juicers, Oilers. We got it all. When I win the lottery, I'll give 500 subs. Don't worry about it, King. Spend it wisely. Oh, all right. Where the heck were we? I met a girl at a party who claimed to be related to you. Do you have cousins in Australia? No, I do not. That's pretty funny to lie about that. I kind of respect it. So, where was I? So yeah, this is silly. It's cynical. It's gross. But what are you gonna do? That's it. Some things are permissible. Some things are seen as like appropriate, and some things are not. And the unfortunate reality is that you know, supporting Palestinians and trying to speak out against the endless occupation and ethnic cleansing campaign is not exactly great. Not allowed.
Believing in this movie from the very beginning. To all my fellow nominees, if you're Irish or not, you're all legends. You're stunning work. I salute you.
Yeah, he's speaking to me, saying my work as an Irishman is stunning and beautiful. You're not going to get it at the Golden Globes, least likely plays. Guys, remember, in his Oscars acceptance speech, Michael Moore very famously criticized America's war against Afghanistan and Iraq and was booed. Okay? Like, these are guys who absolutely unconditionally lap up whatever the State Department propaganda is. They're liberals themselves for the most part, and liberalism is very, very, very reactionary and very pro-war in America. They're just rich people. They're rich, out-of-touch people, okay? Yeah, I'm a contractor in Texas, just another dealing with this bullshit. During the term of this contract, the contractor verifies that it does not and will not boycott Israel. Like, how insane is that? It's so ridiculous. It's so, oh God, it's so stupid. I don't know if I even want to watch the Joe Coy
You do. You win all the time.
cringe fest.
That's why when the Golden Globes called me and asked me if I wanted to host, I jumped to the chance and I said, yes, yes. And then they asked me if I saw every movie and every TV show, and then I said, yes. I lied. I only watched Beef. I love you, Allie. You know what I mean? It's mandatory. I'm Asian.
I think Beef is kind of mid. I'll say it. It didn't hit me in the way that everybody was presenting it. Like, they were saying this is the greatest, it's the GOAT. They loved it. Yeah, it was all right. I couldn't finish it. Anti-Asian hate much? Yes. Yes, I am famously anti-Asian. That's why. It's like, I would say 90%. 90% of my content consumption is just straight up Japanese content. Like, am I am I anti-Asian, or am I too over the top with my only consumption? That's why we love your honesty. Abi Allah'ın izniyle Filistin destekçisi orospu çocuğu. Yapma ya. One of the best depiction of brotherhood apart from Better Call Saul. I love Ali Wong as a comedian, and I found out last night she's dating Bill Hader.
But not only that, it killed. You killed it, Ali. But anyway, I'm sorry. I just want to tell you that the minute I signed the contract, I did. I locked myself in a room and I started to binge watch everything. I watched everything while my family was out there clanking champagne glasses and ringing in the new year. I was watching Oppenheimer.
Chris Rock, Ali Wong, and even podcasters turned down struggling award shows comeback attempt.
One complaint.
CNN reports that Chris Rock and at least 4 other comedians have declined offers to host the ceremony. According to 2 sources, the word of the deal, Smartless podcaster comedians Jason Bateman, Sean Hayes, and Will Arnett all turned down the opportunity to host together. Puck recently reported that B-star Ali Wong also declined the opportunity. However, Wong may still take the stage as she was nominated for Best Actress. There's also little chance that reigning Golden Globe queens Amy Poehler and Tina Fey, who have co-hosted the event 4 times now, will return to host. A source close to Fey and Poehler told CNN they would never do it again. They're done. Viewership was up 50%. They'll have a real host next year. There's still a chance the Golden Globes may nab a host before their primetime broadcast in January, as CNN notes. It wouldn't be the first time the ceremony's gone without a host, but ratings could fare better with an A-lister attached. 2023 Golden Globes suffered the second lowest ratings of all time for their program this year, when the show garnered 6.3 million total views with Gerard Carmichael as host. The Golden Globes are set to air January on CBS January 7th, and will also stream on Paramount Plus. I'll do it. I'm free that night. That viewership was inflated because of the strike. I didn't even know they were happening. Yeah, I didn't either. I don't really care about... Dude, I live in the heart of award season, okay? And I like to think that I go outside enough, and I didn't even know. Guys, I live in West Hollywood, and I didn't even know. That's insane, okay? This is like this city moves and shakes. What is this? Unity strikes again. The layoff purge continues to hit. Unity says it's cutting a whopping 25% of his workforce, roughly 1,800 employees in a company reset. Nice, dude. You should be the host next year. I mean, I'll do it. I don't care. Golden Globes viewership was up 50%, though. Yeah, I assume that will cause people to watch it or get involved in it again. I do think it's pretty funny, even podcasters, and the podcast he's talking about is Jason Bateman, Sean Hayes, and Will Arnett. Also, funny to just say even podcasters. That in and of itself is already a diss. What class of celebrity are you right now? C tier? Probably lower. If they invited you, would you host? Yes, dude. Yes, I would host it. Selena Gomez and Taylor Swift were, spitting hot tea, hot goss. Did you ever get over this? What? Yes, I did. You could host it and be as funny as Joe Coy. Yeah. Speaking of which, apparently 2 things happened in media that I got to talk about. Okay. Flava Flav is C minus. Hassan ain't C. Wait, I don't get it. You have more reach and penetration than B-listers. What's the metrics? I don't think so. I don't get it. You have more reach and penetration than B-listers. What's the metrics? No. In order for someone to be, in my opinion, I mean, these are really weird, arbitrary concepts. But I would say that depending on what we're talking about, depending on like what demographic we're talking about, it is people dressed like Flavor Flav for Halloween. Ain't nobody cosplaying Hassan. There are people who cosplay as me. I don't even think that's a good enough argument. But my point is this, okay? Legacy media. If legacy media covers you and covers you regularly when you are behind like an institution that is seen as worthy as praise from mainstream media or pays for media slots, then you actually get into like real celebrity status. E-celebs usually don't reach that level ever. So that's why they're oftentimes, in my opinion, ranked lower than like real celebrities. That's it. What's up, Hassan Piker cosplay and this came up? It's true. Yep. Got me. But yeah, like a lot of legacy media only now is beginning to realize that in order to penetrate younger demographics, they have to tap into Stop saying penetrate. He said it again. Oh my God. You guys are so stupid. Shut up. Shut up. Stop. In order to penetrate younger demographics, okay, they realize that they have to tap into Twitch streamer audiences. They have to tap into TikTokers and e-celebrities in general. And that's precisely what they're doing. Like, for example, there's a reason why a lot of rappers collaborate with Kai Cenat, right? That's it. Like, they recognize that if they want their albums to be viewed by younger demos, they have to go to where the younger demos are. Okay? That's it. And, you know, I mean, Apple Studios did it with Valkyrie and Timmy, right? In the latest Mark Wahlberg movie. They did that, and that was deliberate. If you posted on TikTok, you'd be host? Maybe. In Family Plan, yeah. This is my favorite story. Taylor Swift's associates are dismayed at the publication of a 5,000-word New York Times opinion piece that openly speculated on her sexuality and whether she's a closeted queer person, CNN reports. To which Emma responded with, "What the hell is this, Taylor Swift 13? Your coward ass is always hiding behind press releases. You are a spineless loser. You're still gay." And that's final. There's just way too many instances of you blatantly telling us you are a disgusting person for this, by the way. And as a gayler myself, I am in support of Klausler gay. Taylor, you are gay. And that is final. It's so funny to be this person who's like a whole grown, full-blown adult and post like you are a Minecraft stan who's like 14 years old in 2020. Okay? This is just, you know, parasocialism. These types of stories make me feel like it's 2015 again so bad because it is, M-Hood. It is so 2015. It's so incredibly 2015. Okay? Anyway, that means I've only been on Twitch for 2 years. Yep. It's a banger tweet in my general. It's awesome. I mean, it's so endlessly 2015 that we're about to reach like we're about to reach back into like classic takes such as, is wearing a kimono cultural appropriation? You know what I mean? Like, we're going to go back to microaggressions on college campuses as a way to hyper focus on the regular old back and forth between reactionary commentary online and like the rad libs. It's so Jover, and I called it from a mile away. Safe spaces are back. Yelling about safe spaces as though it's the most significant thing. That's back. Many people ironically don't think that they are, many people ironically think that they're so different from their past selves in 2015. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, I used to be alt-right back then, but I'm so different now, which is why I only, I only watch content creators who basically also still collaborate with alt-right content creators and are owning the left, but owning the left from a liberal perspective. So I'm so different than how I used to be, even though I still exclusively own the left, okay? And I hate the left a lot, and suspiciously all the things that leftists care about. So I can't wait. We got like a different version of the SJW-owned compilations that are already happening. But yeah, that's where we're at, baby. That's where we're at. Tumblr girlies are so back. 2015 was peak Tumblr drama. Yeah, we're back at like rad libs going crazy at like random dumb things that are completely ridiculous that no one in the real world cares about, and then right wingers trying to desperately come across like they are the normal ones by dunking on those right wingers. You know what I mean?
In itself.
It's a tough room.
Oh, it's a very tough room.
It's a tough room because you've got the cream of the crop in there, and you really, like, you're a man alone on stage. So it's a tough room. But
we're sitting here today.
We're twins.
Yes, we're twins, but we don't look alike, do we?
No, we don't. But
yes,
folks in the room were having a hard time.
People kept getting Danielle Brooks and Divine Joy Randolph confused.
Yes.
Please let everybody know Danielle Brooks is in color purple. Divine Joy Brooks won the Golden Globe, and she's in the holdovers, but they are not the same person. But
they are not.
People kept coming up to Danielle saying, I loved you in the kitchen scene. No, they're Two very different movies.
Oh boy.
Oh, black girls don't look alike.
No, they don't. Even when they wear the same
Even
type
when
of
we wear the
outfit.
same outfit. Twinsies. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
So much for letting me come to your house.
Please come back, please.
I will come back.
Okay, good.
I'm coming back in the next hour. We'll have much more from LA right here in our next hour.
We begin with breaking news coming out of southern Lebanon, where a high-level Hezbollah field commander has been assassinated in an Israeli strike. Wissam al-Dewel, known as Jawad, was the group's director of military operations. He was killed when the car that he was travelling in was targeted. Let's speak to Imran Khan, who's monitoring this from Ibil el-Saki in southern Lebanon. Imran, what seems to...
Okay, that was a crazy switch up, dude. I got whiplash hearing what was going on back there. God damn. That's a bit of a tone switch in it. No, we're this is about the Hezbollah leader that was assassinated. What was this? Oh crap. Can I file a workers' comp? No, you can't. Before we get to the leader, the Hezbollah leader that was assassinated, what else was I wanting? What else was I looking to talk about? There was some other stuff. Like, I mean, this is so awesome. I just want to show you one other funny thing. So good. This is not about the Gaylors. This is about how devastating, how positively devastating January 6th was on some of us. Okay, folks, this was the death of democracy. This is like, I used to say January 6th was like 9/11. Now I'm not so sure. I feel like January 6th was multiple 9/11s. My neighborhood flew the flag half-mast on January 6th. Wait, no, they didn't. Shut up. Are you serious? Because 9/11 did not cripple the soul of this beautiful nation in the same way that January 6th did. You know what I mean? And perhaps there's no better way of demonstrating how devastating that was for America, not just Americans, but America in general, than this beautiful MSNBC anchor showing how genuinely taken aback he is.
I'm going to try to get through this. Thank you for what you did 3 years ago today.
He said, I'm going to try to get through this, bro. He's crying. He busted out the handkerchief. Be for fucking real, dog. Are you serious? 3 years after January 6th, you got big homie crying on live television. I'm going to try to get through this. Dude, I'm sorry. I mean, this is fake. It's so fake. It's so freaking fake. You cannot convince me that this is a real person demonstrating real feelings, dude. Talking about January 6th. I'm toxically masculine, okay? That's it. I'm demonstrating toxic masculinity, chat. I'm sorry. I had to do it to him. Men need to stop crying on television. I gotta run it back.
I'm going to try to get through this. Thank you for what you...
People will make a cut about this and you. Yeah, it'll be like another one of those instances where people will think it's like they're owning me by cutting this and be like, look at how silly Hassan is. Laughing at a dude who's crying about January 6th 3 years after. And then everyone that watches the clip will go, no, Hassan is right. I'll be honest. Like, if you look at a guy crying about January 6th 3 years in the future, like 3 years after January 6th ended, okay, and you agree with him, I can't convert you. I can't convert you because, like, I could take a QAnon guy and maybe be able to change his ways. I don't think I can get this guy off the tip.
You did 3 years ago today. Please tell me your thoughts on this third anniversary.
We are still in the midst of the same fight that began on January 6th, 2021. And we have a lot at stake in this country. And I think that it deserves every American's attention.
I'm going to try to get through this. Thank you for what you did 3 years ago today.
That's not what they mean. They're talking about when you cried on leftovers, so we'll make the comparison between the two because they're scum. Oh, because I'm making fun of someone crying? I've made fun of people crying all the time. I know they make that comparison. Yeah, there's a difference between crying about something that is relevant and something that matters and something that is truly an awful, awful wrong, right? Versus crying about January 6th 3 years later. If you can't make that distinction, you probably are a neurodivergent Redditor who has never been outside. That's the difference. Yeah, I don't care personally. Yeah, those people are monsters, dude. People are like, lol. Remember when Hassan cried about the assassination of Shireen Abu Akleh? Yeah, it's awesome. You're right. I know. It was a weak moment for me. I'm a really bad guy. I know. I mean, it's just monstrous people. These people are awful. People that do that are awful. You know what I mean? If you're crying at January 6th, you should be probably crying every day about that. That's it. Right wing, are you saying you were fake crying because Ethan... Wait, what? Common liberal L? Oh my God, this is just like the cops with PTSD after ODing on fentanyl. Right wingers are saying you were fake crying because Ethan cried first? Yeah, because right wingers cry when the donut shop no longer has the specific kind of Krispy Kremes that they wanted, okay? They don't understand ever caring about someone else or about an issue that is like genuinely near and dear. They can only think about things beyond their, they can only think about things that are like immediately in front of them and not for a very long time even then. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, I wasn't even crying about the assassination. I was talking about the funeral that Palestinians are not even allowed to mourn without Israel destroying them. But yeah, you shouldn't call yourself crying a weak moment. People need to know that crying is not a bad thing. It wasn't weak. It was powerful. It was a beautiful moment. Yeah, but everyone immediately, I knew as soon as I, it's not even just crying. Getting really angry is seen as a weakness online. Getting really emotional about a particular subject is seen as a weakness online. You have to play to your audience, and I know that. And I usually try to regulate as best as I can, and in that moment, I couldn't. After nonstop coverage of this stuff, the Zoomer mind cannot comprehend sincerity. No, it's not the Zoomer mind. I think it's more so. Well, I think yes, people online can't comprehend sincerity, but I think also, people are so far removed that they can never associate. Like people can never put themselves in the shoes of a Palestinian. That's what I've talked about quite a bit with the contextualization of violence is not there for Gaza because Americans have only seen city blocks reduce to reduce to rubble like in Gaza against enemies that have deserved it. You know what I mean? Like the Syrian civil war. Well, that's just brown guys killing each other. That's the way that they see it. They can't they don't associate that with like real human beings. They can't even comprehend it as like real human beings that are being killed and destroyed.
To be, or what seems to have been the circumstances around.
Let's talk about the senior Hezbollah commander Wissam al-Tawil killed in an airstrike. I don't know what to talk about specifically on this issue beyond, yeah, it's an assassination. It's a continued escalation. I think Israel is like Israel is just like trying to increase the tensions in the region and desperately trying to open up a second front. Blinken is there. Scoop from Axios from Barak Ravid. Israel to tell Blinken Palestinians can't return to North Gaza without a hostage deal. Nice. Dude, people in the comments have a clip of you crying or calling you a psychopath, faking emotion, saying it was cringe that you were copying Ethan. I don't understand these people and why they hate you so much. Brother, online, was it really 100% sincere? Me crying about Shireen Abu Akleh? Is that what you're asking me? Or am I, or what is happening? Guys, I know I have to walk you through humor in general, but I shouldn't have to walk you through this as well, right? Like, some of you guys really, really, really need to be handheld on a lot of stuff, including like emotions and the demonstration of emotions. But I hope you guys understand, the rest of you in the chat, this is precisely the reason why I should have never cried, in my opinion. And now people want to stay on the subject and shit for nefarious reasons. Yeah. Yeah, people were like comparing me crying to Shireen Abu Akleh to like Kyle Rittenhouse crying and me making fun of Kyle Rittenhouse, which is so funny because Kyle Rittenhouse is a villain, okay? But in those people's worlds, I'm a villain. And defending Palestinians means I'm also a villain. That's it, okay? Understand, if someone is making fun of me crying for Palestinians, then they most likely don't care about Palestinians and don't care about what I have to say. They're just bad. That's it. That's my take, okay? You're a bad person if you feel that way. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is bad, which is why, of course, I laugh when he cries. He cries after killing 2 people personally and getting away with it. I'm sorry, he's a bad guy. If you compare someone like myself to Kyle Rittenhouse, who has murdered 2 people, okay, and gotten away with it, you are an insanely brain-broken, permanently online weirdo. That's it. Yeah. That's crazy to me that people can't comprehend the two. Like anyway, whatever. People will try to like say, oh, he made fun of the Queen dying and stuff. And it's like, yeah, of course I did. Of course. Anyone who tries to do civility optics, the optics of civility around the Queen dying in 2023 is a weirdo loser. Yeah, these people are not good faith. They're just looking for something to yell about. Anyway, speaking of people that are not good faith and looking for something to yell about, Secretary Austin eviscerated after Biden finds out about hospitalization days later.
All right, Lauren, stand by for that. Let's talk a little bit about what's been.
Didn't you just yell at Cutie for engaging with people who are going to hate you no matter what? I did, which is the difference here is that they're in my chat. The people that are fans are coming in here and relitigating the same subject matter over and over again instead of moving on.
Going on over the last 10 days or so, more than that, actually about 2 weeks. And that is, we've got a timeline, so we're going to put it up. The Secretary of Defense, that man right there, Lloyd Austin, on December 22nd, first box on the left on the top, he went into a hospital, apparently, for elective surgery. Then Monday, January 1st, he was hospitalized and taken via ambulance to Walter Reed, and he was placed in intensive care. Yeah, he had terrible pain. So here he is, the Secretary of Defense, our top war fighter. And you know what? Nobody knew he was there. On Tuesday, Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks told she would be doing certain operational duties, but not knowing that he was in the...
I like the idea of thinking that, like, Lloyd Austin specifically goes into battle. Like, in an effort to make this more serious and not, like, show this guy as, like, a bureaucrat. Like, is it bad that the defense secretary was hospitalized without, like, letting the proper protocols know? Absolutely. Okay. But the idea that, like, America was compromised because this man, this is the only guy, like, what if an alien attacked America? Or what if nukes were launched against America and he wasn't there to fight them? Like, he's going to take a shield and deflect the nukes away or something. It's so stupid.
Congress were told as well. And here's the thing. Just the fact that he did not tell the White House, that is now today a gift to the Republicans because it shows unbelievably bad judgment on the part
the Republicans.
Of...
Says the Republican using it. At least don't say that. Just act like you're outraged. Don't literally say you're faking the outrage while you're faking the outrage. Oh, my God.
The Secretary of Defense.
So he's in ICU on Monday. She, the deputy, doesn't even find out that she's going to have to cover some of his duties.
She was in charge.
Tuesday. Doesn't even know he's in the hospital. She was on vacation in Puerto Rico. Donald Trump said failed Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin should be fired immediately for improper professional conduct and dereliction of duty. He's been missing for a week, and nobody, including his boss, crooked Joe Biden, has a clue as to where he was or might be. He has performed poorly and should have been dismissed long ago.
Right, and this is what Lloyd Austin says. I also understand that the media concerns about transparency, and I recognize I could have done a better job. You think? Ensuring the public was appropriately informed. I commit to doing better, but this is important to say. This was my medical procedure, and I take full responsibility for my decisions about disclosure. The other thing, I just surprised Lawrence, because when you go in the military, there's always such a responsibility and accountability. That's what's drilled into you. This guy's a general. This guy's at war a series of years. It's not like we're not in the middle of a contentious situation in the Middle East. We have a Secretary of State fanning out to 5 countries trying to say, guys, let cooler heads prevail. We have our ships in the middle of guarding commercial vessels going through the Red Sea where the Houthi rebels are trying to blow us up. The
Houthi rebels are going to blow us up. Yeah, that's definitely what's going on. It's not the Houthi rebels that are trying to blow us up, dog. It's us trying to blow up the Houthi rebels, first of all. We don't have to do that at all. Just end the ethnic cleansing campaign and the blockade is over. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Blew up 3 ships 2 weeks ago, and we're wondering when the next attack's going to come from an Iran proxy. And this guy is just MIA? I mean, that's fireable, don't you think?
No, I totally agree, Brian. And I respect the general's military service. That's why I'm so shocked that he conducted himself in this way. I mean, there's a rank and file. There's a command procedures that you must follow, and the president is the commander-in-chief. I'm also concerned with everything that's happening in the Middle East, all these conflicts, when China knocking at our door, Russia knocking at our door, what's happening in Ukraine, just our general defense, that the president didn't speak to the Secretary of Defense for an entire week.
And he doesn't think anything's wrong with this.
I mean,
or he's not making any decisions.
That's incredible.
Lawrence. He might, he's a figurehead, it seems. He's probably not making any decisions anyway. He's just implementing what he's told to do. So if he's missed for a week, no one seems to care. I mean, not only does the president put a lid on it like 4 o'clock, comes back from vacation with 3 days of an empty schedule, but now we have a Secretary of Defense who disappears and doesn't tell anybody. Can you imagine if Donald Trump was in office?
Yeah, there's nothing funnier than going to Walter Reed and not having anyone in the top levels of American government know that. Because, like, Walter Reed, chat, is not any random hospital. It is the hospital. It's the military. That's where the president goes. You know what I mean? Like how? He was there for 4 days. Nobody heard about it? What the hell's going on? Pretty funny stuff overall, though. I like that people are just, like, really mad about it. I'm in support of more guys like this just kind of quiet quitting. I think the world would be objectively a better place if more American defense guys or American offense guys were quiet quitting, like Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin.
Office, CNN wouldn't have taken a commercial for 6 days. They'd be so outraged that this dysfunctional White House should not, the president is so unworthy of the position.
Look, we hope he's okay. I'm sorry that he was in a lot of pain. But we wish him all the best.
You do not hope
the way
he's
this was handled was poorly. You have to tell other people when you're in the hospital, when you are in charge of our national security. Politico says this. This is the headline. Someone's head has to roll. They go on to say, not telling the White House, Congress, or the media he's sick, and then telling Pentagon staff he's working from home is next level. This is a problem. Someone made the decision not to disclose. That person will likely be gone shortly.
So he went in originally for an elective medical procedure, and nobody is saying what it is. He thought he would be able to go in.
We need to know.
And have this done. It sounds like it was something minor. Could have been cosmetic. People are emailing us suggestions. A lot of them are things where you go in, you come out. But something went haywire, where 8 days later he's in intense pain. He thought nobody would ever find out about it.
It's pretty funny to think that he got like buccal fat removal or something. Like in my mind, he got buccal fat removal. Okay. Like something super silly. You know what I mean? He's like, listen, guys, I've been saving up for this for so long. I finally got it. No, not like a gastric sleeve. Because you can still make the argument that like that kind of thing is not necessarily elective surgery, but like necessary for survival. Okay. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to do. It's pretty funny for it to be like a hair transplant or buccal fat removal. Something along those lines is like purely cosmetic. Kilme says Biden went full Hitler attacking Trump during the Valley Forge speech. Damn, he did. Can't wait to see that.
But it has currently hit the fan. And Lawrence, just one more thing. Here's the thing. So what is the reaction of the President of the United States? The President said yesterday he retains confidence in Secretary Austin. Now, here's the thing. Joe Biden, as we have said a million times, is very loyal to people in his cabinet. Pretty much his entire cabinet is still intact 3 years later. But Joe's son, Beau, served as a military lawyer under Austin when he was the top commander in Iraq. Beau and Lloyd also would often go to Catholic Mass together. So there is a family connection which could actually keep him in the job because of loyalty rather than the fact that he did something really dumb. Lawrence?
I think as the commander-in-chief, allowing this to stand when no other serviceman or woman would be able to get away with this. He was MIA. He was MIA for a period of time, and the president had no idea about this. The White House didn't know. The Secretary of State didn't know. The National Security Advisor didn't know. and there was not even a peep. And they lied and said that he was working from home when he was actually in the hospital.
Well, that's what he said.
So,
dude, it's got to be wild trying to whip up outrage for this kind of stuff. Like, what happens when it's like, what happens when it's something you just don't care about at all? Like, this one you can kind of make like a little bit of content around, but like, what happens when you wake up that morning and you're Brian Kill Myself, right? And you just have to sit there. You look at the rundown that the producers put in front of you, and it's just some shit that you don't care about, right? But because you're a Fox News morning guy, you have to sit there and be like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, Obama Tansu's a good example, right? Like, how, I mean, respect. Honestly, these guys are experts of the craft. It's not that easy sitting around. Like, I yell about things all the time, okay? But there is a lot to yell about in American media from where I'm standing. From where these guys are standing, it's hard, man. It's hard. It's hard to just, like, it's hard to just constantly be outraged about, like, the silliest stuff.
Look, they've been saying for a while that the president is constantly briefed by his cabinet. We now know that's not true. He did not talk to the secretary.
It's like being a supporter of Israel and just like demanding more from Israel. You know what I mean? What you got nothing left. You're at the end of the rope, dog. What do you want? You know? Like, how are you going to find new ways of talking about how like Israel is the victim? You can't. It's hard. It's hard. It's so hard. That's why you have to recycle remember the 7th of October stuff over and over again. Because like, you don't have anything left. Like, what are you supposed to do? You've been doing genocide for the past 2 months, right? It's difficult. And I am saying, like, it's purely from a media perspective, it's like difficult.
The Secretary of Defense for over a week and had no idea where he was. So this is not just a question about the Secretary of Defense. This is about the president's leadership as well. And I don't think they want to deal with this scandal when people have said that the president is weak and frail and not aware of what's going on.
People?
I think this kind of proves it.
Right. He doesn't have press conferences. He doesn't do interviews. He's good at going on vacation, and we really don't know. We know he was quite angry if you watched him on Friday during that address. So then we just saw him nothing over the weekend.
And today he's in Charleston. All right. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
It's so funny.
Breaking news.
It's so funny that the two dudes are douchey and kill me.
Donald Trump is asking a judge to throw out the election subversion case against him.
My name is Steve. I'm a douche. My name is Brian Kill Myself. And this is Fox and Friends.
In Georgia, the former president's legal team just filed a motion claiming presidential immunity, just like they have in other cases. CNN's Paula Reed has been going through the court filings. Paula, what's his reasoning for wanting
If this gets dropped, I'm losing faith in the
Dana,
American
this
criminal
is all
justice
very
system.
familiar. The
Okay,
former
look
president's
out.
lawyers arguing that presidential immunity should protect him from this sprawling RICO case down in Georgia. And that argument might sound familiar because it is the exact same argument they made in his federal election subversion case. And this question of presidential immunity, this is going to be the focus of a much anticipated oral argument tomorrow before the D.C. Court of Appeals. Trump's even expected to attend. Now, in today's state filing, they're making many of the same arguments they've made in the past. They argue that in and around...
You have faith in our criminal justice system? Yes. Because the only thing I have faith in within our criminal justice system is that they will always make content. It might be horrifying content. It might be funny content. But our court structure will yield content. Okay? Straight up. Like, I'm not saying it's just. Not at all. Unless you're thinking about the content. In which case, then yes. So, for them to turn around and refuse to give us this Georgia televised court proceeding, woo, I'd be pissed.
Around January 6th, Trump was acting in his official capacity as president. They argue that conversations he had with state officials about election proceedings, that's all.
He's been looking extra shit, by the way. Like, he's been looking real bad. I noticed it in the last speech he gave. He just looks so burnt. I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's like lost weight as well. Have you heard a Civil War take? No. I think I heard bits and pieces of it. He was just like trying to. Does anyone have the Civil War take? Actually, I would love to see it. They're lowering the video resolution so you can't see how shitty he looks in his rallies now. Wait, no way. No, they're not. That's crazy. Like saying you're deliberately running ad breaks so people don't see how shitty Trump looks at the top of the hour. It's like, no, that's just a thing that I do at the top of the hour. And also you can avoid the ads and see how shitty Trump looks at the top of the hour, just like every other part of the hour, as long as you subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. Is that the best type of segue? No. Did I try my best? Yes. And sometimes you should give me a 10-10 just for trying hard, okay? Participation trophy style. Just like sometimes you get a gifted sub to avoid the top of the hour ad break, participation trophy style. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
All part of his official duties as president. And of course, they argue that because it was part of his official duties as president, that he should be protected under presidential immunity. These are the same arguments they've made before in the federal case, but so far, the courts have not seen it this way. This argument was dismissed at the district trial level here in Washington, D.C. His former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, has also argued similar issues, and a court of appeals dismissed the idea that election-related activities, that those are really part of his official federal duties. Now, this question about immunity, the extent to which the former president has any protections for his actions around January 6th, Dana, this is a question that could ultimately end up at the Supreme Court. Special counsel Jack Smith has already asked the high court once to just weigh in and settle this once and for all. They declined to do that, instead letting oral arguments go ahead in the Court of Appeals. Whatever happens after these oral arguments or the Georgia case, it is highly likely that the justices will again be asked to weigh in on this. It's unclear if they're going to want to weigh in here, but one thing that is for sure is that by litigating this at the federal and state level, the former president has been at least successful in delaying his federal case and could be successful in delaying the state case as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he would like immunity, but the short-term goal is to delay, as you've been saying for quite some time. You mentioned that he is going to be in court tomorrow for an appeals court hearing.
I love diversity.
He has a
CNN.
pretty significant courtroom scheduled this week, the final week before the Iowa caucuses.
Bro, they look like
they
look like different variants of one another. Like it's the same person, but just like slightly different. Crazy. Which is ironic because it's also identical to fucking Fox News too. It's the same whatever.
He sure does. I mean, we're seeing the intersection between the campaign events and all these legal proceedings. This is something we've been talking about for quite some time. And tomorrow, arguably constitutionally the most consequential day, his lawyers and lawyers for the special counsel will argue before an appellate panel about this issue of immunity. But Dana, even one of his former lawyers, Tim Parlatore, has told me on air, he just doesn't expect him to win on the merits. But again, if the larger strategy, the broader strategy is at least to try to get that federal case delayed until after the November 2024 election, in some ways, they've already won. And then later this week, there will be closing arguments in another civil case that he faces up in New York. Now, there's no jail time on the line here. This is not a criminal case, but it's really personal. For the former president, it's about his business, their ability to do business in the state of New York, potentially facing hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties. We've seen him show up to numerous proceedings in the course of that case. He's watched his children testify. It has been incredibly personal, a lot on the line for him, and that's just 1 week.
It is just 1 week, and many more to come that look a lot like what you just described. Thank you so much for that reporting, Paula.
Joining us right now is Michael Moore, former U.S. attorney and CNN legal analyst. So, Michael, the filing in Georgia making a similar argument of presidential immunity that his team is making in the federal case against him that we're watching for this big moment, this appeals court.
Damn, chat is so fast.
This appeals court taking up that question tomorrow. But is
Emma,
this Georgia
perma
filing
him.
different than the question now before this federal appeals court?
300 seconds is way too
Well, good
little.
morning. I'm glad to be with all of you. It really is the same thing, and we expected to see this filing. The filing is coming not because it's some new matter before the court, but because there's a motion deadline. So the defendants had to file these types of motions in the case today.
I was just taking 300 seconds to look at his life. Oh, you know it's devastatingly bad. Wait 9 extra minutes after the follow period to say specifically that.
Get this out and to have some consideration, the judge could at least know what motions were pending. We expected to see this. This has been raised in some of the arguments. Trump's new lawyer in Georgia has talked about this extensively, but really that he was acquitted in his impeachment trial.
That's all you got?
That then bars him from further prosecution during or because of those acts that occurred while he was president. That's always been a little bit of a different linchpin and maybe a kink, if you will, in the district attorney's case here in Georgia, and that is that she focused her conduct, by and large, on things that happened while he was president, not on witness intimidation after he was president, not on other acts, but on actual things that happened during his presidency. And so, as we know, the president's vested with a lot of power. One of those things is, in fact, to have involvement in elections. The FBI is involved, DHS is involved, the U.S. Attorney's offices all over the country involved. Those are federal functions. And as head of those federal agencies, the question is whether or not any acts he took might be arguably in support of those functions. And that ultimately be the question the appeals court addresses this week.
And that is what the appeals court is addressing this week, exactly. The scope of Donald Trump's presidential immunity. In what you've seen in the arguments that obviously Jack Smith, the special counsel, says his case is entirely based on the fact that he does not think Trump has presidential immunity. Donald Trump's team arguing the opposite. How strong or weak do you think Trump's argument is for absolute immunity at this point?
I think both sides have sort of pushed the boundaries of rationality. Jack Smith argues that, well, you can't give absolute immunity because a president might order that the minority party members in Congress be killed during the State of the Union address or something. That seems to be such a ridiculous stretch that I think that defies some credulity. At the same time, Trump says, well, I'm immune from anything. I can do anything I want to, which presumably would mean he could then, collude with Russia, or he could do other things that we might say, no, that pushes the boundaries too. And so the needle that has to be threaded, I think, is what are really presidential functions? What are the things we expect from a president?
Yeah, Donald Trump could shoot someone during a State of the Union address, and then by the very same metrics say, no, the very act of him shooting someone during the State of the Union was actually a part of his presidential duties, and therefore he should be immune from prosecution. You know what I mean? I trust this guy with his accent and dress. I agree. The old cow viewer, you got to try harder, brother. Try harder, buddy. You're failing.
This case, though, because he has not been charged in Jack Smith's case with the insurrection, you begin to question, well, will the appeals court look at that as some indication that there's not enough evidence that he was criminally responsible for the insurrection and those things, and instead try to focus on these issues dealing with the election counting and the vote counting and that kind of stuff. And that seems to be a little bit stronger. I think at the end of the day, he's not going to win simply on presidential immunity. I just don't, it just seems to be one of his weaker arguments as he goes forward. But we all knew, and I think this is expected on both sides of the aisle, and that is that the Supreme Court is going to have to weigh into this, because this case and this issue is not just about Trump. It's about the president 50 years from now and 100 years from now, and what presidential power and presidential immunity will mean going forward, not just as we look sort of at the past of the oddities of the Trump administration.
Yeah, and from, district court to, in one state, to a federal case against him. I mean, it's right. You're making an excellent point. It's great to see you, Michael. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
We have the latest now on the race for the White House. The Iowa caucuses, where voters will cast the first votes of the 2024 campaign, are just 1 week away. Over the weekend, the Republican candidates were out in force in the state. Rachel Scott tracking it all from Iowa. Good morning to you, Rachel.
Robin, good morning. It was an all-out frenzy here over the weekend, with the Republican candidates crisscrossing this.
This guy's appointed by Obama to be the U.S. attorney. Insane how he thinks Jack Smith's argument the president would literally be a god king and could do whatever he wants, not a good one. This argument is literally valid, because I wouldn't put it past Trump to have every congressional Democrat killed if this decision goes his way when he gets elected. Okay, if you think genuinely that Trump is going to kill every congressional Democrat, you're out of your mind. However, I think the God King argument is good, because that's kind of what America is not about, right? It's supposed to be the one thing, like it's the one objective, universal value that the American government, in the Revolutionary War, stood against. It is at the foundation of this country. If you were to say, yes, they wanted to continue chattel slavery, yes, they wanted to ensure that the democratic process was only dealt with by, landowning white people. All of that is true. But the one thing that they were not on board with was having a God King. It goes against the most important principle of building this country. It's just, that's it. That there is nothing that is more objectively un-American than that. I don't think that Trump is gonna like become the president and then execute every Democrat or whatever, right? I do, however, think that he will be just as authoritarian, maybe even more authoritarian than he was last time around, and awful. But in my opinion, you pulled up my link once, Historia Civilis, Can a Monarch Commit Crimes? Hope you watch it one day. I kind of want to watch it. I do want to watch it. He ain't no big city lawyer. He's not. That guy, he ain't no big city lawyer. That much is true. Where is it? Pinkerton, Hamas, Piker? What is happening? Where is the Historia Civilis video? Why don't you link it now? I hate how winnable Trump has made this election for Democrats. First of all, it's not that winnable. Secondly, I don't hate it. I mean, I don't think people should feel like it's winnable. I don't think the Democrats should feel as though it is winnable, because it certainly, in my opinion, is not as winnable as the Democrats think it is.
The state still trying to chip away at Donald Trump's commanding lead.
With the Iowa caucuses just 1 week away, the Republican candidates are blitzing through the state, still trying to catch Donald Trump. The former president 30 points ahead, facing backlash for saying the Civil War, which was fought over the issue of slavery, could have been negotiated.
So many mistakes were made. See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you.
Do you find those comments acceptable?
I don't even know how to judge. I don't even know what he's talking about. I mean, Lincoln did what he had to do. He ended up...
Yo! Let's watch the original. This is my favorite type of thing because, like, they have to, step over one another to be the most racist, right? So let's take a look. And Ron DeSantis has to, like, be contrary to Donald Trump now. And if Donald Trump is being racist, he can't be like, no, I'm way more racist than he is.
War was so fascinating, so horrible. It was so horrible, but so fascinating. It was, I don't know, it was just different. I just find it, I'm so attracted to seeing it. So many mistakes were made. See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you. I think you could have negotiated that. All the people died. So many people died.
He's such a fucking lib, dude. He's like, come on, just vote. Just vote slavery away. Why can't you negotiate with the slavers? Yeah, dude, totally. That actually was not brought forward at all. It was just kind of, 0 to 100. That's how it worked. Yeah, famously, Abraham Lincoln was like, no, it's time for war, I think.
That was the disaster. If you got hit by a bullet in the leg, you were essentially going to die or lose the leg. That's why you had so many people, no legs, no arms. If you got hit in the arm or the leg, it meant you were up because the infection, gangrene. It was just such a, sort of a horrible time. But I was thinking to myself, because I was reading something, and I said, this is something that could have been negotiated. It was just for all those people to die, and they died viciously.
It's so sick to be the type of guy who, I don't know, watches a Civil War documentary and says to himself, this is something that could have been negotiated. That's awesome. Yeah, notice how I skipped past the fact that he said he was reading something and immediately went to watching a documentary because that's precisely what he was doing. Ain't no fucking way. He was reading something about the Civil War. Come on.
It was a vicious, vicious war. And in many ways, look, they're all nothing nice about it. But boy, that was a tough one for our country. But I think
nothing nice about it.
It's, Abraham Lincoln. Of course, if you negotiated it, you probably wouldn't even know who Abraham Lincoln was.
What?
He would have been president, but he would have been president. He wouldn't have been the Abraham Lincoln. Would have been different, but that would have been okay. It would have been a thing.
Is he trying to say that Abraham Lincoln, he did the Civil War because he was kind of selfish, like he wanted to be remembered as a great leader, that's why he did the Civil War? Also, if he's being remembered as he did it for clout. Abraham Lincoln did the Civil War for clout. Emancipation Proclamation for clout. 4 scores, folks. What's that about? Wearing a big top hat.
And I know it very well. I know the whole process that they went through, and they just
he knows it very well.
Get along, and that would have been something that could have been negotiated, and they wouldn't have had that problem. But it was a hell of a time. And you think of it today.
It was a hell of a time.
I would have absolutely stopped Putin. He would have never gone in, and he didn't. For 4 years he didn't. It was never even.
Putin? God, he has such a beautiful way of weaving through subject matter. No, he's just saying if the Civil War didn't happen, Abe Lincoln wouldn't be remembered like Grover Cleveland. Okay, but like he also is making it seem as though he's also kind of making it seem as though the Civil War is not so great and Abe did it for clout. Like he could have negotiated it, but then due to his clout goblin ways, he wanted to like be remembered. Russia versus the armies participating in the U.S. Civil War of the 19th century. Who you got?
Ushering in the abolition of slavery, and he saved the Union.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was long seen as Trump's toughest opponent. He's already visited all 99 counties. Now he's in a battle for second place with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
I like to be the underdog, so I'm just letting that sit. Let people say what they want.
But do you believe you can win?
We've done it right, and we're gonna do well.
If you do not place first or second place, are you staying in this race?
We're in it for the long haul.
In it for the long haul, regardless.
Absolutely.
Haley has spent the last several days walking back comments she's made on the trail. First, failing to mention the word slavery when asked by a voter what caused the Civil War, then suggesting New Hampshire would correct the Iowa caucuses, and now facing new questions from voters about why she isn't going after Trump harder.
Pro-Trumpers don't think I love him enough. Anti-Trumpers don't think I hate him enough. For those that want me to hit Trump more, I just am not going to do it.
And the weather throwing these campaigns a little bit of a curveball. The Trump campaign forced to cancel a surrogate event due to some brutal snow and heavy cold that is now on the way.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the...
I mean, yeah, she's admitting that she's cowardly because Trump would roast her. I mean, he's just too popular. I feel like she wants to be, maybe she wants to be in the cabinet. I don't know. Nikki Haley would probably be the best VP pick for Trump.
Exclusive report.
Insider calls Trump's demeanor on January 6th very unsettling.
Reporting on what Trump insiders have told the special counsel about
3
the former
years,
president's
and we still
conduct
get new
on
content from
January 6th
January
as he
6th. The
watched
gift that keeps
rioters
on giving.
storm the Capitol. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl has the details. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. ABC News has learned new details about what the people who were with Donald Trump on January 6th have told federal investigators about his behavior inside the White House while the Capitol was under attack. Sources familiar with the investigation say that some of the most vivid details come from one of Trump's closest advisors, somebody who has worked for him for more than 30 years and remains one of his senior advisors today. As the nation marks the 3-year anniversary of the January 6th attack, Donald Trump defended his supporters who ransacked the Capitol, calling for those who have been imprisoned for breaking into the building to simply be released.
I call them hostages. Some people call them prisoners. I call them.
There's nothing funnier than the switch up, the collective switch up that basically every fucking Republican went through. Day of, they're like, these guys are criminal terrorist Antifa and need the death penalty. And then they're like, oh, well, these guys don't represent the Republican Party. And Trump is like, oh, I'm so sorry for the actions. And then literally, like 3 years after the fact, now they're like, you know, these guys are political hostages. We need to release them. And it's like, bro, they've been in prison for like 3 years. Some of them came out already. If I'm a Jan 6er, I'm so pissed. Because, like, this guy abandoned me. I did everything for him. I did everything right. I dropped everything for him. And then this guy abandoned me. Except, of course, they're so profoundly stupid that it doesn't even matter. They just, like, they still think, like, oh, now he's calling us hostages. He's right. God King Trump.
Hostages. Release the J6 hostages, Joe.
The Justice Department has charged nearly 1,300 people allegedly involved in the attack, as well as Trump himself. After lengthy court battles, Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigators have spoken to all of the senior aides who were with Trump at the White House while the Capitol was under attack, including trusted aide Dan Scavino, a man who has known Trump since he was a teenager and worked as his golf caddy. Inside the White House, Scavino ran Trump's Twitter accounts and all social media.
The great Dan Scavino, most powerful man in politics.
Scavino.
I love this. Trump is very good to, like, all the fail sons around him. He does end up, you know, he has a farming program for sure. What I do find really funny is that we found out that the first tweet that came from the Trump account didn't come from Trump directly, but came from Dan Scavino, which goes back to the same thing that I've advocated for since day one, which is I don't believe Trump wanted to ever stop the protesters. And due to the pure selfish reasons, he wanted them to keep going because he wanted to see how far they could take it. Okay. And that is what happened. And Scavino felt the pressure, so he's the one who actually posted that tweet. I think he honestly found it entertaining. Yeah, no, I think he was mad. He was mad and he wanted to see how much he could burn down.
Spent much of January 6th at Trump's side. Sources say Scavino told investigators that Trump sat in the dining room next to the Oval Office as his supporters attacked the Capitol. And then as Scavino and other aides pleaded with Trump to do something to stop the violence, Trump sat in front of the TV, unresponsive, his arms folded. Scavino called Trump's demeanor very unsettling. The sources say Scavino told investigators that Trump was angry, saying the election had been stolen from him and that his supporters were, quote, angry on his behalf. Much of that anger was directed at Trump's loyal vice president, Mike Pence. And sources say another White House aide, Nick Luna, told investigators that when he informed Trump that Pence had to be evacuated to a secure location because of the threats, Trump responded, "So what?"
Our sources tell us Scavino was also asked directly whether he ever saw any evidence that there was election fraud in 2020 enough to change the election results. And like so many others close to Trump, under oath when asked that question, he said no. He never saw any evidence that the election was stolen. The Trump campaign has responded to our report by saying, quote, Dan Scavino is one of President Trump's longest serving, most loyal allies, and his actual testimony shows just how strong President Trump is positioned in this case. Lindsay?
What?
All right, Jonathan Karl for us. Thanks so much, John.
Hi, everyone.
They got your bagman to sing like a bird. The fuck do you mean? Do you agree that Mike Pence's actions on that day were pivotal in preventing a true constitutional crisis that day, or do you think his role is overblown and overestimated? His role is overblown and overestimated. Why? Because there is no world in which this plan was going to work. The certification process is pure symbolism, okay? It's purely symbolic. The idea, and I've said this in January 6th, and I've repeated this many times over since then, the idea that somehow, like, stopping the process, or Mike Pence being like, I refuse to certify the elections. I refuse to certify the elections. I can't do it. We're going to send it back to the states. Like, that doesn't change the outcome at all. It's just like, as someone said, it's a ceremonial proceeding. It's far too late in the game at that point. It's like thinking, here, I'll give you another example. It's like thinking if Trump doesn't attend the inauguration and do the ceremonial passing over of the presidency to the next president, then magically he's still president. You know what I mean? Like, no, everybody knows who the president is at that point. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, oh, well, Trump never surrendered office, so technically, it's like Admiralty Maritime Court guys. You know what I mean? It's like weirdly talking about the rules as though they're super significant. It reminds me of the guys who are like, no, you don't understand. Like, you know, there's a gold crescent, or there's a gold crest on top of the American flag, which means this is an Admiralty Maritime Court. So rules are not rules. Or like a sovereign citizen thinking like, oh, well, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Like, yeah, dude, the symbolic vote certification process was not completed, which means now Trump can be president again. Like, okay. Now, some of those rules are very silly, but people do take it seriously. I guess it's a matter of like how hard liberals would take those rules seriously. Like, because if you ask me, I think like the Supreme Court is silly, right? I think like strict textualism is a silly way of looking at the Constitution. I think it's like completely made up. I will never be convinced that this is a real, genuine, legal, scholarly school of thought. I don't believe it. But liberals do. So they play the song and dance. So then you have to act like maybe it is real. You know what I mean? You learn about it in school and stuff. So it is still entirely dependent on how much liberals personally believe is real. And I don't think liberals would have been like, oh, the vote certification process decided that Trump is still president. Like, liberals hate Trump. They would never. They would have been like, absolutely not.
All right, breaking news. We now have the details of that spending deal reached on Capitol.
Here's another fake, nonsensical bullshit thing that we have to play song and dances over every goddamn month, or I mean every goddamn couple of months or so. The spending bills. How will we budget the government, dude? Another fake thing. But liberals think it's real, so we act like it is real.
Capitol Hill, back with us now. NBC's Julia Jester from Capitol Hill. Walk us through what we know, Julia.
We just received Speaker Johnson's Dear Colleague letter, which gives us more details on this top-line spending agreement. The big, important number is $1.59 trillion. That is the top line for spending in fiscal year 2024, which allots $886 billion for defense and $704 billion in non-defense spending. Now, Speaker Johnson is touting $16 billion in spending cuts to offset discretionary spending levels, and he highlights two key concessions made by Democrats. The first is cutting an additional $10 billion in IRS funding, as well as $6 billion in COVID-era funds.
That's my favorite. Cutting IRS funding to fix the deficit is my favorite, because like every dollar that you spend on the IRS returns more dollars to the coffers. That's kind of the whole point of the IRS. That's how the deficit works in general. That's the entire purpose of the IRS, is to take money out of the circulation. It's so dumb. It's like, here, let me blast you with this new cancer gun to fix your cancer. Here, now you have ass cancer. It's a new type of cancer.
Which the White House strongly opposed. So he's touting these as wins for Republicans, but that doesn't mean that this is a done deal. My colleague Ali Vitale, as you've seen today, is on the campaign trail, and Chip Roy said that he doesn't like what he's hearing regarding these top line numbers. So we're already getting a little bit of Republican opposition, but now that this top line is set, that is good news for progress to avoid this government shutdown at the January 19th deadline.
What? Once VP kicks it back to the states, the fraud electors get brought in, and 1/3 of the Americans who believe Trump's fraud electors are the real ones, so Trump declares the military seizing of power to prevent the Dems from stealing the election again. Military chief officer who had gladly sided with Trump at that time, not the present day per se, and helped him complete his coup. Yeah, no, dude, you are, I mean, this is Lebanon, in my opinion. And no, I don't mean like Beirut. I mean Lebanon. No. If that was the case, Donald Trump's like relentless, the election was stolen from me arguments would have been infinitely more successful in the minds of the American voter population, and not necessarily the exact opposite effect, where it like really grossed out a bunch of Republicans and caused them to not vote.
Appropriations Committee can get to work negotiating these details, and it really is just a first critical step to avoid a shutdown ahead of January 19th. Now, as you may remember, back in November, Congress passed that tiered CR, which funded the government partially to January 19th and then the rest through February 2nd. And so this is great news, but we will see in the days to come, as all of the members of Congress flood back to D.C., how this lands with both Republicans and Democrats, because it's going to need to get the support of both.
The IRS is super effed up right now. They said the company I work for overpaid payroll taxes and sent us a check for $4.1 million, then another one for $500K. Wait, was it wrong that they did that?
The new court documents released in relation to.
Oh, this is the good one. This is the final bombshell, the recent one. The recent bombshell that came out is actually the most balmy of the bombshells. Jeffrey Jebediah Epstein. New court documents reveal the claim that Jeffrey Epstein made sex tapes of Prince Andrew, His Holiness, Bill Clinton, and Sir Richard Branson. That is right. Sir Richard Branson.
To the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein have made claims that sex tapes were alleged to have been made involving Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, and Sir Richard Branson. Our US correspondent Martha Kellner joins me now. So, Martha, tell us more about what these court documents contain.
Yeah, this is the latest tranche of documents to be released, Mark, and as part of these new papers, there are emails from a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, Sarah Ransom, to a journalist who was working at the New York Post at the time. In these emails, Sarah Ransom claims that Jeffrey Epstein took sex tapes of Prince Andrew, of Sir Richard Branson, and of the former US President Bill Clinton having sex with girls and young women. Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton have, of course, previously.
Is this the same girl that, like, I think this might be fake. I think this is the same girl that said that she had the sex tapes, specifically then admitted later that she didn't have sex tapes. She just wanted to act like she has some kind of counter. Like, this is the one that admitted later that the sex tapes were fake, that she didn't actually have the sex tapes, but she said it as collateral so she doesn't get, or leverage so she doesn't get assassinated. Yeah.
He denied any wrongdoing connected
I think it might
with
be that
Jeffrey
one.
Epstein. A spokesperson on behalf of Mr. Branson for the Virgin Group told the Press Association this morning, my time, in a New Yorker report published in 2019, Sarah Ransom admitted that she had invented the tapes. We can confirm that Sarah Ransom's claims are baseless and unfounded, and that is in fact correct. In 2019, Sarah Ransom told a different journalist that she'd...
Wait, that's awesome. Wait, the way that they're... So, one, I was right. And two, the way that they presented this story is kind of fucked up. I mean, dude, that is borderline defamation lawsuit territory. Like you kind of buried the lead there, right? New court documents reveal allegations of celebrities' sex tapes. And then also new other court documents show that allegations were false.
Invented the tapes, in her words, to draw attention to Epstein's behaviour and to make him believe that she had evidence that would come out if he harmed me. Now, these
she said that she did it for leverage, like or collateral, so that she doesn't get killed.
Documents are part of a civil lawsuit settled out of court in 2017 between Virginia Giuffre, who's another of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's currently serving 20 years in a US prison for sex trafficking. So as part of these documents, there are also photographs included which show Ghislaine Maxwell on Jeffrey Epstein's private island, Little St. James, in the Caribbean, that were included by Virginia Giuffre's legal team to show that Ghislaine Maxwell was present on the island at a time when she said that she wasn't. These documents, though, also include pictures of the former Labour Minister, Lord Peter Mandelson, with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island. There is, though, no allegation of wrongdoing connected with him. Other pictures on the island show a host of young girls together with associates of Jeffrey Epstein. There is one more lot of documents connected with this civil suit expected to be released later today. And even though for many of those named or pictured within these documents, there is no allegation of wrongdoing connected.
Don't the sex tapes have to exist in order for it to be a leverage, or was it like she made them? Yeah, I think... No. The question you're asking is, doesn't there have to be real sex between these people that she claims she has sex tapes for her accusations to actually work? And the answer to that is yes. So, like, it's a little bit different than just, like, completely making up something, right? Because, like, if you're completely making up something, then how is Jeffrey Epstein, you don't take that seriously. You go, okay, she's crazy. All right. And then you sue that person back. You countersue that person for defamation. You don't actually turn around and settle with them, right? Because, like, if she actually was completely, if she was just completely making everything up, then ultimately the counter to that is, you lied. You're lying. Here's the truth. That never happened. Does that make sense? It's like a weird situation. It's a weird situation where something must have happened for her to be able to use that as leverage, right?
It is nevertheless incredibly damaging, incredibly uncomfortable for them to even be connected to such a prolific paedophile as Jeffrey Epstein was.
Okay, Martha, thanks very much indeed.
United Airlines says it's found loose.
Dude, this is a story that I absolutely take no pleasure in reporting. Boeing 737 MAX 9, loose bolts found on planes after near disaster. Apparently, someone even tried to blow the whistle on the safety of this product as well. No, I will not be bringing in Marat.
Loose bolts during an inspection of its fleet of Boeing 737 MAX 9s. Inspections began after a section of fuselage fell from an Alaska Airlines flight in midair on Friday. Well, our North America editor Sarah Smith is in Washington for us. This news has just emerged, Sarah. What more can you tell us?
Good luck with Cutie right now. Bro, Cutie, ugh, God, see, this is how you can spot a fake fan of the Fear End podcast. Because real Fear End heads already know Cutie would never step foot inside of a Boeing flight anyway. She has very specific flights. She can only fly in Airbuses, and also Airbuses that are commanded by her uncle, and also Delta. JetBlue or Delta only, Airbuses only. That's like her whole, no private jets. No, absolutely not. She will not fly in a private jet. Again, fake fan, phony fan, 100%. She would never fly a private jet because she thinks private jets are less safe, which she's correct, by the way. Train is cooking you? What do you mean? Are we talking Thomas the Tank Engine? Like, what's happening? Who? Did you see this from the flight? Oh, yeah. An iPhone survived 16,000-foot drop from a 737 and survived with spare battery to spare days later. It's one of the greatest iPhone ads of all time. I saw that. Found an iPhone on the side of the road, still in airplane mode with half a battery and open to a baggage claim for Alaska Airlines. Survived the 16,000-foot drop perfectly intact. When I called it in, Zoe at NTSB said this was the second phone to be found. No door yet. This is the most... I mean, listen, as an iPhone user, just saying, dude, an Android could never. They found the door in a teacher's backyard. Yeah. Terminal velocity... I just don't know how it survived it, but I guess maybe because it's like grass. I don't know. Goated phone case? No, this doesn't have like a phenomenal phone case. Yeah, it's wet, so it fell on soft grass. Maybe that's why. Or maybe, I don't know. I just think it got lucky. Yeah, sometimes MindDrive is correct. Sometimes it just hits the ground right. Even a human has survived from those. Like every now and then there will be a story about how like someone fell out of a plane and survived it. You know, because that is real. Like, people sometimes literally fall out of planes without parachutes and survive it. So I don't know how, but they do. 33,000 feet is the biggest fall from a plane without a parachute. Your legs and the rest of your body get pulverized and protect the vital parts. Yeah. Imagine falling that far and surviving. Okay, let's see. Can a person survive falling out of a plane? There you go. The science of surviving a fall. How to survive a 10,000-foot fall from NPR. Okay? Falling from an airplane would ruin most people's day, but if you're James Bond, it's no big deal. As enemy plunges to the ground, Bond fights off a second bad guy, deploys his chute, and floats gracefully to Earth. Piece of cake. Okay, Alan McGee survived the 20,000-foot fall from his plane during World War II and survived by landing on the glass roof of a French railroad station. Serbian flight attendant Vesna Vulovic still holds the Guinness World Record for the longest survived fall, over 30,000 feet, after her plane blew up in the 70s, though some cynics think the real height of Vulovic's fall was a mere 2,600 feet. Okay, that's a big difference. Vesna Vulovic is Boy's aunt. You are such a... Wait, what? I thought you were being funny because Boy is Serbian. There's no way. Not really. Don't you hit terminal velocity before 2,600 feet? But how exactly do you survive such an extraordinary event? Rhett Elaine, associate professor of physics, says that the experimental evidence on the subject is thin because it's unethical to throw people out of airplanes for science. Fortunately, we don't have enough data to make a trend line. Wait, what? Bro, you can, what? That's not the only way to, this is not the only way to figure this out scientifically, I feel like. No, these are people who fell out of a plane without a parachute, chat. How can you survive when it's called terminal velocity? Explain that. Dude, I have no idea. I actually don't understand it. I do feel like half the time, like if people fall from that height into water, I feel like that's a definite you're dead. But somehow if they fall into the ground, they don't die, and I don't understand why. I'm not... Another Jim Hamilton has compiled dozens of these stories. For instance, Alan McGee, we talked about. So Rhett Elaine, associate professor. Still, Elaine and others have a few ideas. Be small. This is one situation where size really does matter. Smaller people are going to fall slower. So that's going to give them a better chance of survival. You've probably witnessed this phenomenon if you ever brush an insect off your kitchen table. A 3-foot fall is pretty intimidating for something as small as an ant. But the ant survives. How does he do it? The answer has to do with the two main forces. Oh my God. Gravity and air resistance. Wait, what? Dude, that's another way. Another tall aside, dude, for the talls. I'm sick. I'm sick right now. I can't even read the rest of this, okay? This is real. Tall aside is so real, dude. Oh my God, another major L for the talls. Oh God, I hate it. You never hear about tall kings. You're right. You're so right. Only short kings. Only short kings. Our resident 5'5" Nesua throws up the Haas flex when we're talking about short kings. You may remember learning physics. Gravity accelerates objects at the same rate. Although two objects with different masses will fall at the same speed in a vacuum, it's not so simple for a skydiver. Air resistance pushes you back. Gravitational force depends on the person's mass. Consequently, large people accelerate longer before they attain terminal velocity, so they hit the ground at a higher speed. Bigger people also have a larger surface area, which increases air resistance, but Elaine says it's not enough to compensate for the stronger downward force due to the larger mass. You can drop a mouse down a 1,000-yard mine shaft, and on arriving at the bottom, it gets a slight shock and walks away. A rat is killed, a man is broken, a horse splashes. Oh, gross. Hit something soft. What you land on makes a difference. Survivability is heavily influenced by G-forces. Soft surfaces are easy on the body because they increase your stopping distance. Okay, I'm serious. It feels like...
Did you know that squirrels can fall from any height and not get injured? Due to squirrels' small mass and their instinctive ability to spread their body out when falling, a squirrel hits its terminal velocity of 23 miles per hour in around 3 seconds. That means that if the squirrel is falling for 3 seconds or 3 hours, the maximum speed it can fall at is only 23 miles per hour. When a squirrel hits the ground at their terminal velocity, it's not enough to injure them. Unless, of course, they are unlucky enough to fall into lava. Then it might not go.
One woman survived the fall, and then she survived like 2 weeks in the jungle after. How a teen survived 11 days in the Amazon after a plane crash. This is the woman, right? Oh, no, this is a different woman. Juliana Klepke. 17-year-old watch unfazed from 19F, a window seat. Okay, there's got to be a YouTube video for one of these stories, right? Come on. Give me something easier to watch than fucking reading goddamn Washington Post articles. Come on, guys. We got some... Wait, what? There's a Herzog film about her? Okay, this is an hour long, though. This might be a little too long.
In her dreams, Juliane often sees herself on the streets of a city. Shops, display windows, bargains. Everything seems normal. And then all of a sudden the faces she encounters are broken.
Oh, Man City's well-read. The closed caption on YouTube essays, I suppose. Wait, what? I didn't say I'm well-read. I hate reading. And secondly, I read all the time regardless of the fact that I'm illiterate. And obviously, my job here right now isn't to just read documentaries, read news articles. My job is to make it entertaining for you. It's one thing for me to just sit there and read casually by myself. It's an entirely different thing to sit there and read casually with 22,540 people listening to what I have to say. Okay? I got a job to do. I got ad breaks to serve at the top of the hour, for example. Okay? And I got to get you with some compelling content that you no longer will see, that you no longer would want to avoid. And the best way to do that is by giving you some, stepping on Kaya's tail, by giving you some good, juicy content. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, you already know, baby. All you need to do is subscribe for a $5 reducer for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
December 24th, 1971, Lanza Flight 508 from Lima to Pucallpa, Peru, was struck by lightning, now considered the deadliest lightning strike in aviation history.
It's so funny because most of these videos are probably just like the Herzog movie, but summarized.
It caused a crash that ultimately led to the demise of everyone on board, except for one 17-year-old girl. Today we're going to explain how Juliana Kopka survived a plane crash and 11 days alone in the Amazon. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History over Peru. Kopka's hazy, disjointed recollections of the flight and the crash are nothing short of pure nightmare fuel. It was the day after her senior prom and just a few hours after her high school graduation ceremony. She was flying with her mother between Pucallpa and Lima so they could celebrate with her father. Along the way, the plane encountered a storm. The sky became pitch black all around them, and lightning was constantly flashing outside the windows. While her mother was concerned, Juliana, who loved to fly, didn't think much of it. Suddenly, there was a bright light on the wing, and her mother said, "Now it's over." The engine roared. People screamed. The plane plunged sharply towards the ground and began to break apart. Juliana's mother was thrown from her seat. Finally, Juliana, along with her seat bench, was sucked from the fuselage and out into the sky. Kopka says she felt a calming wind as she plummeted toward the thick forest canopy, which she later recalled as resembling green cauliflower or broccoli. Her seat, which she was still belted to, rotated like a helicopter blade. She suspects this may have played a role in slowing her descent, and that the seat itself must have cushioned her fall. Yeah, think about that the next time a flight attendant reminds you to buckle up. Juliana blacked out before impact, and due to a concussion, she retains no memory of the next 20 hours or so.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. You know what I mean? It's like good. It's totally valid not to remember once you fell out of a goddamn plane.
She suspects she must have awakened during this period and removed her seatbelt because it was off by the time she fully regained consciousness. It was 9 a.m. the morning after the crash, a fact she could tell thanks to her watch, which at this point was still functioning. It was also pouring rain. Kopka was soaking wet, dirty, and partially underneath her seat bench. She crawled fully under it to escape the rain while she regained her strength. According to Kopka, I couldn't really feel anything. It was like being wrapped in cotton balls. With a lot of effort, I could only get up on my knees, and then everything turned black again. It would be a full day and a half before she was able to get up and walk. Juliana could tell her collarbone was badly broken. It was a sharp break that was overlapping beneath her skin, but luckily had not punctured through. She also had a deep laceration on her calf, but because she was in shock, it wasn't bleeding too much.
Wait, what? How does shock stop the bleeding? That I don't understand. When you're in shock, it like stiffens you and you have low blood pressure? Wait, really? Shock is organ shutdown. That's crazy. The body is so sick, dude.
The cut on her arm had become infected with maggots. She feared that this might mean the arm would eventually have to be amputated, but at this point, there was nothing she could do about it. Doctors would later discover she also fractured her shin, strained her vertebra, and tore her ACL. Likely due to the effects of adrenaline, she didn't feel any of those things until much later, after she had reached a hospital. Once she felt strong enough, Juliana forced herself to her feet. Most people would probably be terrified to find themselves alone and injured in the middle of a...
Maggots probably help slow the infection too. Wait, really? Maggots on an infectious wound is good? Really? Dude, I'm learning so much. I thought it meant it's bad. I thought it meant you're cooked. Maggots only eat dead tissue? Oh, what the hell? So old doctors, like ancient apothecaries, throwing maggots on your freaking injuries is like actually the smart thing to do? Bro, I thought that was like just some madness, like that people thought was good. I thought when you saw a maggot on a wound, that was a signifier that you're dead, you're done. You have a lot of like infection on your wound and you're going to die. Wait, what? They use maggots in the US in every hospital today? Wait, what? What? Wait, no, hell no. Bro, I go to the doctor and the doctor's like, "Oh, here, I've got this can of maggots." I'd be like, "No shot. Only certain maggots, and maggots will absolutely eat living flesh." It's still really bad because you have necrosis, but the maggots will keep it from killing you. Bro, this is the craziest thing I found out today. It's one of those things where it's like, so what, are leeches real too, or is that fake? Be honest to me. Be honest. Are leeches fake, or are they real too? Like, we were just wrong about everything? Yes, you never watched Gladiator? Gladiator is one of the greatest movies of all time. Of course I watched Gladiator. Your doctor refers you to a specialist and it's 12. No, I remember that. I remember in Gladiator, he's like, just wait. Close your eyes. Or something. And then he's like, and then maggots are eating his like injury. Eating away at his injury. Like, close your eyes. And then he wakes up and then his like injury is... Gladiator is a document. Exactly. That's like, you know why I didn't pay attention to that? Because it's not real, okay? I just thought that they just kind of made it up. Leeches can... That guy had a real moment in the early 2000s. I wonder what happened to him. He was in... Wasn't he also in Blood Diamond 2? What was his name? Yeah, Digimon Honsu? No, not Russell Crowe, dude. The black guy. He was like the guy, dude. He was always like the guy, like the black sidekick to the protagonist. He's in Gran Turismo. Wait, really? I mean, I haven't really watched a lot of recent movies, so maybe he is in some stuff. Yes, dude. Chris Tucker. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I said black guy, and your response was Chris Tucker. The only black guy. All right. All right. How do we get here, man? We're talking about people flying out of the planes.
The jungle teeming with snakes, crocodiles, and all manner of poisonous flora and fauna. But Juliana Kopka had a very unique childhood. Her mother, a world-renowned ornithologist, and her father, a famous zoologist, worked at a research station in, would you believe it, a Peruvian rainforest. Yes, Juliana had been raised in a very similar area, and her familiarity with the types of terrain was a major factor in her survival. It also meant she never became overly afraid of her situation. Kopka herself mused, "I learned a lot about life in the rainforest, that it wasn't too dangerous. It's not the green hell that the world always thinks." No, Juliana wasn't afraid for herself. She was afraid for her mother. Once she was able, Kopka began to scout the area immediately around her crash site for other survivors and resources. She was careful to leave a trail since she knew how easy it was to get lost in the jungle. On the 4th day after the crash, she heard a sound she recognized as a king vulture landing in the forest. She knew from her ornithologist mother that this particular type of vulture only landed when carrion, or rotting flesh, was in the immediate vicinity. Following the sound, she discovered the remains of 3 other passengers.
Still very minimal injuries. How is that possible?
One of the victims was a woman, and Kopka initially feared it might be her mother. However, poking her with a stick, she was able to discern that the woman had painted toenails, which her mother did not.
What's up with the feet imagery, like the feet B-roll?
During those first few days, Kopka would occasionally hear the sounds of rescue planes.
No, you said chair took a lot of the damage, except those guys were in the chairs too.
Her head, because the forest canopy was so thick, she wasn't able to see them, and more frustratingly, she could not get their attention. Eventually, the sounds of the planes disappeared, and she realized they were no longer searching for survivors. She would later describe these as her most hopeless moments, and she realized she would have to rely on herself if she was going to escape the rainforest alive. Finding water was as simple as licking droplets off leaves, but finding food was no easy task. She didn't have the tools necessary to fish or hack at edible stems and roots.
Dude, I'm taking a L 100%. This happens to me, I'm so dead. Like, it's like, what are the odds that the person that got clapped was also simultaneously like a survivalist expert or something? Like, how is that possible? Crazy. She spun to win, and on top of that, she was able to. This is the moment you have to befriend a bear so they can provide it for you. Her parents maxed out her stats in this exact need for this
And
battle.
she knew a great deal of what else grew in the rainforest was poisonous. Though it wasn't much, Kopka had been lucky enough to discover a bag of candy near where she landed. That candy would be her only sustenance, and she rationed it carefully, eating just a couple of pieces each day. Once it was gone, she experienced extreme hunger. At one point, Juliana briefly considered trying to catch and eat some wild frogs she had spotted, but discovered she was too weak and slow to get them. This ultimately turned out to be a good thing, since she later learned they were venomous dart frogs that likely would have ended her. Juliana searched the area she landed in for other survivors, but she didn't find any. She did, however, find a small well. It reminded her of some advice her father had given her as a child.
What is going on? Why are her parents like, listen, one day in the future, okay? One day in the future, if you ever see a well, heed my advice. It's like, what is happening? Yeah, it's like a comic book flashback, dude. Like, what the hell?
Told her if she was ever lost in the jungle, she should follow the water sources to find rescue. The idea was that each tiny stream would lead to a bigger one, and eventually to one big enough to be a water source for potential rescuers. Juliana has stated that had she found other survivors, she probably would have stayed put and waited with them. In hindsight, she realized that likely would have cost her her life. Without anyone else to wait with, she decided to start at the well and follow the water. Progress was slow and difficult. Kopka was wearing only a short sleeveless mini dress, which made the nights very cold for her. Her watch had also stopped working, which meant she had to keep a close eye on the sun to tell time. She was also missing a shoe, which was particularly worrisome given that she knew there were snakes that liked to camouflage themselves among the leaves on the forest floor. Complicating things even further was the fact that she had also lost her glasses in the plane crash. Taken together, all this meant that she had to constantly use her remaining shoe to probe the path ahead of her before she could take even one step. Eventually, the creek she was following became deep enough to walk in. Despite the fact that Kopka could see crocodiles slipping in and out of the water, she knew they seldom bothered humans, and that by traveling by water was ultimately safer than traveling by land. As she followed the water, Kopka noticed that the way was often blocked by logs, a sign that the area wasn't well traveled and might not lead her to rescuers. Blocking these discouraging thoughts out, Juliana continued on. Then on the 10th day after the crash of Lanza Flight 508, Kopka spotted a boat. At first, she thought she was hallucinating, but she moved toward it and found herself actually able to touch it. Once she determined the boat was real, her adrenaline kicked in. Near the riverbank where she spotted the boat, Kopka saw a path leading up into the forest. Assuming her—
Bro, this is okay. This is not just like one thing. She survived the longest sequence of L's of all time. Like, I don't, because every step of the way I'm dead. Like, it's almost, obviously the most impressive thing is like the sheer luck that it takes to survive the fall. But then beyond that, it's like I would have died in so many different circumstances. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how she continued.
her rescuers had gone in that direction, she tried to make her own way up the path. By this point, she was so weak she could only crawl.
You know she ate everyone and they sanitized the story with all these coincidences? That's crazy.
Even worse, the maggots that had infected the cut on her right arm were causing her intense pain as they tried to burrow further into the wound. Luckily, at the top of the path, she came across a small hut that had a can of gasoline in it. She recalled that in her childhood, her father had used kerosene to treat a dog who had a similar wound.
That's crazy. Okay, that's insane. That's like, again, she's just having flashbacks in the middle of the fucking rainforest, dude. She's had 3 flashbacks to her childhood. Nuts.
Juliana sucked the gasoline from the can and applied it to her wound. The pain was intense, but it worked. She removed 30 maggots herself. Her rescuers would later remove another 50, but thanks to this quick-thinking action, she never had to lose her arm. With no one else in sight, Kopka tried to sleep in the hut under a tarp, but found the ground too hard. She returned to the riverbank and spent the night there. In the morning, she returned to the hut. This time, she was...
Wait, what? Why would you leave the hut? That's crazy. Turns out, the fact that she left the hut was great because the hut was actually stormed by wolves in that very moment or something. But the wolves were afraid of going down to the riverbank. And when she came back to the hut, people that were hunting the wolves were there.
Discovered by 3 Peruvian men. They were confused by her presence and frightened by her bloodshot eyes and blonde hair. Kopka later explained, "They believe in all sorts of ghosts there, and at first they thought I was one of these water spirits called Yimana. They are blonde, supposedly." Luckily, Juliana spoke fluent Spanish and was able to explain her situation to them in their own language.
Classic, dude. Classic.
Day, these men took her downstream in their boat to a nearby town where she was able to get treatment at a local hospital. Juliana was the only survivor of Lanza Flight 508, but it's interesting to note the crash almost claimed one more. Film director Werner Herzog was almost on the flight, but a last-minute change in
that's why he did a movie on
plans caused him to cancel his reservations. Inspired by this twist of fate, he would later create the documentary Wings of Hope to tell the incredible tale of Juliana Kopka's survival. Do you think you could survive what Juliana did? Let us
No. Dude, yeah, she had plot armor. It's crazy. Do you think you could survive? No, absolutely not, sir.
We got through security, which was nice.
That's good.
Nice, yeah.
One of my relatives holds the world record for the longest free fall survived.
Really?
Yeah, her name's Vesna Vulovic. She was a stewardess, an air hostess. What do you call it? Yeah.
Yeah, air hostess.
On a flight back in like the 70s, I think.
I think I watched a video about this.
Yes,
yesterday.
she was sucked out of the airplane.
Yeah, well, no. They exploded the plane. And she just like fell, but she was like trapped between the dining cart and another part of the plane, and it kept her body like together. And then happened to be like some World War II medic where the plane crashed. And
Didn't she crash in the jungle though? And then she was
no,
stuck
it was like
14 others survived by... Wait, what? 14 others survived the crash, but then died waiting for rescue? No way. 14 people survived the plane crash?
in Germany or Slovakia or something.
It was in a pillow factory.
Yeah.
Thank God. Close call. Tumbled off onto escape.
This is Alexa. Chatter wasn't lying. Alexa's aunt literally is the woman that is currently the Guinness World Record holder of the survivor of the longest fall, I guess. 4 children found alive in the Colombian jungle weeks after.
And we're learning more.
Bro, I'm telling you, okay, dude, this ain't no thing but a chicken wing, okay? Dude, people are taking L's and turning those L's into W's left and right. It turns out people survive plane crashes all the time, dude. I feel like I feel like the hardest part is the waiting for the rescue operation. Did you guys know any of this? Someone needs to inform Cutie. To be fair though, like I know I'm dying immediately. I'm falling ass first somehow and just being impaled by a tree and dying in the most painful death. Like there's just no way I'm surviving a plane crash. I know it already. At that point, I'm just like, once I'm out in orbit, I'm like, oh, it's GG's. I thought like in the past when flights, you know, would crash and people would like eat each other and stuff, I thought that's when they were on the plane still, or like they fell out of the plane in like the most opportune time. You know what I mean? Yes. Come on, guys. You've heard this one before. There's stories about how people like survive in the mountains and stuff, and then they start eating each other. They eat each other as they're falling. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I meant they start eating each other while the plane is crashing. They're like, oh, well, I'm a cannibal, so this is my opportunity. No, I meant like the plane crashes and then they survive the crash and then they start eating each other for survival. But like, I meant like they stay in the plane and the plane is somehow intact or something. You know what I mean? I didn't realize like people that survive this stuff like that, they just fly out of the plane while the plane is still in transit, like still above. Damn, they took a photo before the flight and everything. Oh, see, I was right. Like big homie stayed in the flight and survived. They like survived being inside the flight, right?
Sabemos dónde estamos.
Mírame los ojos. Mírame los ojos.
Uf.
El avión no se ve.
Y aunque pasen por encima nuestro, no van a ver.
¿Qué pasa cuando el mundo te abandona? Cuando no tenés ropa, te estás congelando.
¡Vamos a llegar hasta arriba!
Cuando no tenés comida.
I, for real, so badly want to know your thoughts on the consensual cannibalism case in Germany. It's disgusting. What do you mean? It's like total freak shit. It's the guy who ate the other guy's penis, right? And then they like shared it. That's the one, right? Yeah. It is so just like classic. What do you think my take would be on that? You should look up the world records for falling out of a plane and surviving. They're fucking nuts. One stewardess held onto a beverage cart and crashed into a fucking mountain and survived. Yeah, that stewardess, turns out, was literally Boy Boy's aunt, chatter. We already covered that. Where were you when we were covering? By the way, you want to know how we got to this point? I was like an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago, we were on Boeing 737 MAX 9 loose bolts found on plane after near disaster. And I just skipped the story 22 seconds in and immediately dove headfirst into the world of surviving plane crashes. That's crazy. Finish the trailer. Oh, yeah, here.
Te estás muriendo.
Is he eating a cigarette? Dude, Europeans need to chill out.
¿Comer qué?
Yo no me voy a quedar acá.
I guess that's not the only thing they ate.
¿Ahora se van a dejar morir? ¿Después de todo lo que pasó?
Vos tenés las mejores piernas del equipo. Tenés que caminar por los demás.
Is it just might makes right? How do you eat? Who gets ate first? How do you decide? Bro, there are probably dead people around them. I assume they ate the dead people first. What are you talking about? There's like hella dead people that are perfectly preserved. Bro, they're in an ice box. They're literally, they have Wagyu steaks in an ice box at that point. You know what I mean? Motherfucker, this happened in Chile and they were from Uruguay. Oh, my bad. I saw, like, I thought it was like a Spanish movie.
¿Lo ves? Hay que intentarlo.
You're gay. They started with wine and chocolate, but they thought they were getting saved and ate it all. It is a Spanish movie. Random, but someone said Icebox Valorante, and that reminded me of the finals. Have you tried finals video game yet? No, I haven't. Why did that sequence of events take place in your brain? Okay. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. All right. Let's finish this video.
Well, United Airlines have grounded all of their 737 MAX 9 aircraft after that incident on Friday, and they're inspecting all of them and have just confirmed that they have found loose bolts on the door plugs of several of their airplanes. And in fact, the BBC's news partner here in America, CBS, say sources have told them that loose bolts have been found on the door plugs of at least 5 United airplanes. Now, of course, it was an Alaskan airplane that suffered that dramatic mid-air blowout on Friday, but all 737 MAX 9s have been grounded for inspections, and you can understand why after the door plug fell off that Alaskan Air flight mid-air, and it was in fact found in the back garden of a teacher in Portland, Oregon today. And just to explain, a door plug is what's used when you have an airliner that doesn't need all of the emergency exits all the way along the fuselage. So where there would have been a door, they instead fill that in with a panel or a door plug instead. And that's what fell off that Alaskan Air flight. And you can understand why when you found loose bolts on at least 5 of them on other aircraft, just how worrying that is.
We're going to talk about this Boeing 737 MAX 9, which you'll recall was involved in a dramatic mid-air blowout. Air accident investigators in the United States said today that restrictions had already been placed on the passenger plane after pilots on 3 previous flights reported warning lights.
Nice, dude. I love how there's always oh, we were warned about it. This is, I guess, the Boeing version of like he was on our radar. You know what I mean? That guy did interview me, chat. You're right. He did. Yes, it's the BBC World News anchor, whatever his name is. I was interviewed by him. You're right.
The aircraft had been prevented from making long-haul flights over water. Its panel door blew out mid-flight.
It's a
on
friend
Friday
of
over
the
US
show.
state of Oregon, and has been found in a house backyard. This video, taken by a passenger on board the flight shortly after takeoff, shows there was a hole by the side of the plane where the panel was blown out. Here's the call that was made by the pilot. And just 20 minutes later, Flight 1282 made an emergency landing back at Portland International Airport in Oregon.
I think if you have your seatbelt on, you don't get sucked out. Like, Will and I were having this conversation with Cutie, and like, and she was saying like, oh, if you get sucked out, you're dead. And like, I don't think that's how it works, because Will correctly pointed out that there was a pilot before that had literally gotten sucked out of the front of the plane, and the other pilot grabbed him, and they basically landed with him outside. Like, and the pilot survived. So I don't think you definitely die. Once the pressure is stabilized, nothing pulls you out anymore, so no more air rush. He was partially sucked out and the pressure stopped him from being able to come back in, but he survived, right? I'm pretty sure he survived. Pilot sucked out of cockpit window. Captain Tim Lancaster is sucked out of the plane, leaving co-pilot Alistair Atchison in a desperate situation. Wait, didn't the captain survive? Like, he got crazy frostbite, but he survived, right? Yeah, British Airways pilot saved from being sucked out of the plane. Just 27 minutes of the flight, cockpit window shattered and the captain was sucked through until a fast-moving... Dude, this is such a funny sequence of words to you. The captain was sucked until a fast-moving colleague saved his life. Yeah. Quick-thinking cabin crew member Nigel Ogden was hailed a hero. I jumped over the control column and I grabbed him round his waist to avoid him going out completely. His shirt had been pulled off his back and his body was bent upwards, doubled over the round top of the aircraft. His legs were jammed forward, disconnecting the autopilot, and the flight door was resting on the controls, sending the plane hurling down at nearly 650 kilometers per hour through some of the most congested skies in the world. Oh my God, they took a photo of it? They took a photo? Oh, a reenactment. Oh my God, it's a reenactment. Oh my God. Oh my God. For a second, I thought they were like, quick, Nigel, grab the phone camera. This one's going on MySpace. Take a picture. I'd like to send it to the telly. Oh my God. As well as the captain, the lives of 87 passengers and crew are hanging in balance. I was still holding Tim, but my arms were getting weaker. And then he slipped, Mr. Ogden recalled. I thought I was going to lose him, but he ended up bent in a U-shape around the windows. Oh my God. So he actually got stuck. Like, even after he gave up, even after he, like, slipped, the dude was straight stuck on the side of the fucking plane. That's crazy. He's like, step bro, step brother, I'm stuck in a U shape on the plane. Please help me, step bro. That's what he said. Help me, co-pilot and subsequent step brother. I thought I was going to lose him, but he ended up bent in a U shape around the windows. His face was banging against the window. The way they're describing this is crazy, dog. His face was banging against the window with blood coming out of his nose and the side of his head. His arms were flailing, and it seemed about 6 feet long. Most terrifyingly, his eyes were wide open. I'll never forget that sight as long as I live. That's crazy. So stupid. Why do they keep making these reenactments? Listen, bro, at least he survived. He survived. It's just so funny that they made these reenactments. Yeah, it was like a wacky inflatable arm man outside of a car dealership that you'd see in a beloved franchise like an American telly show. God damn, dude.
Luckily, nobody was injured. In fact, it's quite amazing anybody was not killed on this flight. Here's the moment Jennifer Homendy from the US National Transportation Safety Board announced they'd found the door plug.
I'm excited to announce that we found the door plug. Woo! Thank you, Bob. Bob, I will not give you Bob's last name, but Bob contacted us at witness@ntsb.gov with 2 photos of the door plug and said he found it in his backyard.
Well, the share price of Boeing has sunk 9%, wiping $13 billion off its stock market value. Alaska Air, that runs the MAX 9, cancelled 140 flights on Monday. Dr. Todd Curtis is a former Boeing safety engineer and founder of the website airsafe.com. I asked him to explain how this could happen with such a new aircraft.
Well, any aircraft, very complex piece of machinery, and even one that is like the 737 that has been produced in one form or another for over 50 years. So with anything that complex, there's usually some sort of issue, minor, that has to be resolved with a new airplane. Even a brand new airplane has to go through periodic maintenance checks during its lifetime. Now, some of those can happen fairly quickly. So I'm sure this airplane has had routine maintenance up until the point of this event.
How important do you think it is that they've recovered the door or the...
Bro, that's crazy. I think he is a booger. That's a unfortunate zoom, man.
Section of the airframe that had disappeared.
I think it's absolutely essential that they recover that door to get a full picture of what went on. While they have the rest of the aircraft, the problem that this aircraft had was centered on that door. And by having that to analyze, they can see if there was some sort of manufacturing defect, if some maintenance had been overlooked, or any other problem that was not seen before this flight.
It's now emerged that there were decompression lights that had been flashing 3 times previous in the cockpit. In fact, once on the day before on a flight that this aircraft had taken. Did they miss the warning signs?
This is the downfall documentary about Boeing and the 2 737 MAX crashes that killed 350 people. Basically said Boeing quality went to shit after Wall Street took over. Yeah, brother. It's called financialization, okay? Every single company has those exact same corner-cutting measures implemented. Boeing is more so a bank now, just like every other company is, more than like a creator of things.
Well, they didn't miss the warning signs. As the NTSB said in their press conference recently, there were 3 of these events, 1 in December and 2 on the 2 days prior to the event. And at the time of the conference yesterday, the press conference, they saw no direct link between the pressurization problem and the door problem.
Is Mayor Pete still running transportation? If so, he's having quite the time in his position. Yeah, it's kind of wild to think about, but like, I mean, I know it's not directly his fault, more so just capitalism. But I think like whoever is the transport secretary, no matter what going forward, is just going to increasingly have a worse fucking time. It's just things are going to keep getting worse and worse progressively, I think. Guys, remember, I talked about this a couple months prior, but like there was a very real provision that the airline companies were trying to push forward that would make it so that planes didn't need 2 pilots on at all times. Okay? So things are going to get much worse, okay? The only thing standing in the way of that was labor unions, specifically. They were able to successfully kind of push that, but push that away. But remember, you know, we're reverting back because we need to engage in cost cutting, no matter what. More efficient that way. When Reagan said trickle down economics, do you think he meant planes trickling down out of the sky? Is what he meant.
But one of the fortunate things about the problem was that even if it was unconnected, because they had that issue, this aircraft was not allowed to do what's called ETOP service, flying between the west coast of the U.S. and Hawaii. Had this event occurred out over the middle of the ocean, it would have been several hours, perhaps, rather than a few minutes before the aircraft could have gotten back on the ground.
Can you just explain what it would have been like in the cockpit from what we've heard? Because it blows out at 6,000 feet. What happens then, and what would the pressure change be like inside the cabin?
Well, at 15 or 16,000 feet where this event occurred, the atmospheric pressure is roughly half of that on the surface of the Earth. So when you have something that large, like a door-sized gap in the air, you would have a rapid decompression that would affect all parts of the aircraft. In fact, according to the NTSB, there was damage from several rows behind this door all the way up to the cockpit area. So there was a rather chaotic scene, loose objects, papers and whatnot flying out of the aircraft. In fact, there was a critical checklist that was in the cockpit that was blown out of the cockpit somewhere in the back of the plane. So even if there was not damage, it was affecting how the crew could fly this aircraft.
And yet we don't know what the chatter was between the pilot and the co-pilot because apparently the recording, the voice recorder, has been overwritten. Is that typical?
That's correct. That's very atypical. The voice recorder in the U.S. is required to have 2 hours worth of data. And apparently after this event was over, rather than cutting the power off to the voice recorder, the power was left on. And over the next 2 hours, it silently recorded whatever was in the cockpit, which was nothing. And so when the NTSB looked at it, there was no data. This has happened during several serious events, including runway incursions and a near crash in San Francisco a few years ago, where an aircraft almost landed on top of 4 other aircraft waiting on the taxiway. After that event, the same situation occurred. The power wasn't taken off the cockpit voice recorder, and there was no data.
So what finally do you think is going on at Boeing? This is an aircraft that was taken out of service for 20 months because of 2 previous fatal incidents outside the United States. It comes back into service, and now this. What happens, to the future of the aircraft, given, I guess, the wide concerns that passengers will now have about flying on it?
Well, as far as the future of the aircraft is concerned, it's pretty much assured. There is a set of orders for this aircraft stretching out several years, and they can literally create and manufacture dozens of aircraft a month of the 737 MAX series and have customers around the world. Now, as far as customer concerns about this, that's a legitimate concern. This is an aircraft model that had 2 very serious fatal crashes within 18 months of its entering service. Compare that to an earlier brand new aircraft design, the 777. It had been 18 years between introduction and the first fatal event, and the 787 has yet to have a fatal event.
Seems good to me. Seems good to me, guys.
The workforce has declined year after year after year for decades. We finally changed.
Flight cancellations in 2023 fell to the lowest rate in at least a decade. Needless to say, this would be an especially bad time for government shutdown to halt air traffic controller training. If it's Boeing, I'm going, in parentheses, to die. After 5 years of our contract expiring, the National Mediation Board denied our request to strike. American Airlines Flight Attendant Union, no raise or contracts in 2018. Oh. Wait, they overwrote the pilot recordings after the incident? What do you mean? It just makes sense to make planes with planned obsolescence? No, it doesn't. Oh, they let it pass as data capacity. Yeah, listen. It doesn't. Were you not listening? No, I was peeing, chatter. Listen to me. This is one instance. This is one thing where there's no planned obsolescence. It don't work that way. We'll do the streamer awards after this other plane story, though, because I want to cover, or not plane story, sorry. This other story about the Lobo, and we got Italian fascism, and we got all this other stuff. We got white boys being swagged out. You know what? Let me do the swagged out white boys are back on top story first. Apparently, a dude by the name of Connor, and this video has everything you would ever want out of a good memeable video, decided to get into a cauldron at a wedding. Take a look at what happened. First of all, I love this other guy just petting the cauldron, like right off the top. Very helpful.
My sweater off. I already took my belt off and I didn't do shit.
You got it, Connor. You got it. You do. Look, you can do it. You really can. You really can. Look, you gotta just pull your body out.
And why is nobody brought it?
Just surrounded by white ladies, sipping on, you know, champagne and white wine, and my man is just stuck in there.
His knees are hitting.
His knees are hitting. I'm trying everything I can. So, yeah, I mean, he pulled a getting over it, which is pretty awesome. How do you get in there is the question I have. Like, how? But apparently, here's what happened. There's an update. An anonymous source sent me more video of Connor stuck in the urn and getting chiseled out.
All the fire department break this motherfucker.
Connor, this is an HR issue, honey.
Well, I mean, he's making the most of it, it seems. It seems like he's having fun with it.
I'm stuck.
You're not going to be able to get out.
I'm stuck. You're going to be there the rest of the day. Y'all going to have to find a fucking hammer.
We'll get you out.
Y'all better find a fucking hammer. That's so. Why is he so like it's just like weird because he's in an embarrassing situation, but it doesn't seem like he's aware. He's like so sassy about it. Like this is not everybody else's problem. It's like, bro, you got in there. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, indignant is the perfect way to describe his attitude. And I don't personally get why he's like, it's your fault I'm stuck in the cauldron, Hank. You made me get in the cauldron to begin with. I did not want to be in the cauldron, Hank. I hope you're happy. It's also the visual, like visually, it's pretty funny. It just looks out of place. Like, even though, like, I know there's more human down there, it just looks like he's a tiny human. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I can't make sense of where his legs are and how how his legs fit in there. Oh, what a great story, man. What a great way to start off the year, you know? I know him. You know him? He's my second cousin. Someone live tweeted it. We have a man stuck in a decorative urn at this Mountain Brook house party. I repeat, we have a drunk man stuck in a large decorative urn. Wait, this is a lie, right? Details as they develop. He was laughing at first, but now he's starting to get upset. I thought it was a wedding. There's talk of attempting to break the urn. The host has dispatched a friend to retrieve his sledgehammer. My view is obscured by the gathering crowd, but I can hear the tinkering of a hammer and makeshift screwdriver chisel, mixed with the frustrated panic grunts of the captive. There's a cracking sound and the crowd cheers. He's free. The urn has been shattered and our hero emerges unscathed. Our long national nightmare is over. People are now discussing the cost of the shattered urn. I'm hearing prices ranging from $500 to as high as 3,000 US American dollars. Urn guy is up and moving around. Now without his pants, which were apparently lost or damaged in the incident. Wait, what? How did he lose his pants? He wanted double makers on the rocks. I gave it to him, and now he's drinking alone, having a cigarette, still pantsless in the corner of the yard. Looks like a friend is trying to usher him into an Uber. Happy New Year's, everyone. Stay safe out there. Remember, decorative urns always look bigger from the outside. How was he? Okay, this is unbelievable. It's unbelievable because, like, it's unbelievable because why would anybody let him stay alone by himself after this situation happened? I feel like everyone would want to be a part of his story. Man stuck in urn at Mountain Brook party, loses pains, breaks expensive vase, and Alabama internet. Wait, his name is Connie Pradgett. We are in contact with the legend himself, and he will be joining us for an emergency taping at George Center pod. His pants survived. I repeat, his pants survived. I am the real Connor Pradgett. Yes, I was the guy stuck in the vase. Yes, these are the same pants. Okay, this is the most Alabama man alive, down to the fucking barber vest that he's got on. I love him so much. This is the most Alabamian person. Why is he so Britling coated? Inbreeding. It's the same principle. Yeah. Like in America, the Tory behavior only went down to Alabama. George Center rules. I highly recommend it. Okay, but like, how did he get in there? I need to know. Call the fire department to break this motherfucker. Paget screams as onlookers offer words of encouragement in a video posted by Twitter user Christy Yamaguchi Main that has amassed 13 million views and counting. I'm fucked, Paget says, as one partygoer hacks away at the urn with a chisel. Others offer him tips that Paget said were futile. I'm doing everything I fucking can, goddammit, he screams. I already took my belt off, and that dude didn't do shit. Efforts by Alabama.com to reach Paget for comment were unsuccessful. The ex-account of the once called Twitter Casual Thursday said they were at Mountain Brook Party, gave a play-by-play of Paget's ordeal. Urn Guy is up and moving around, but now without his pants, which were apparently lost or damaged in the incident. Everyone seems fine with this. He wants a cigarette. He wanted a double Makers on the rocks. I gave it to him, and now he's drinking alone and having a cigarette still pantsless in the corner of the yard. All right, let's watch the video of him getting out of the situation, folks. Let's take a look.
We are not breaking the pipe.
I'll do it now.
No, we're going to get you out.
You're going to sleep in the
pipe.
Ever became a game. I mean, in the corner of
They're going to put this next to us.
Just hammer it. Just go down from the top.
When does the candy pop out?
That's awesome. Check the One Piece subreddit. Redditors arguing about which counties in the real world Luffy would save. Absolute gold. This story is incredible, dude. I mean, every part of it is incredible. Neil Druckmann at the Golden Globes. Not a single flash is crazy, Lamount. Yeah, what the hell? They didn't know who this guy... Okay, they did him. They're like, who is this guy? He's yelling, next up, next up. Oh my God. You think the reality set in while he was sitting there looking at the fact that not a single photo was being taken of him? That's crazy. Bro, they take photos randomly, like on accident. They take photos. How is that? Like anyone that walks through that carpet, the camera guys will take a photo of. Like I've been at events before where like they don't know who I am because I'm a random e-celeb. I'm like a Z-lister. And they'll take a photo of you and be like, hey, this is da-da-da for the Getty. Can you please say your name into the camera? And they like turn the camera towards like wherever the mic is, right? Like all cameras have like a mic. So they'll be like, here, say your name into the camera. They didn't even do that for him. They gave him the absolutely no shot, we're taking a photo of you treatment. That's crazy. They take a few, but the carpet is so busy they wanted the next one. I work at Getty. Okay, if you work at Getty, explain to me how this works because I feel like it's a waste of time that he's just standing there without a single person taking a photo. And he looks kind of sad by the end of it too. They literally don't have anything to lose from taking that photo. They have absolutely nothing to lose. Their dignity. I thought they had like handlers who hold up signs of who the person is like off to the side. It depends. Sometimes they do that. At an event like the Golden Globes, though, I doubt it. Like I'm sure at the Golden Globes, you probably have a face sheet. Like all of that is like, I don't know. I've never been to a Golden Globes type event. It's anti-Semitism. Yeah. Have you seen that Steam has a capitalism and economy fest on its store? Wait, what? What do you mean? Like a video game? Wait, what the hell? Steam capitalism and economy fest? Dude, Gaben is going crazy with it. Gaben went from running a cooperative to doing a capitalism and economy fest celebration. Big ambitions. X4 Foundations, Traveler's Rest, Tropico 6, Prison Architect. What the hell? Who would want to play this? Welcome to the world's best lock 'em up? Wait, what?
Godforsaken hole. Too long. All I seem to do is eat, shit, and fight. Man, do we fight. Welcome to the world's best lock 'em up. Build and manage a maximum security prison.
Of course it's a Paradox game, bro. Oh my God. Of course it's a Paradox game. Dude, this company is out of control, okay? It's just like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Listen. Listen, people with autism got to play something too. You know what I mean? Like, it's just every Paradox game is specifically designed. Tavern Master, Automation Ellisbury update, the Car Company Tycoon game, Software Inc., Railgrade, new sandbox mode, Transport Fever. Okay, dude, come on. Okay, they couldn't say what this is actually for, okay? They couldn't, it would be inappropriate if they were like, you know, they went with Capitalism and Economy Fest because they couldn't say what this is actually, who this is signaled for. Anno 1800, where is Paradox's Accessibility Award? Yeah. Remember when you played Papers, Please and immediately became a Secure Our Borders fascist? Yeah, I do remember. Because I'm trying to win. Poland before the Islamic Revolution? Students on construction practice in Gliwice in Poland in 1976. That's funny. Okay. Let me explain something to you guys, okay? I tried City Skylines. I tried it. I played it for 20 minutes. I was like, nope. I noped out of it so quick. No umbrellas allowed. Oh my God. Big Pharma? Wait, what? This is Vivek Ramaswamy Simulator. Bro, I don't understand how people draw fun out of these things, okay? It's just so not for me. Luck Be a Landlord, which is a roguelike deck builder. Airport CEO, Mad Games Tycoon 2. What is X4 Foundations? Oh, it's like a space. 100 Days Winemaking Simulator. Crop Rotate? Okay, dude. That's crazy. City of Gangsters? These are all resource management games. Anno 2205, Casual, Trade Bots, Weedcraft, Dwarves, Glory, Death and Loot, Acres. It's games you can watch while having a stream or other content on, not diagnosed with anything. Not diagnosed or anything, by the way. Oh, okay. This is your mod. Bro looks at Steam for longer than he games on stream. Dude, oh my God. I got it, Weeby. Weeby, I'm sorry that I'm not watching Bill Maher clips again, okay? So I can entertain your ass and your ass only. All right, well, I'm happy that this guy got out, okay? Now let's watch the real reason why Boeing's new plane crashed twice. But I guess we already know that. Guy just went off. Lamau.
Love to leave behind right-wing fundamentalists and Christian nationalists who use Jesus, whose birth we celebrate, as a prop while legislating and fighting against his actual teachings. There's a lot of right-wing brothers and sisters in this country who identify as Christian, and they care about the manger and the crucifix, and they ignore the 30 years of teaching. 33. Well, actually 3 years of teaching he did in between. Jesus is not an ally of the Republican Party. There is no overlap between Jesus and the policies of Donald Trump. In South Carolina, they tried to have a bill this year calling for the death penalty for abortion. We're so pro-life, we'll kill you. That's where we're at right now.
That's Stephen Wright.
Is this guy like reverse Bill Maher? He sounds like what Bill Maher is supposed to be like. By the way, this is actor and comedian John Fuselgang, I think.
I would kill for a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah.
Seeing the Pope this week enrage these right-wing Christians so much because he acted like Jesus in blessing gay unions. Yep. Jesus is not anti-immigrant. He commands people to welcome the stranger. He never mentions abortion. The Bible never condemns abortion. We've had 2 generations of Christians in this country who have been groomed to believe criminalizing abortion is something to do with what Jesus talked about. Christ was a peaceful, radical, nonviolent revolutionary.
A few weeks ago,
gay people. He commanded you to pay your taxes, to welcome the stranger. Individuals and nations must care for the poor and sick in Matthew 25. He who lives by the sword must die by the sword, Luke 22. There's a reason why these right-wingers...
Bro, this is straight up like if Bill Maher wasn't shit, okay? This is how Bill Maher imagines himself
Never
to be.
try to put the Sermon on the Mount on walls in classrooms.
This actually is like reverse Bill Maher, the anti-Maher. It's awesome. I don't think they're squirming. I don't know why people are saying they're squirming. Yeah, Weeby must be fuming right now. Yeah, he's like, who is this fucking imposter that you're watching? Oh, here's the thing I was going to say, by the way. Fascism is back and bigger than ever in Italy. Footage circulating on social media shows hundreds of men gathered outside the former headquarters of the Italian social movement, MSI, making fascist salutes. The Italian social movement was a fascist party that later morphed into the Brothers of Italy party, of which Giorgia Meloni, the incumbent prime minister, was a co-founder. Meloni has distanced her party from allegations of links to fascists. That's right, claiming it is patriotic and conservative. The event marked the 46th anniversary of the killing of the 3 fascists in Via Assia Larentia in Rome. I go to Italy for 4 days, 5 days. I say the one thing about the bread, and all of a sudden, Lazio gets a big boost in support, okay? This is how it works. I said to myself, what the fuck is going on with the food in Roma? And all of a sudden, half of Italy is like, oh, Maron. Italians seem scary until you realize they're all 5'8". Yeah. I think I see your Uber driver in there. It's like 300 dudes from the whole country on one square LARPing. Last time there was millions of Italian fascists. They couldn't conquer 20 Ethiopians and a Greek grandma. That's funny. As an Italian chatter from Rome, I feel so ashamed watching this video, but I'm glad you're covering it. I mean, yeah. What do you think is supposed to happen? I mean, I tweeted about this too. I said, look, it's pretty obvious. I've been talking about this quite a bit this past year, especially, that like fascism is absolutely popping in Europe. Some might say it never went away. Others might say it was hidden under a liberal agenda. Okay, under liberalism, it was able to hide itself, like the same mechanisms of control that fascism implements. Ultimately, though, it's happening in Germany. It's happening with Geert Wilders. You got libs so mad with your tweet. Yeah, I know. They can suck me. Well, they can get so mad that they join the fascists, I guess. You know what I mean? I said decades of neoliberalism have successfully gutted the socialist opposition in every single European country. Now they're openly embracing fascist politics again. Dark times. Yep, blame the liberals, not the socialist movement itself. Yeah, you're right. I love looking at a system where like liberals have dominated these countries, right? And it's still somehow the fault of socialists. I love having these politics, man. It's so fucking funny. It's just like a lot of these fucking idiots fancy themselves to be so above the reactionary garbage of Fox News, right? And this is the hilarious part about being like an online liberal who talks about being an online liberal. And it's no different than the fucking absolute baboon-brained Fox News watcher who thinks Nancy Pelosi is a socialist, okay? Who thinks all of the worst aspects of capitalism are still somehow socialism. That's it. But of course, it doesn't really matter because there's like a viable audience for being this outspoken of a dumbass. So you can just kind of get away with being wrong over and over again. Like, how is that any different? Yeah, it's actually terrifying how mainstream fascism is becoming just being like, this isn't fascism, it's exactly the same as fascism, but with a different title. No, I don't get it. I don't understand how you can like look at the situation and recognize that it's anything different than the guy who literally says, oh, what about bread lines? And then like points to a photo of like a capitalist country and be like, hey, look at that. That's socialism. Jeff Bezos, he's socialist. It's like, okay, everything is socialist. Everything bad is socialist. I mean, look here. Whatever this is, another fucking incredible blue check mark. Socialists literally acting like Nazis. Hasan, it's the neoliberals who did this. Awesome. I like the one reply to that who's just fat. What do you mean? Yeah, no. Years of socialism gutting economies and trampling on the middle class have done that. Way to go. Socialism only serves the elites. There you go, dude. Great to see. Fascism is a form of socialism. Just like Twitter is straight up. Twitter is just completely just a sea of the dumbest takes. At least there used to be funny takes back in the day. Now it's just like the absolute stupidest takes of all time. Oh, you have to be an American with a comment like that, says Jimble Snarks. He says, Canadian. I've experienced it firsthand. Quebecer spotted, opinion discarded. You know what I mean? Could it be socialists don't have the fascist aesthetics? Too much pink hair in chat? What? Oh my God. Oh. I think there's no way of just like, I don't think there's any way of actively combating this level of stupidity. I'm going to be honest. There's just no way. like the worse things get for these dudes individually, like the worse things get all around the world, or all around their world in particular, the more they will blame socialism somehow. And it's like, where is the socialism? What is this? Sock darling? Socialists shooting socialism in the chest. How could neoliberalism do this? I think there's something really weird about people LARPing as like European style social democrats. Unless this person is actually a European social democrat. Because like, it seems Elon Musk streams himself playing Diablo 4 on Twitter. Nice. I'm Dutch and capitalist interest neoliberals indeed fucked up the Netherlands, reversing the economy, enabling fascism, and leftist socialists get the blame now. Yeah. No, it's definitely... Talk shit about the Europeans is how you know you want to. I mean, I don't have to talk shit about the Europeans. I've already said it. Everything that's happening here is happening in Europe and accelerating in a worse, going towards a worse position overall. Entire sectors previously controlled by the government are being liberated, okay, by the beautiful reforms of the market. And as social amenities and social safety nets get deliberately worse as a consequence of that, all that will end up happening is more frustrated people, more economic instability, more economic volatility, more insecurity, more instability, and therefore more fascists. And it's like weird that people who say that they're social democrats, for example, are like gearing up for this fascist takeover by simultaneously fighting, just more so shifting their focus upon the people to the left of them, rather than the supposedly thing that they hate the most, which is supposed to be fascism, right? Like where has wow, that hasn't happened before. Exactly. I mean, that's what sock dems do. I mean, I thought there was a time and place where I would say like, that's just LARPing, especially for America, right? Like, oh, sock dems killed Rosa, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it does feel like a lot of social democrats basically, no, I mean, they did do that, but I'm saying like a lot of social democrats basically apply that situation to now, or I mean, a lot of socialists in my mind would apply that historical reality to now in America. And I always thought maybe it's not applicable. And I mean, it's still Twitter LARPing for the most part, a lot of this back and forth, but it is weird. Like, what's the difference between a social democrat and just like a regular neoliberal then? Like, if you're looking at a bunch of fascists, and I'm talking about decades of neoliberalism successfully gutting socialist opposition in every single European country, then what is the difference between you and a neoliberal? Like, why don't you just call yourself a liberal or a neoliberal? Why do you feel the need to call yourself a social democrat? Because there is no difference then, I guess. Because that's what liberals do. Liberals look at this and go, no, this is actually socialism at play. It's socialism's fault, right? And this doesn't make any sense to me. Why make this distinction? Why act like you are somehow different than liberals while simultaneously defending liberals, allowing allowing economic instability? Because, like, in the eyes of a fascist, a social democrat is also a socialist. If you're like actual social democrat, if you believe in heavy regulation over market reforms, right, then you shouldn't be defending neoliberalism, which is free market reforms and no regulation whatsoever. So in a situation where the battle lines are drawn, and let's say you have two different, you have two pathways that you could take, socialism or fascism, socialism or barbarism, and you take the fascist path, then okay, you're indistinguishable than a fascist. I don't understand it. Social democracy is popular currently. I think that's why people are starting to realize liberalism is a problem, so everyone wants to be a social democrat. Okay, but you can't be defending liberalism while also simultaneously branding yourself as something a little bit different. Does that make sense? Sock dems in Europe do not blame socialism. They blame foreigners. Hence, alt-right parties rising. They allow for some social safety nets for their white citizens. I mean, it's different in every country, okay? If you look at like social democrats in Sweden and it's like peak, then many of them were indistinguishable from democratic socialists. Some of them actually called themselves democratic socialists or socialists. So there is a difference there, and that difference is indistinguishable now it seems. Because SOCDEMs are liberals, and deep in the back of the liberals' mind, they see the current order as just and socialism an actual recognized threat. I don't get it. If you are looking at a situation where neoliberalism is the dominant attitude from those in positions of power in Europe, and you are blaming socialism like a fucking dumbass reactionary mouth breather, then how are you any different than that same dumbass reactionary mouth breather at that point? Like, my point is this. If you consider yourself a social democrat, then you must consider yourself something different than like a regular neoliberal, a liberal in general. Like, you believe in government regulation, you believe in government intervention, you believe in, trust busting, you believe in social safety nets, social amenities, like things that the government is supposed to provide. You believe in nationalization of key sectors in the economy. These are things that social democrats believe in, right? So you have to be, at least in the fundamentals, when push comes to shove, way closer to my mentality of the world than the other side. You have to be way closer to my mentality of the world than liberals, for example. So that's what I don't understand. Why do you distinguish yourself from liberals while simultaneously pushing the same exact attitudes that liberals do? It makes no sense. Just say you're a liberal then. This was social democracy at its peak. Why can't Twitter suck dems be like this? Yeah, I know. That's what I was referencing. Yes, but Haas, I think to make social work like Vienna, we needed to tighten immigration, and we won't do that. First of all, that's not true. It's not even remotely true. Economy scale. You're out of your mind for saying things like that. It's more so about a distribution of the surplus labor value than anything else. Okay. And it's funny because people that say that don't care about fixing the economy or offering social amenities. They just don't want brown people in the country. Okay, that's it. Anyone that says, no, we need tighter immigration controls before we get socialism in this country is just straight up operating like a 1938 Nazi, okay? Oh, yeah, no, totally, dude. We're going to get the better social safety nets once we kick it. I don't understand how you can live in America and feel this way when social cohesion does not necessitate looking exactly like your neighbor, okay? This is the country where every single person from every single background will become eventually a hog, okay? 3 generations in, this beautiful mosaic turns into a melting pot, and that's precisely the reason why we are probably the only country where there are even trans school shooters, okay? My argument is, instead of assimilating into becoming a school shooter or a hog of different varieties, there is clearly social cohesion of that sort. Why don't we blend into a diverse, multicultural, pluralistic society that takes care of its own fucking citizens and gets in the way and doesn't get in the way of revolutionary actions globally? Anyway, my thing was more so just about, like I said, it was more so about like why people fancy branding themselves as something that's not a liberal while simultaneously just defending liberalism. Does that make sense? Especially as conditions worsen. Like, just say you're a liberal instead of fucking saying you're a social democrat then. I don't get it. Is it possible you are conflating people with different views? I mean, that is possible, but I'm simply responding to this, right? This person who calls themselves a sock dem libtard, right? They have clearly branded themselves as a social democrat, okay? A social democrat is supposed to be different than a liberal. A social democrat is still a capitalist, but it's supposed to be different than a liberal, because if this person was a liberal, they would have just called themselves a liberal, right? And I don't think people understand that difference, because the reason why I'm saying this is like the branding of being a social democrat in this circumstance does not make sense. How the F are they blaming socialists for Italian fascism? No, they are indiscernible from regular old reactionary weirdos, okay? In that regard. There is no difference between this attitude here, okay, as it pertains to Italy or any European country, as a matter of fact, and what right-wing Republicans say all the time about how socialism has ruined this country, the United States of America. That's what I'm saying. It's indistinguishable. Like, looking at Italy, looking at modern Italy, the Italian economy, and saying socialism and socialists have done this to Italy. That's why there's so much fascism in Italy, okay, is akin to Republicans constantly being like, yeah, hell yeah, brother, socialism ruined the American country, the American countryside. It's like you are indistinguishable from a European neoliberal of this, if this is your argument. Anyway, I mean, I'm willing to bet you scroll far back enough on any number of these people's platforms, okay, on their Twitters, they are going to have a bunch of takes like how radical they were, how much they love Bernie Sanders, how they think the Democratic Party sucks, and like they've 100% under Donald Trump, every single person behaved like they were a violent revolutionary. Maybe even tweets about how they've outflanked someone such as myself. Hasan has betrayed the revolution, guys. I really don't like it. You know, I myself am a real Marxist-Leninist or whatever. Not saying that every single person 100% was like that, but there are plenty of people who did that, okay? People who are like, oh, I'm a, card-carrying Communist Party member. And then they quietly fizzle out their interest, noticing that there isn't a real market for such commentary. Finally, they come to that realization that, like, maybe it's not actually super fashionable to openly support socialism in an environment that is like actively against it. So then they turn around and decide on a new avenue, on a new ideological journey for themselves, I assume. But I think I get what you're saying. It makes more sense if you think of them as saying that the socialist movement in Europe kneecapped itself and let fascists win. I don't know. Just trying to make sense. How? Okay. So many of those, like, I'm actually way more further to the left than Hasan guys have become fucking right-wing reactionaries, or, either liberals that call themselves liberals of a different variety, no different than how in the early 2016 era, there were a lot of people who left the left and were liberals, but classical liberals. You remember that? Remember that momentum from the likes of Dave Rubin? If you're old enough and brain broken enough, you remember that, okay? People used to say, I'm actually a liberal. I'm a classical liberal. I'm just different. Sargon of Akkad would do that. Tim Pool did it too. Red Scare Podcast has done that recently. Exactly. So many people who constantly said I was fake and phony have demonstrated that they themselves were just simply projecting, People who are like, oh, Hasan's politics are so fake. He's actually only doing this to appease his audience to be popular. They showed that they had no moral clarity, no vision, no genuine perspective, no real politics whatsoever. What are these best creative artist streamer? Oh, dude, I can't do these nominations. I don't know who to put in any of these places. What I always say to people is even if they disagree with you, one thing they can't say is that you're disingenuous. Yeah. If being a leftist and being a socialist was so popular, all of these little grifters would not have become, different versions of liberals over the course of the past couple of years. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. They all said, oh, dude, you're a grifter. You're doing this for clout or whatever, which is why, I decided I couldn't cut it as a socialist content creator, so now I'm a liberal. Turns out it was all projection. How odd. That's not unironically aligns with party communism. I'm not sure what system would ever work in the U.S. unless the culture became more collectivist. Okay, but hear me out. I'm lefter than Hasan. I don't mean it as a flex or deflection. What? Abby Hoffman leftist. The only meaningful way I'm lefter than you is I believe that armed resistance that oppresses emboldens them. The only thing that works is the primary peace army with a second guerrilla force. Like, as in with gorillas. Like, like that kind of shit. Respect. I think that'd be sick too. Yeah, my only political contribution to the discourse is the top of the hour ad breaks that come sometimes at 37 minutes in instead of at the top of the hour because I forgot to run it because I went on a freaking tangent. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Gorilla Force for the win. What is this? Saddest Twitch streamer ever?
When it
17 minutes on
comes
this?
to sad, pathetic things on the internet, I feel like I've seen it all. I'm like the Oracle from the Matrix. Nothing surprises me anymore. Yet, today I bore witness to something so tragically embarrassing on Twitch that it's making me reflect, and it's put me in a very somber state. I feel as though I'm at a funeral service. A streamer invited one of her mods to hang out with her in real life, and
all right, I'm gonna clock it. Are you ready? It's a fake thing that Twitch streamer Sub Caitlyn organized specifically for this exact same purpose, so that people would cover it endlessly and go, "This is unacceptable," ultimately driving clicks to her channel. But because it got way too far, because the misogyny, or rather not even the misogyny, but like the silliness of the situation got so out of control that people genuinely started probably A, yelling at the mod, some people, or maybe B, yelling at Sub Caitlyn, and that she couldn't handle it. She couldn't handle the backlash. So then she turned around and said, "Guys, it was fake. Why are you guys yelling? Please calm down." Charlie already called the mod. This is Charlie falling for the bait, and this community went to harass her? No way.
And then did a...
Where's the video? I need to see the video. Okay, let's see.
$100. She would kiss him.
Sorry, one more shot. If you ever want to get drunk really fast, just have to kiss till you'll be fucked up by the time the night's over.
That is soul-crushingly mean-spirited. That is downright diabolical.
It's not fake, dude. Just watch the vid. Because she acted normal to you doesn't mean she is otherwise. Wait, what? Bitch, you think I'm comparing this to myself? Are you crazy? No. Oh. It's just like, guys, everything you see online is fake to a certain degree, okay? That's it. Here, let's watch the rest
now
of it.
She's...
Can't do it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Can you come closer?
Okay, this close? Okay.
Yes!
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Can you pop?
It's just like the dumbest type of content. Let me just say this right off the top. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. He's just a consensual pay pig. I know. It's just incel bait. And like, you know, the reality is that kitchen is going to get hot, okay? You got to get out of the kitchen. Don't even go into the kitchen, as a matter of fact. And I don't mean that in like a misogynistic context. I just mean like, you know, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. You're going to take the heat. It's just like, I don't understand it. I don't understand what this is supposed to signal. I guess it's content for somebody. Hux, maybe. She literally did the same stream the day after Lamau. But it's like, don't tap the glass if you can't deal with the banging from the other side. No, I still think the banging from the other side is way above and beyond. Okay? It's way above and beyond. People are, like, people watch this. For more context, they already did another stream since then where he sniffed their panties. It's all fake. Yeah. I don't know what this is supposed to signal. I feel like it's like this is rage bait, okay? Manufactured specifically to get you mad. If you are like a normal adult, you look at this and go, "This is weird and gross. I don't really," but it's not a real thing. You know what I mean? It's weird and gross because it's like this person is in a situation that is that clearly is like an acted out situation. I'm sure that it like escalated beyond how he envisioned it would look like. Maybe he even didn't like the way that the internet was laughing at him. Maybe at first he was real horny and thought that this would go off all right. Okay? But overall, it's just like it's outrage bait that actually succeeds in baiting so much outrage, and people lose their minds over it. She has interactions like this with her chat all the time. Shitty girlfriend experience and jabs at chat, etc. The call is so much more entertaining. For me, it's always like, I don't understand why you watch it, and I don't understand why you get so mad at it. Specifically because, like, here's the thing. I feel this way about that kick streamer kid who, like, walks around with a big bodyguard and then, like, shoulder checks people, right? And then the random person will be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then the bodyguard comes in, whatever that fucking fetal alcohol syndrome kid is. What is his name? Oh, he got banned today? Man, you guys are on it, dude. You guys know all this stuff. Anyway, I hate that kid with a passion because, like, he's going up to random people who didn't consent and, like, bullying random normies in public in front of a camera and, like, actually getting them to be afraid if they were to you know, push back, right? I hate that. I hate that. I despise that because it's like there's no consent in that circumstance. Okay? That's weirdo behavior. This kind of content where you're like bullying and humiliating your mod, I guess works for some people, okay? I don't know who it's for. I don't know. I don't understand it at all. It's not for me. Okay. But it's like not a real situation. Does that make sense? Like, that's why this is not happening out and about. It's happening in a controlled environment. And if you have less than 3.5 brain cells, you will recognize that this is not me running defense. If I was running defense, I'd say, this content is so awesome. I love it. It's my favorite type of content. And you guys should stop yelling at this person. Does that make sense? 12-month subscriber? It's like going on Pornhub and seeing cuck porn and getting mad that it exists. You know what I mean? Why is there cucked porn on Pornhub? We have to stop that right now. That's literally what you're doing. You're like, I can't believe that guy's getting cucked. I'm so mad. I can't stop watching it. Stop watching it. Don't watch the cuck porn. This is literally the lighter version of that. Why are you going there, voluntarily watching it, and then getting mad that it exists? Like, what are we doing? As long as there's no real harm, as long as there's like actual consent, like what's happening? Why are we whipping ourselves into a frenzy? That's a sizable demographic, actually. I mean, yeah, I'm sure this is like people that are into this kind of like humiliation, like a bad girlfriend or something. No one is held at gunpoint. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like seeing a video on Pornhub with the title like cheating wife, cheating while my man's at work, then commenting on it like, we got to tell her man this is going on. You don't think she manipulated her mod into doing this? Lol. I mean, I don't know. It seems like he's a whole ass adult. And this video itself implies that this didn't happen over the course of one singular day, but through multiple days. Like, what's he doing? The guy admits that it hurts his feelings, but plays along for content. Like, what happened to... See, this is the other part. Like, what's going on? I mean, she's wrong for this kind of content to begin with, but it's not... As long as it's not harmful, like, who gives a shit? But what the hell's he doing either? Like, is he saying that he got groomed into doing this kind of content? Is that what we're doing? Is that the state of men at this point? Like, what's happening? He did seem kind of sad about it when Charlie interviewed him. I mean, he doesn't want to be mean and lose mod status. Okay, fellas, this one is for you. Okay, don't do that to yourselves. She's his boss. Wait, what do you mean she's his boss? This type of content speaks for the agoraphobic chatters of Mean Girl experience. They watch this fight their demons from high school. She's perfectly crafted to pop off on a place like this is genius, like the stupid Bang energy drink commercial. He can't lose that job because of healthcare. The man needs coverage. Wait, what? It seems as if he's considered her a real friend for so long, but the way this whole thing was organized and set up just feels like she used him for shitty content, and he really thinks there's a friendship, a lot of parasocializing. Don't watch Charlie's stream if you want to keep believing he is self-aware. Oh, God. This is going to make me so sad. If I watch this and this dude is like, oh, yeah, I think we're friends, and that's why it's happening. But, like, you know, one day we'll hook up eventually or some shit like that. She's wrong for this content because it's engineered to manufacture rage from the most annoying fuckers online, but ultimately that's her choice. I think you guys are the ones parasocializing. Let me explain this to you, chat. She's his boss and she's exploiting him. Yup. Like, is there a payment here? Like, what's going on? Is she getting paid? Is he getting paid by her?
If I was watching a hostile...
All right, where's the interview? I want to know. I want to know where Charlie interviews this guy. Charlie actually did some journalism, dude. What the fuck? He's like, we got to get to the bottom of this.
In case you guys know or don't know, I don't want to say his name out loud. This ex fucking traumatized me. He had a gambling addiction, drug addiction, porn addiction. Like, he actually fucked me up, okay? So either go through like trauma and emotional abuse or date Dilly for 6 months. Trying to get back at my ex. Okay, next question.
Search Charlie Call on YouTube to see it. He tweeted a joke about the payment. Oh, no. Proof I pay my mods. Oh, God. Bro. Okay. Yeah, she's like, she's playing with fucking fire.
Dilly's streaming right now saying it was all for...
So I have no reason to lie. Me and Kate have been friends for some time now. Outside of streaming, she has done a lot for me and my personal growth. I want people to understand that I'm doing well. I value our friendship and understand what was said can be hurtful. I decided to come to Kate's to make my vacation all worthwhile. Oh, no. And it was my idea for us to do streams together, knowing there would be some jokes and banter. I have no regrets on being her friend and doing content with Kayla. Oh, no, I can't watch this. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Oh, that brother's starving, dude. What are you doing? Okay, I take back what I said. Everything I said, just fucking throw it in the trash. Oh, my Lord. Okay, listen. Oh, my Lord. Okay. What -1 pussy does to a motherfucker? Oh, my God. Oh, no. I take it back. I take back everything I said. All right, you know, I mean, it's still for content, and it's weird content. I stand by that. That part I don't delete, but everything else I'm deleting. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God. Bro. Caitlyn is the Kobe Bryant of this form of content. I hate it so much. What do you do when clips of some of your old take come up on anything you were wrong about? Wait, what? I don't know. People clip shit. I'm live for 10 hours. I look at stuff that is like, I look at stuff and make up my mind in real time regularly. There's always bad faith motherfuckers in here that are waiting so they can clip it and be like, look at this idiot. Look at how stupid and wrong he is. I don't really care. It is what it is. Wish some of these guys would love themselves more, jokes aside or not. There is someone out there who would love all that energy in a relationship and actually reciprocate. I just don't understand how you can like debase yourself and humiliate yourself like that. Like, if he said something along the lines of like, hey guys, we're acting, okay? This is acting. This is fake, okay? Like, this is literally fake. I'd be like, all right, that's what I assumed. Because in my mind, I don't understand how someone could legitimately get in a situation like that and you know, put themselves in that circumstance and be like, oh, we're just like, yesterday one of the top streams I kicked was like, I'm getting girls to tattoo my name on them, where some dude was just like getting girls to do random shit for him. Way more viewers on that than this shit. No mention from that from Charlie. Yeah, because that's like not popping off on Twitter because it doesn't have the same dynamics. What if you were the mod and Dua Lipa was that streamer? Yeah, no, there's no. That's silly. That's stupid as hell. He probably likes it and he's getting paid. Don't yuck his yum. Dude, you didn't even see the worst part? She ran to the bathroom in disgust after kissing him. Is awful. I mean, dude, that part is still fake. It is still incel shit for you to get that mad. That part is fake. I hope you understand that. Like, or do you think she actually thinks that she now has cooties or something? No, the worst part about it is that like she's still humiliating him and he doesn't realize how hard he's getting humiliated, I guess, because he thinks like, oh, you know, it's fine. I developed a cuckold fetish as a coping mechanism after my ex-wife cheated on me. I stayed with her and we tried to work it out. I turned into a meth head cuck. What the hell? My butt crack is crooked says, I turned into a meth head cuck. Now I'm 3 years clean from meth and cucking. That's cool. Congratulations. Imagine he was a viewer in your chat and you didn't know anyone involved. What advice would you give? Okay. If someone came to me with a situation like this where they were like, hey, Hasan, I'm a moderator for a female content creator and, you know, I think we're good friends and like I went and visited her and then she like made content kind of like humiliating me a little bit. And at first she was going to humiliate me, like we established that, right? But then after I saw the footage and saw the reaction by a lot of people, I would say get help, okay? Get help. That's what I would say. I would literally say, what are you doing? If you're not comfortable with the reaction that you're receiving from the outside world, and if you're not comfortable in that very moment by the way that she and you guys are interacting, what the fuck are you doing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't ever do that again. Don't have some fucking self-respect. Have some respect for yourself and don't do that. Value yourself a little bit higher. Like the idea that this is like the idea that he's like involving himself. I mean, oh my God, he talked to him for 48 minutes. Jesus Christ. Let's hear what he has to say. I want to hear what he has to say a little bit because I want to get a better assessment of the situation. Wait, he's in her house. He's signing off from her. Wait, what?
You and Caitlyn meet and become friends.
Right. So we became business partners first, right? So I reached out to her and wanted to get her PC set up kind of right. So that's kind of like the lore is that I'm her PC sponsor. So we met initially 2 years ago and I built her computer and then just kind of hit it off as
they got to be milking it together, right? Like this is a Bonnie and Clyde situation, right? Please tell me that that's what's going on and everyone has been played a fool. Come on. There's no way this dude is real. This is literally like, bro, this is like literally Pokemon tier 3 shit. Like everybody used to make fun of Pokemon and Pokemon's fans or whatever. And then when a real situation like that occurs in the real world, they're like actually it's the dude is not even remotely at fault, it seems, in the process. There's no way. I don't want to believe this.
You know, friends, and then I became kind
This dude bought her PC. What
kind of a mod doing more behind the scenes work for content related stuff, and just kind of had a personal relationship with kind of, you know, how tight knit with that kind of, you know, kind of stuff kind of goes around with a content creator.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, how close would you say you guys are? Do you guys like talk every day? Do you guys play games together off stream? Like, what does that dynamic look like?
Stop victim blaming. Gun to his head off camera. Stop victim blaming.
Yeah, so yeah, no, we do play games.
World out there. This guy, apparently this guy got humiliated, then went on a humiliation tour. This is crazy. Do you realize how not threatened by this guy she has to be for all this to be happening? I mean, yeah. He's cucking his way to a career. He's like a wholesome sneako. I mean, he's doing a post-cuck game interview, dude. There's more.
Well, shit. You had no intention of getting it that goddamn good.
Nah, man.
Look at me in the eyes.
What? What the fuck is going on? Dude.
Well.
This guy went on a tour, dude. Hey, listen. Respect. I respect him. Respect. Has he reached out to you to come on the broadcast? No.
Respect, right?
Right.
But like in general, I feel like you don't really get the kind of respect from women that you hoped that you would get. But some attention is better than nothing.
I think you got it. Yeah, I think you got it spot on.
Yeah.
Right on. Okay.
The fact that you don't.
What's his username? Is it Dilly? Dr. Dilly69? What is he? My man's got a doctorate in getting cucked. Dr. Dilly69. He said top of the hour ad break. He's been in here. He said, let's fucking go. Undercover boss. Lol, goddamn. Oh my god, it is the top of the hour. Yo! He fucking hit me from February 7th, 2023, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's right. It is the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime, baby. Here's the 3-minute ad break right now. He's a time traveler cook. This dude is a content savant. Yeah. Damn, you know he needs a little bit of help if he has Amaranth letting him know what he's dealing with. Kind of effed up. Wait, what? So I'm still a little bit uncertain as to what is going on here, but I do feel like Charlie's taking it more seriously than he should. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like obviously a funny situation, and you know.
Idea.
Now, I think all of that content idea sounds super logical, but did you discuss like you being the subject of all of the jokes? I'm using that word real loosey-goosey here because in my opinion, it's less jokes and more just deep cut insults. And I know you're at her house right now, so it might be a little uncomfortable to get serious about it. But...
What the fuck?
No, I mean, I've thought about it. And
the stream yesterday was literally Caitlyn with another guy on the stream, and Dilly was sitting in the back.
Just like, I've been kind of shifting, you know, I've been in a character arc development, right? So I've been taking more initiative on being a part of her content, right? So like she does other content like dating shows and interviews, therapy, you know, just chatting meta, right? And I have recently became like a co-host, a personality that's a regular on her chat. And the personality I like to give is like, my nickname's the Dizzler, hence the rise of the Riz, a Rizzler, Dizzler, right? So initially the idea was, oh, if I got a kiss, it'd be like hype, be W's, you know, it's pushing that Dizzler narrative that I've been working on because I've been doing co-hosting, you know, wingmanning for guys, helping the girls that do the content we do together. And, you know, because to talk to girls, you have to have some kind of competency and like to have the competency to teach them how to, you know, work on the Riz, right? So like I have to have that kind of confidence to talk to them.
Bro, I need to do chat voice like weekly. I need to do chat voice daily. I need to do chat voice weekly. I need to do chat voice daily. I need to fucking, oh my god, bro, this platform is so stupid sometimes. I swear to God, Twitch is like the dumbest fucking platform on the planet. Oh my god.
You know, back down and like, oh, I'm a Discord mod, this and that. You just say I'm a normal guy that talks to people that just happens to mod for Sub Caitlyn. That's just what happened.
Yeah, and I get that. That's not really like where I'm.
Bro, is he eating What are those little fucking Halloween candies? Those are nasty as hell. I can't take this. He's doing a media tour from her house. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Yeah, he's eating candy corn. It's the worst. It's the worst candy, okay? How do you find candy corn outside of Halloween, too? That's like...
I'm confused on the relationship or anything, but you already mentioned the kiss. Like, did you expect that kind of response when that donation goal was hit, where she'd start just, like, dry heaving? Like, she, you know, trying to throw up, like, as if you were so unbelievably revolting that she had to run away, rinse out her mouth, fucking say a prayer or something for forgiveness because of kissing you? Like, there's no way that was a joke you knew was coming, or like this was the content you envisioned.
I wasn't shocked from it because we've discussed, you know, like our friendship is like brother sister, and then if you put your
he just fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. First of all, candy corn is delicious. Okay, y'all are just weird. Okay, candy corn is gross. But also, it's like officially weird to have candy corn outside of Halloween. Like, maybe in Halloween is like the worst kind of snack, but outside of Halloween, where the fuck do you even find it? How dare you even attempt to shit on candy corn and you love Diet Coke? Yeah, Diet Coke is the nectar of God. Oh, God. The nectar of the gods. Or Diet Mountain Dew, really. Diet Mountain Dew is so fucking good. Oh, God.
Mindset on, like, you know, she only kisses someone very seldomly, if at all, right? That she has to kiss someone that she sees as like a little brother, and I can understand that. I wouldn't want to kiss my older sister and be
okay. Asking the question, did you want to kiss up Caitlyn?
You know,
is that okay? So is that the relationship you feel you have with her, a brother sister? Do you rate like everything in that stream? I watched it. You were extremely sweet and complimentary of her, like not as a sister, but as someone who's clearly more interested than that. Do you feel it's a brother-sister relationship, or just the way...
Brother-sister, because I feel like, you know, when you mentioned something about, like, romantic interests, is like, if that's the case, I wouldn't be invited to her place. I wouldn't be living here in her personal space, right? So that's the agreement and our trust and friendship.
I mean, low-key, this part is kind of correct. Like, obviously, if she felt uncomfortable, like, physically intimidated by him, she wouldn't invite him her house. You know what I mean? Is Charlie's new bit the White Knight Simps? I don't know. Like, think about it this way. Okay? They did the same bit with another guy in the mods before acting the same. Kiss and discuss. It's all fake. Candy corn is good if you eat it slowly, but I have no idea how he got it outside of fall. I like that there's still so many people on the candy corn tip. Dude, I love that he's doing a media tour from her apartment or house, with like the sub Caitlyn light in the background, but it's turned off because it's like the flag is half mast. You know what I mean? Like, this is a scorned man. He's at half HP right now. Okay, he got cuck damage. What is up with this platform, dude? The internet sucks so bad. It's just so stupid. Oh, did she make him go on his cuck tour to save her brand? Wait, what? Doubt it. Then he would, if she made him go on the cuck tour, then all of the people that he's talking to, he would literally be like, I actually don't have any sexual interest in her at all. This is all a pre-established publicity stunt, and you guys are being duped. Also, save her brand. This helps her brand, doesn't it? Like, isn't half of her brand that she like mistreats simps? Like, that's what it is, right? I'm operating under the assumption that they're not even how he's describing. I assume they're either like IRL friends role-playing as a streamer mod, or maybe even something else, and he's just my mod who's staying with me on vacation thing is the foundation of the bit. Imagine if you had to explain this to Adam, who like Conover. No, this is one of those instances of like, remember what I told you about the bus driver? Oh, Adam Friedland. Yeah, Adam Friedland could understand this a little bit. But like, if you tried to explain this to a bus driver, okay, they would look at you like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, this does not pass the bus driver test, okay? It doesn't. It doesn't pass it.
To kind of keep it at that content level and just like kind of understand that, you know, we are here to try to entertain. Now, did it achieve that goal? Kind of, sort of.
Hassan, please stop explaining cuck rage bait to bus driver.
But yeah, I do see her as like an older sister, and that's just how I have to perceive it, right? You know?
Does anything
Do you see why
on
that's kind of
Twitch
hard
pass
for
the
me to
blush
believe?
advertise?
Like,
No.
You
many
gave
things
her a
don't.
10 out of 10 on the hotness scale. When it was asked, would you hit? You were like, yeah, I definitely hit. She's like, I definitely wouldn't. Or, are you two dating? No, I don't claim him. Things like that. Even though it's, with the things you said, it feels like it's not brother-sister on your end. It feels more like she keeps you there because that's how she wants it to feel. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and that's because I'm just super in tune of like what the content we were looking to push out, right? It's just like, because if I say nah.
Wait, why? He's talking like, wait, what? He's talking like this is, he's talking like he has like Excel spreadsheets in the background of like what kind of content they're supposed to be doing. And then the content they're doing is literally just like, ooh, you kiss me and it's gross. Yeah, I mean, this comes back to like, this actually does come back to what I was saying. It's like getting mad at cuck porn. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, she's a 7 out of 10. Oh, that just means I'm just saying it just to say it because, if I don't mean it or like, don't think my friend is all that, then because I got to be honest with myself at some point. Like I think it's okay to make not direct compliments, but like, if we're in that situation, just be honest, and it's.
So then, are you happy with?
I do think it's funny how seriously Charlie's taking this. Like, Charlie turned up Charlie Rose in a fucking flip of a hat. Okay, it's like, all right, tonight's main subject, cuck porn. All the kids are raging about it. Is it dangerous? Is it real? Is someone really sad behind those baby blues? Tonight, I'm talking to the main subject of cuck porn, Dilly Mod, in what I've titled Moist Critical Interviews, Dilly Mod. He's like piercing through the veil here, okay? He's doing a 60 minutes interview on this. This is awesome. I mean, it's for the content, it's just like, it's great. At first, he makes some really reasonable points, and then he goes off script, and the more he talks, the less I'm sure of what he's saying.
With this kind of content that gets made at your expense, where she's saying things like, oh, your hand's tinier than mine, which means, or we're the same size hands, so you have a tiny dick, or I'd rather go.
Charlie's interviewing this guy with the same seriousness that 60 Minutes is like interviewing Israeli hostages that were released, okay? What the fuck, dude? It's awesome. This is great. No, dude, sometimes you can, fucking take the shoes off, let the puppies breed, put your feet in the sand and maybe the water, okay? This is fun.
Go with my ex who emotionally abused me and traumatized me, then date you for 6 months. Is that like good content to you? Like, is that a good relationship?
I would say, I'm the guest, and that's just what came out of her mouth. I can't control.
But then just tell me, regardless of what you can control, how did that make you feel? Did that feel like content, or did that feel like, oh, that didn't feel good at all to hear you say those things? You care about her. Even if it's a brother-sister dynamic that you're saying, you clearly care about her. And for her to say something like that and meaner throughout the stream, did that feel like content, or did it feel like she was taking these extremely rude jabs at you?
I just didn't take it personally because I just feel like, we both had to reassure each other whatever had been said, or what, like, I could have dished out more. I could have been like, I'm way better than your ex. What the fuck are you trying to say?
See,
right?
And that's where I'm even more confused, because you and Caitlin keep saying it's banter. Banter is an exchange. This was a one-handed fucking wallop here, where all she was doing was insulting you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's different kinds of content, right? Like, there's the rake, for example, like, or there's the straight man. Like, that's the whole point of this, which, by the way, for the record, I got to remind everybody, I don't get it. It's not for me. I don't understand what people derive out of this, okay? But I do feel like incels love this type of content because it validates the situation they create in their minds after being rejected one or zero times total by the opposite sex. Like, we are but visitors witnessing artists performing in their element. This is true. Yeah, it is. This is Michelangelo's David, okay? This is his greatest achievement, his greatest work. There's nothing, like, cuckolding content will never reach these depths, okay?
throughout the stream, you made one slight joke about her and kind of got uncomfortable and backpedaled it. That's not banter. This was you being there for her
Michelangelo's
to
dilly.
just spit on, like a trash can, basically. Like that.
Yeah, someone said NMP law, but it's like kind of perfect. It's like if Charlie were to like interview Nick, and of course, like if Nick wasn't like very clearly a like pretty good at dealing with this sort of stuff. Nick Paulum. Like, but if Charlie was like interviewing Nick as though Nick was being serious or something.
And if we're going the content route, wouldn't you want to be the Dizzler who's like, no, I'm actually way above her, or like when she's going in for the kiss, you stand up and you walk away? That would be more content brained than what happened here, which is why I feel like this doesn't really add up.
Right. And, you know, I think everyone was kind of seeing me struggle with my cat allergy thing, right? So I just was already trying to hold it together and just like trying not to fuck it up even more, already as fucked as it, right? Because like if you people who know me as my personality as the Dizzler, right? There are times where like she'll have me come on.
God, when he says that, it's like I can't tell how he views himself. Like he's either profoundly confident because like you can't do something like this without being profoundly confident off camera, like Nick, okay? Or he's just oblivious and is like coping. One or two, life outside of this, right? And thinks it's like funny, or he's like a little bit oblivious and is like, you know, not kind of seeing the negative consequences of it now, with like everybody being like, bro, you're a cuck, what the fuck, why are you letting her do that to you? Like, rise up against your masters, you know, women ain't shit. And is now kind of being like, oh man, maybe it's not great. There's no way he's this oblivious going on a fucking media tour and it's all for the cloud and content.
And talk, and I'll be like, so when are you coming over and we're gonna do it? I'm like, nah, I'm good, because like, you know, I'm talking to, you know, whatever, right? Because part of helping her with her content, I have to talk to a lot of women, and I joke, I was like, no, don't worry about me, you already done enough.
Dude, I've already fallen in love with the Dizzler, okay? I'll just say it like that. The Dizzler has captivated me. This is Dizzle Nation.
For me, or whatever, right? So
we're putting our flag down, boys.
Like, there's moments where like she'll throw it out there, and then it's up to me to like take that content or like mold it to what I want it to be. It's just that day is an extreme version of pushing it on this is a Discord mod, this is a Twitch mod. He's in my fucking house, and you know, I have to kiss him. That was the.
But why do you settle for that? Like, why be that guy? You're not a bad looking guy. You're not a weird guy too. Like, you break the mold of like that.
Yeah, you're the fucking Dizzler, bro. Have some respect for yourself. You're the motherfucking Dizzler, dog. Are you down to Dizzle or not? Is what I'm thinking right now in this moment, and I feel like Charlie's expressing that very well.
Stereotypical creepy weirdo mod who's going to be like, you know, snorting panties out the wazoo or whatever.
Except he did do that, by the way. That's the Dizzler, dog. You know what I'm saying? The Dizzmeister, bro. The maestro.
Do you want to keep it? You can take it home.
That's the Dizzler, dude. That's the motherfucking Dizzler, dude. Yo, the fucking dude. That's right.
See?
She pays her mods.
I pay my mods?
Yippee.
Yay. I don't know why you support that one. But I guess he gets to keep back. I like that pair a lot. I like want to switch it out.
That's right. You just got dizzled. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord.
Why settle for being that to her?
Dude, going from this to the seriousness of Charlie is giving me fucking whiplash, dude. To like,
it's just, I think it just comes down to what I've done beforehand to get to this point. It's just, you know, I had recently gotten out of a 5-year relationship, right? And I decided to take this trip and just kind of like use it as soul searching. And a part of that is I'm still going to have some tendencies that I left behind or carry with me, right? So I'm just the guy to take it all in and burden it. And that's just something I've been working on.
But even the way you're describing it, burdening it, but why? Why do that? Like, you're not a weirdo. You don't need to be you know, taking this burden from her saying these extremely disrespectful things to your face and having her chat dogpile you for being mod in my house, red alert, oh my god, I have to kiss this guy. You're not a 6 out of 10. I would have said that. Like, why?
Wait, okay, but like, it's like TikTok content. Like, it's TikTok level humor.
I take that. You don't. That's not a healthy relationship. Like, I don't know how she treats you off stream. If she's extremely sweet to you when the cameras aren't on, and then she treats you like this when the cameras are on, I mean, she's fake. And she.
I love that the entire premise of this video is that Charlie cannot accept this guy is in fact a weirdo. Like, I mean, I kind of get it because he's like, how are you consenting to this? I don't understand. Why are you consenting to this? Is what Charlie is approaching the subject matter with, which, like, in some ways it does make sense, but also, I don't know. I feel like it's less serious than the way he presents it because it's like, you know, fucking fake ass Twitch content.
She is embarrassed of you, and that's, again, not healthy. I talked about this right before you joined. It's kind of like, I feel like a lot of people can relate to this. Kids, they'll have like a friend group, and there's usually like someone in that friend group that is just a punching bag. It's not really a friend, and that person doesn't feel like they really belong there, but they also don't want to leave because it's still that group. So they just take it, and it's not good. It doesn't feel good. And that's what all of this seemed like to me. It doesn't seem content brain, because if it was all like, the Dizzler's marching through, we better hide your bitch, the satin panty's gonna be flying out the door, Dizzler's here, I feel like you would have turned down the kiss. You would have said, actually, you're a 6 out of 10. That would have been you.
Wait, what? Counterpoint, he's not a kid? True. He's not a kid. He's the Dizzler. Okay, that's number one. Yeah, Charlie thinks he's the Dizzler right now. You're not him, bro, okay? Stop fucking backseat dizzling. I'm sorry. I see one Dizzler on the camera, okay? On screen, there's only one Dizzler. This man. Not you in the little corner trying to do your own dizzle, dog. You're not him, okay? Why are you backseating? Chill. Who's this Dilly guy? Oof. Good question. Hi is a lame name personally. That's it. The Dizzler's here. Can we get the Dizzler on Fear and as a part of his media tour? The Dizzler's in the chat, guys.
You laying into that persona. And if she was playing along with it for content, she'd be like, oh no, he's not going to fuck me, but when we go to this club, damn, it's about to get wild out there. It's going to pop. But none of that happened. It felt more like she used you to just insult perpetually, to bring you down, to put up this, I don't want to use the word facade because I don't know her, but to put up this whole barrier like this guy.
I'm fully captured. I'm fully captured. I'm tapped in. This is why this dumbass content works, dude. Oh my God.
Have a chance, let's laugh at him. And that's not good. Like, no one deserves that kind of treatment.
And I'm gonna tell you,
Dilly, is this what happened? Is this how it happened? Do you think that you dizzled a little too hard? Or is he still in the chat? Are you looking for a new mod? This fucking guy. Listen, bro. Listen. Is this what happened? You dizzled a little too hard, and then like people were like, you can't be dizzling like that. That's out of control. You can't be dizzling while driving. Is what a lot of people did. I think. Like they saw it and they were like, nah, you dizzled a little too close to the sun, dog. That's a little bit too much dizzling for my taste. I think you got to dial it back a couple steps, right? Is that what happened? Like, what's going on here?
How it's a formula, right? This is what it boils down to in her personality, right? So the reason why I agreed to do some of the things that happened is because I separate the person from the streamer, the content creator from the person. I'm friends with the person, and whatever it is.
I mean, Loki, this is like a very I feel like this is a much more healthy attitude than the way that people are receiving him. I will say that much. This is like when people think that like they know the intricacies of like me and Will or Caroline's relationship. Like we've known each other for 10 fucking years. You know what I mean? And then people in the chat will be like, if Will doesn't treat you better, you're going to lose him. Or if you don't treat Will any better, you're going to lose him. And it's like, bro, what are you talking about? All right, we're going to keep watching this, and then I am dizzling all over the place. I'm dizzling all over the people to get my message across. Okay, but what is the message, Dizzler? What is the message?
Like, for example, right?
Based, and
he
I'm
could have been a
cuck.
super hot guy.
Shut the fuck up, Will.
And he could have had some kind of ick, like play, I don't know, Rocket League, or he plays League of Legends, but he's like amazing, everything. She's like, ew, you play League of Legends? Like, I don't know if this will work. Or, you know, just like make witty comments about something she might not like just because it's contrary. It is, you know, not controversial, but it can be. It's opposing, right? So for it could have been anybody, right? She might, and it just happened to be me. It's not the first time she's kissed somebody on stream, right? Or like do content and it's controversial. So it just happened to be my turn, and you know I kind of understand the things and the.
Bro, he's like, it was my turn on the cuck chair, Charlie. You don't understand, dog. Bro, what is Sub Caitlyn operating a cuck ring? What's going on, dude? He's like, we all got to take turns on the cuck chair, okay? You don't understand, Charlie. This is how it works. Okay, dude, what is this? This is a cuck cabal? Is the cuck factory? What's happening? Where is the
set
dilly?
my feelings aside and just understand if I'm gonna do content that it's what it strictly is.
It doesn't have, but it doesn't.
I said
have to be
exactly.
that way.
Wait, are you watching this from Sub Caitlin's stream room?
But you mentioned something that I want to point out. I went through and watched how she interacts with other friends of hers in the space, like Hasan and everyone like that. Why doesn't she treat them the same way she treated you? What's the deal with that then? How come?
Why am I getting mentioned here? Whoa, what's going on here? Yo, chill, Charlie. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, fuck. Why am I getting name dropped? Dude, you have the legendary Dizzler in your fucking sights. Why you gotta bring my name up, dude? I don't fucking... My man's over here eating candy corn, dizzling away, and you gotta bring up me? I don't fucking... Oh, God. Okay. I'm telling you, he's farming incels. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, fuck. I had to take the top off. I had to shed the tarp, boys. Things are getting heated out here. This is Barbara Walters at her peak, okay?
She's able to do other content with other guys that aren't her, perpetually insulting them the entire time. But you, the only content she does with you is to make you the punching bag. Why?
Okay, so I mean, like she's not like for Hasan example, right? She went over and just kind of say the reality was like we just did a stream together. He was a nice guy.
You're a nice guy.
Yeah, but she was also honest saying like I'm not super into that kind of content of political, right? But she appreciated the offer, right? So she will be real and separate herself for a moment and just say this is what happened. Yada yada yada, right?
Charlie saw you forcing her to watch Joe Rogan and was like, this is a normal interaction between friends. She's making content off cucking you, makes content off cucking him. Wait, what? Dude, it's because I'm not the fucking dizzle daddy, okay? Listen, I'm not dizzling. Let me tell you. Is this the guy that Paul Anthony Thomas used? Wait, what? Is the Dizzler still in the chat? You know this girl? Yes. And then increase the gain.
Hi.
There you go, chat.
This is actually crazy.
It's just...
Wait, this is actually so weird.
You are literally like half of... Like, you stand in front of me.
Oh my god. Okay, your daughter.
Dude, look at that fucking prime buck steak right here. Swagged at the wazoo. Just 35, 40 pounds heavier than he was. Okay. Wearing the absolute most abysmal shirt of all time. It is a worse version of a shirt that I used to own that I couldn't fit into at the same time. Trying to fucking grow the hair out. Just looking awful. Okay. Looking straight up like AJ Soprano. Yes. Peak COVID. Peak COVID Hasan. A primo. Okay. This is A8. It's not A5. I'm down to an A5 now with the marbling in my steak. Back then I was an A8. How tall are you?
I'm 5'1".
And then increase the... Sheesh. Gabagool maxing. Your fit looks better now. Thank you. Hasan was rude to Sub Caitlyn.
Did you give Hasan a sloppy toppy? Or did he give you a Slurp 3000? So Hasan didn't offer me any beverages. I was so fucking thirsty at his house. He didn't offer me water, didn't offer me a Coke. I did not drink anything there. It was so rude. And then I did shake his hand, so that was like a kind of a sloppy handshake because I was like so nervous. My hands kind of like slopped out of his hand. But yeah, that was kind of cool, I guess. I think you're pretty.
I apologize. Anyway, the point is, listen, back then it was different. Shut the fuck up. The White Knights are so happy right now. Bro, I'm fucking straight, okay, here. You're trying to angle it to make it seem like I'm actually sitting on an angle here. You're wrong. I'm green-lined, okay? Someone stole my valor. I made that. Okay.
This is not like, I don't know. It's just, it's hard to kind of like, you know, it's just like when you're on someone's team, right? And you don't want to mess up that dynamic, right? You're understanding that we're all playing parts on a team, right? And yeah, my role on that team is kind of fucked up, but some people are built that kind of way to be like.
I like that he's just like describing to Charlie how like specific types of content works. You know what I mean? Where he's just like, I'm playing a role and my role is to be the fall guy. And that's just kind of how it is. And Charlie's like, have a respect for yourself. What are you doing?
Put that stress on my shoulders and just like, you know, because they care about people, and that's just how I felt going into it.
And it's one-sided. Do you think she cares about you?
Yeah, genuinely. Like when I went through.
Do you not believe this is abuse? All right, bro. I don't know if you can't see the abusive behavior of this chick or not, but whatever. Do you not believe this is abuse? Dead ass. Here's what I believe. I think that kind of like, oh, you fucking suck. Like you're gross, you're like a gross mod type of content is incel rage bait. Not for me. I don't like that kind of content at all. But as long as the Dizzler, okay, Mr. Dilly Dizmeister 6000 consents to it, recognizes that it's an act, and doesn't have an issue with it, then who am I to fucking say I don't consent? Okay? Yeah, he's the fucking fall guy. It's just a little weird now. Okay, but you went from, buddy, Netrunner 2.0. I love you, chatter, 19-month subscriber, but you went from, is this abuse to, it's just a little weird no, in like, at the tip of a hat. Like, there is a world in between those two things. You feel that, right? Like, you got to see that, right? It's just like there's a whole different spectrum of events between abuse and it's just a little weird. Because I'm with you. If you say it's just a little weird, I am with you. I think it's weird. It's not for me. I don't like it, right? But like when you say this is abuse, guy injected cum into his veins to cure his back pain. Gotta check this shit out. I think no, thank you. Look, I am all about entertaining the peeps, says Dr. Dilly. That reads like an M HUD message. True.
Through my breakup, she set me up to have a dating show. Like
that's using you for content again, though. That's not looking out.
I mean, if he's not being compensated in literally any way for providing content where he gets humiliated, it is really weird. No, I agree with you. I do, but also, I guess he's into it. You know what I mean? Like, are you into it, Dr. Dilly 69? Is this kind of what you kind of like it a little bit? Like, what's going on? It's literally the Ruby Rose weird OnlyFans guy rage bait shit all over again, just repackaged for Twitch. Yeah.
For you, that's still using you for content, and this is at your weakest moment. You're most vulnerable. You've just gone through a traumatic experience.
Come on, guys. Hassan is friends with her. What do you want him to say? Defo will stand for his friends. Yeah. I'm both simultaneously the guy who unconditionally defends his friends and also the guy who's a snake and regularly shits on his friends when they do something that I consider to be inappropriate. I'm both of these things at the same time. Or maybe I do actually criticize people when I think they're doing something like, you know, totally out of pocket or totally inappropriate. And I don't know if this meets the standard of like things like that. Like, I like Charlie. I've balled with Charlie. Charlie's a bigger content creator than Sup Caitlyn is. If I care about the clout aspect of it or defending friends, I know Charlie better than I know Sup Caitlyn. You know what I mean? Yeah, prove you're not a snake and play 8 hours of Tarkov with me? Yeah, okay, bro. That's insane. 8 hours.
And she's immediately turning you into content.
I could have told her no. I could have said, let me wait.
Yeah, but it's not your fault. I'm not putting any blame on your shoulders. Like, it's an opportunity. You're low right now because of this breakup, And
I
now
wanna
you
know
have
more
this
about what
girl who's
Dizzler
like,
is
hey,
saying.
I've got a bunch of girls I can put you with if you do it on my stream. It's immediately turning you into content. That makes me feel even worse about this relationship, because after you've gone through something, she immediately uses you for content.
Okay. I mean, but to be fair, I mean, like, if she's just using me, why am I staying at her place? Why didn't I just get an Airbnb
Because
or a hotel?
it adds to the content, having you there and keeping you around to constantly belittle and make it clear to her community, like, hey, this guy doesn't have a chance, let's keep joking about it. It's all part of that same content cycle. Like, you are playing this role, which you have talked about, taking this burden, which you don't need to do. You're above that. And she is using this because it is part of the joke. Like, she is just farming this whole...
What would you like to know? What would I like to know? What is the question that we have for Dilly, the Dizzler? I feel like, was Charlie being a little too serious here? Like, I don't know. Does the situation require this like seriousness? Charlie is 100% correct there. I think Hasana's taking the situation at its word instead of seeing it for what it is. Like, the question I have, I guess, and this chatter is kind of reinforcing what I should be asking, is that, like, can't really fucking answer honestly on this, but, like, do you secretly think, like, you know, you guys are gonna maybe bump uglies, and, like, maybe that's the reason why you're, like, letting yourself be humiliated like this? Or are you kind of into it? Like, are you just doing it specifically? I feel like the conversation just kept pushing the narrative outside my personal feelings and wants and needs. Okay, but, like, the question is this, like, do you get paid to do it? I guess it's, like, not even any of my business, because I feel like you're an adult who can consent to not doing it if you didn't feel like it, right? Here, I want to invite you and this chatter to guest star, have you guys duke it out. No, he says in the video that he doesn't get paid. I do think Charlie's genuinely concerned. It's like, you know, way too drunk girl in the bathroom energy, it provokes concern, but she might be fine. Yes, but a girl who's way too drunk in the bathroom is in a fucking, like, dangerous space. You know what I mean? Chatter versus chatter. Like, yeah, I think a lot of people are personally projecting their own insecurities upon the Dizzler. I mean, a lot of my cost to coming to LA was covered. They triggered Charlie's ferocious maternal instincts, and now they got to take the heat. So, like, I guess, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot. Like, I feel weird calling you up for a guest star. You know what I mean? I feel odd doing that. I don't want to, like, use you for content, but I guess it's better to ask you directly than to, like, try to go over it. That no, you can't. Wait, how the fuck do I guest star again? I am free. I consent. How do I? Okay, user invite. Guest star. Charlie will turn into fresh and fit for Twitch virgins. No, I don't think it's like that. All right, here, I invited you to a guest star, Dilly, the Dizzler. He's getting ready, chat. The final stage of the media tour. Hello. You want to put your camera sideways?
Oh yeah. Hello, what's up, y'all? You actually caught me on my way.
Wait, hold on. I can't hear you.
Is it working?
Yeah, wait. It's not sideways though. It didn't work. Never mind. Just keep it normal.
Okay.
Oh wait, it did. It did work. It worked.
Technology's great. What's up? What's up, chat?
Okay.
What's up, everybody? So yeah, ask away. I feel like I've talked about it. Just giving it some time and just kind of like really thought about everything that's just been happening. You know, for those who just support me, I do appreciate it. For those who think I'm just like the weakest piece of shit ever, it's like whatever, dude. You know, it's the internet. It happens. You know, it can happen to anybody, right? Overnight.
Okay, so here, the question I have for you is this. Okay, are you ready for this?
Yeah, what's up?
I guess the question on everybody's minds is like, so you met Sub Kaylin, you're modding for her, you make her computer and stuff, like, and you get out of a relationship or whatever. Like, I'm gonna be super honest. Like, so what is it? Like, is there like a feeling in your mind that like maybe, you know, you get to hit at the end of the day? Like, is that what it is? Or like, what satisfaction do you derive out of this?
So originally I had like a really business mindset about this, right? Because before I was a mod, I was more of a business partner to her, right? So like I wanted to
worked with a lot of streamers, and you know, she was one of the first big ones I got to work with for the computer stuff, right? So then eventually I was like, oh, I used to plan a lot of stuff in college and like plan events and plan ideas, and I really liked her dating show content, right? Because I'm like, you know, I needed something to listen to, and then eventually I'm like, I can talk to women, right? Like, I'm a normal guy. I feel like if you have someone that's can like has normal gestures and just like, you know, have good intentions, like you're not trying to be like kind of weird about it. It's like, hey, this is what we have. This is what we have to offer. Would you like to come on and do content with us? And I'm like the guy behind the scenes that just kind of help her with that kind of stuff. And like, I kind of knew early on because I met her very shortly after I started watching her, like in person, and just kind of understand the dynamics of it. You know, what would a business partnership look like? Maybe a friendship, potentially. And you know, I've just been a normal like growing up, just like being friends with girls and not kind of being weird about it. And just like, if feelings do catch, great. But if not, no big deal. But we're like, you know, just that's just how I've grown up, talking and treating women. So
like you're
yeah.
playing the way I understand it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. You're playing the fall guy, like you're playing a role, right? What Kaylin is doing is like rage bait content to a certain degree, where she's like, "Oh my god, ew, gross!" Like my mod is here, and oh god, like it's playing a fantasy of like this is how I would treat you, the chatters who are watching and deriving some kind of satisfaction out of this, and you're supposed to be the guy who's like humiliated. It's like being a fall guy, which I understand, right? Like there's a setup. I guess like for me, when I watch it, when I saw it, for me, it's not for me. I don't understand the content at all. Like I don't get it. But like, is it pre-planned? Like you know that like she's gonna give you a little kissy poo and then be like, oh gross. Like is that what it is?
Yeah, because I feel like she's had that reaction before, and it just hadn't been blown up to this kind of idea, right? You know, like she's just uncomfortable with touch in general, right? So when you're generally uncomfortable touching people, you know, I could be like, it happens, right? Like especially if you like, you know, for example, like in her mindset, I'm like her little brother. Who in the hell?
Okay. So like you're in on the bit is what you're saying. You're saying you're in on the bit.
Yeah,
Like you're
the bit was planned like months in advance, right? We were talking about doing this at TwitchCon and blowing this up at TwitchCon, right? So this has been planned for a long time, and I said, whatever, you know, like for example, we had other content that could be.
Wait, you're cutting out. I can't hear you now. You said other content, and I lost you.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got a friend trying to blow up my phone right now, I guess. But like we had for an example, right? Like she had spit in one of her viewers' mouth, and that was like planned content, but that didn't blow out of proportion like this did. Or like she had a viewer that has a tattoo of her, and they had like a skit planned with that, and that didn't blow up crazy, right? So it's just like people pick and choose and victimize who wants to do what, and when they don't know the full story that we really ask people, is this okay? Are you cool with this kind of stuff, right? You know, like I feel like I didn't know this would affect my life in a crazy, manner, because I'm just like, I'm all about comedy. I'm all about skits, jokes, all that stuff. That's just like what I live for my entertainment, right? And I hope people can understand that if it's not your cup of tea for jokes like that, then I can understand that. But sometimes it is kind of stressful to like when you just want to bring entertainment to people, and people get a lot of crazy stuff happen to them, and it's just it is what it is.
Do you feel like do you feel like people blew it out of proportion? Like how do you feel after everybody was like, whoa, what the fuck? Why are you humiliating yourself? Why are you debasing yourself? I don't get it.
I mean, it's like for me, it's just like you have those days. Like for me, like when I go over and like do content, right? When I do content with her specifically, right? It's like, oh, I could have done this better. I could have done that better. And like, because I feel like usually I'm more quick feedbacky, like, hey, like for example, right? Like if she had mentioned something about her ex, I'm like, I know I'm dead way better than any like past ex or whatever. Like, or just like stop at it, right? It's just I was so like kind of messed up before, because I've been just like kind of sick and just like some very allergic to cats. I was just trying to keep it together, and just try my best and get through the stream because we originally didn't want to do it and just go out and be normal people and hang out and be friends. So just for me, it's just like with I just wasn't be able to be myself or the way I wanted to be. But I told her either way, whatever happens, kind of beforehand. Because we kind of talked about it before, like, hey, this is what I want to do. I understand what kind of like jokes and stuff she kind of had an idea planned for. So I didn't want to go over too much about that. I just wanted to go over what I would like added to it. And then we added it, but obviously that didn't, go crazy. But yeah, it's just like stuff we talked about and just like communicate. There's like a lot of communication going on, and I feel like people don't see that, which is fine because like out of context it looks crazy.
Do you feel like people are projecting their own insecurities onto you?
I feel like maybe I think I wouldn't say necessarily, but yeah, some people are projecting kind of like as if I was their friend and that they wouldn't see, want to see their friend go through something like this, I guess, but because they think I'm just probably like a normal mod who works really hard for her and simp for her and all this and that. And so how could she treat this guy so poorly? When if anything, she's made Twitch a hell of a lot cooler place for me than before I met her, and just I got to meet a lot of cool people and do a lot of crazy things for other content creators that I can't even name drop and do some really cool work behind the scenes. So it's hard kind of to like want to show gratitude in this kind of like situation, but I do. I'm very thankful and I don't regret what has happened in the past few days. I will say that.
Yeah, you went on a media tour, my man. You went on a cuckening media tour where you were like, no guys, I'm the Dizzler. You don't understand.
You don't understand. I feel like
I feel like you dizzled all of us. To be honest.
I think it was just part of it. I just kind of like it's just like it's like I feel like you don't ever get to fight back on the internet sometimes, and I feel like maybe the Dizzler can do it, and I think it's gonna take some time, but I think we're off to a good start, and I can't believe you're even seeing this, and I'm even talking to you. Like I walked past you at like TwitchCon, I'm like, oh man, I can't believe this guy's like right next to you. Like I'm so like normal and chill. Like I just don't like to bother people too much sometimes because I'm just like I don't want to act like a fan or be like give off fan behavior stuff, But I just like do appreciate content creators and what they do, and to the time y'all take to try to get to know people sometimes, and understand some of us are pretty normal people.
So, would you do it all again if given the opportunity, or like would you dizzle, or do you feel like you dizzled a little too close to the sun, or would you dizzle that hard once again?
If I could dizzle back in time,
yeah,
I would have done the kiss a little bit better, just so the Dizzler comes out a little bit on top.
So you don't think you gave a good enough kissy poo? Is that what happened? Because I don't remember the kiss. I was just kind of.
The kiss was just like a peck, right? And that's pretty standard from what has happened in the past. So I was like, that's fine. Whatever, like I said, whatever happened. It's good. It's just content, right? At the end of the day. But,
so you're saying you're saying you would have given it your all. You would have kissed a little bit better than the peck.
Yeah, I feel like if I call myself the Dizzler, I think the kiss should have been a little better. But other than that, I would say I wish I did to go showcase my personality a little bit more. But like I said, if I wasn't 100% that day, I had a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. So I was just like kind of just ready to do it because like. I've been just on like a crazy adventure in LA since I got here, and we had like postponed like 2 idea streams that we were gonna do. So, Caitlin was like super nice. She's like, "Hey, we don't have to do all this bunch of content. Let's just hang out and be normal people and be friends, right?" But I really just came here to hang out, honestly. It's just crazy. Something we just did like last minute is blown to this kind of proportion. So I'm just like, now I got to answer for it.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. I mean, this is like this has been very illuminating. Wait, did someone clip it? No. Oh, never mind. I thought someone clipped the kiss. I was gonna go see and rate it. I was gonna go rate your kissy poo. See.
It's just like a little, peck and then go.
Damn, dude, hold up, yo, you're dizzling all of us. We didn't ask for this. Whoa, chill.
No. I don't want to get canceled again. Okay, but
Wait, why
Yeah,
do you feel like you got canceled? I don't think you got canceled. I think people were.
No. I just don't want to cause you any trouble.
No,
So,
I think people I think people were like, you know, defending you. They were very upset at Caitlyn. They were like, what the fuck's she doing? Like, she sucks. Like, she's awful. Like, that's it seems like that's the prevailing attitude online. And that you are what do you call it? That you're oblivious to the fact that you know, you're being used. But it does seem like you are shockingly normal, as normal as someone can be for like building a PC for a Twitch streamer who they're moderating for and stuff. So
well, the moderating came like months way later, right? So I came in a leap of faith as well. So, you know, hopefully something good comes from it. Maybe I'll get a bag. Who knows? But no, I mean, I would say it's just like more like I think Caitlyn and like streamers in general have taught me that you can bring people have different ways to bring happiness to people, and that's just what I live for, right? Is just to make people happy. But to each their own. You know, Caitlyn has her ways of, you know, entertaining people, and it's not for everybody, right? For me, it was entertaining, and like I said, I have no regrets. And she's really a sweet girl, nice person. I'm not just saying this just to say this, right? Because I wouldn't spend a week with her if I couldn't stand her as a person, and to each and for herself as well. If she didn't like me, she wouldn't have done it to begin with, right? She only would do something like this and joke around, even if it, like I said, even though the joke didn't get perceived really well, with people she trusts. Like I feel like that's just like a basic concept, kind of like.
do you think people are taking it too seriously, like overall? Like it was just
I think it's satire to begin with, right? So when you know, like are looking at this, it's like because it's like a piece of fiction, right? You're like, man, this Star Wars story sucks, man. Like, why did they do Anakin so dirty, or why did they do, you know, this character so bad, or like why did he die, or you know, it's just like kind of this same thing. It's like they took it and just be like, oh, this poor guy, and they didn't even know I've hung out with her at least like 8-10 times before that stream, you know, or like when we play games like normal people, right? Or like play Valorant, like you know, and stuff like that. So it's just like they're taking like what
yeah,
they
they look
see.
at. Well, you're talking to a group of people that watch wrestling and think it's real, and then they get mad at the fucking heel, you know. So it's a bit like that, I think.
Right. I'm like an up and coming new character in this saga of Twitch, and they're like, "What's going on here?" Right? Like, you know. So basically, I'm trying to industry plant myself. Please follow me. I need money. I'm just kidding. Anyways, but yeah. No, it's just like I said, I've always been about like that kind of friend that will, you know, take the needs of other people's first. And then I think that's just what it came down to. Just like, hey, I came here to make the most out of my trip, right? I like planned this trip last minute. I was like, hey, it was my idea to, hey, let's do some streams together. What do you think? Right?
Okay, what did you want to get out of it though? Like, were you when you were like, let's do some streams? Like, was it like, let's do some streams where we do the makeout challenge, or were you like, haha, I'm gonna be the heel and like it's fine, you know, it'll be funny.
Kind of both, because like I wanted to showcase that.
Wait, so both? Oh, so you did want to do a little makeout stream?
I said I'm not saying I want to make out with her. It's just saying like, obviously help her get her bag, right? You know, help her get her bag, and that was her idea, right? The kiss, that's her idea, not mine, right? And then like she's done it a few times for her guests, so that's up to, you know, it's easy money, right? So can't really blame her. And then on top of that, it's just like I've been working on like, because I would do like co-hosting stuff, like we'll do, you know, I'll be a co-host for a dating show, or I'll be the Dizzler will make an appearance and date other streamers, right? And just wanted to like keep that Dizzler momentum, get that Dizzler stock up, you know, and you know, because I do enjoy streaming on occasion, and just wanted to take it a little bit more seriously, and just like this was like kind of an idea to help me get in that direction, and just like kind of push it in that direction. It's like, hey, I can do this and be kind
All
of
right.
funny, and people enjoy watching, and
Well-
that's just like reassurance of that kind of thing.
Well, listen, I wish you well, and I hope you dizzle your way to the top. I'm expecting
Yeah.
some Amaranth Dizzler streams. Maybe Jenna Lynn Meowry. Maybe she could step on you and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I already got modded Amaranth. She's telling me to hit the gym.
Dude,
so
you're
I'm
on
gonna
the
be-
up and up. It's Jover. All these guys, they're hating on you, but they don't see the vision, Dizzler. I see it.
You see it. This is why you're my guy, Hassan.
I see the bigger picture here.
Well, thank you for talking to me, man. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for coming on, my man. Have a good one.
See ya.
All right, bye. There you go. That was Dr. Dilly69, a.k.a. The Dizzler, coming to you live from the airport. That's right. That was, we secured that. Listen, guys, sometimes I have really important guests on this broadcast, and then sometimes I have the most important guest on the broadcast. Dr. Ofer Kasif gets suspended from the Knesset immediately after October 7. That's one thing, okay? Israeli conscientious objector Tal comes on the broadcast to talk about how he's going to go to prison. That's another thing. And then sometimes you have actually interesting interviews that you must, not even interesting, but incredibly important interviews that you must conduct. And that is the Dizzler, okay? That's right. It was so important I didn't even run the top of the hour ad break, okay? Imagine Tal watching this from prison. And bro, honestly, the most normal chatter you've had so far, if that doesn't smell of a new GTRP character, I don't know what it is. Bag waiting to be grabbed. I'm just saying. Yeah. I like that people say, look, this is a good take, I guess. I'm not convinced, but he seems happy for all the attention. I can't understand how someone gets so upset on someone else's behalf. Yeah, that seems like that's the most common thing that happened here. It is just that like people are just mad about the Dizzler for dizzling a little too close to the sun, This was the offending video.
Can you please clean yourself up? Like, make sure there's no snot. Maybe rinse out your mouth a little bit. I only did the kiss room because I knew I'd be kind of drinking, right? And me drinking, I won't even remember this kiss anyways. So, come on, come closer.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't do it. Sorry, it's fine. Okay, it's fine.
Can you pretend I'm like...
The audacity to make that comparison is
I don't
criminal.
know what you need me to do to help
Pretend he's what? Man, he's dizzling hard as fuck right now.
All right, your Yaga. I love Yaga. Your lips have pressies on them. Go wipe that shit off. Guys, there's like dry lip skin on his lips. Sorry, go clean. I told you to clean up.
I'm using chapstick, y'all. I'm trying.
Okay, there's shorts built in. Don't worry, guys.
Anaphase is so right. She literally is the Kobe of this content. God damn it. Oh, Jungkook from BTS. I swear motherfuckers been doing cringe mod bait content for years and it works so easy. Yeah, there's nothing easier than Amaranth's mod content always pops off.
Oh, we're shot. You went on my leg.
It did?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Dizzler, your snot too moist, your breath too rank, your cuckoldry too powerful. They're gonna kill you, Dizzler. Look at he's happy.
Are you okay?
Dono Gold Dilly sniffs my laundry. I mean, god damn, dude. I mean, this is literally interactive. Okay, this is like interactive rage bait, brother. Look at this. I didn't even see this part. Sub goal, scary game of Dilly. Dono Gold, Dilly sniffs my laundry at $1,000. At $1,000, Dilly gets to sniff her laundry. Listen, you're sitting at home. Let me paint a picture for you. You're sitting at home, upset at the world. Okay? You're sitting at home, upset at the world, and then all of a sudden, opportunity arises where a guy that looks like you, okay, a guy that you see yourself in, even though you will never be him, let's be real, because that's the motherfucking Dizzler right there, is sitting next to your favorite content creator that you watch, okay? And now you have the opportunity to put your character in there, okay? You have the opportunity to put your character, foolishly enough, you think you are him, but you're not, okay? Not many are. 10K Dilly hits raw. Stop, bro. Okay, listen. By the way, the goal was reached. I know wait, why are you informing me, dude? See, this is what I mean. A lot of you are fakes, okay? A lot of you are phonies. You're like, oh, ew, I would never watch this. I'm so mad that this happened. Meanwhile, you're like literally tuning in to the latest and greatest, okay? You're tuning into the last episode to see where he said he smelled it. I did sniff it. It was pretty clean. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I know, we watched it. So, yeah, he did. He smelled them pennies the next day. Look at that. Boom. Blammo. And that's why Donald Trump will win the election? Probably. Even Jake Sucky getting shots on him? Well, because Jake is like a mercenary. Okay? Jake Sucky he's not thinking about it. He's not like, he doesn't, I don't know what his like personal opinion is on anything. He's just always going to be the guy who escalates things, okay? He's the one step before Charlie. Like, the way I feel like the content carousel works is content creator does something that is like offensive or bad or wrong or just like pisses off the incels, right? So then Jake Sucky or like the Twitter farmers will immediately jump on it, clip it, like this fucking guy, okay? And will post it, and millions of views will be had. And then Jake Sucky will post it after these click farmers post it. And then if it hits like a certain level of virality, Charlie will make a video about it. And then it's like, oof, off to the races, 7 million views. Charlie's taking a position on it. It's like, and then everyone's mad. Everyone's got an opinion that is basically like repeating what Charlie has said, but much more angrily. And here we are. Like, there were dudes in the chat being like, no, you don't understand. You are being abused, my friend. And the way I see it, like, I'll be honest. Do I think the Dizzler maybe wants a little bit more? Maybe, but we'll never know. Okay? The way I see it, he knows how clout works. He knows how rage bait works. He knows how content works. He's familiar with her game, the Kobe Bryant of this kind of incel rage bait. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. Defend your friend, fellow streamer. Not expected at all. You're unironically an incel. Are you talking about me defending the Dizzler? Because I said I should let him dizzle? Is that what's going on? My friend the Dizzler? Dude is responding exactly how you should. Ride the wave. Yeah. The way I see it, he went on a little vacation. He put himself in a position that was like where he understood that it was going to be like embarrassing. He got to meet some famous people. He got to stay in this content creator's house that he was modding for. She obviously feels comfortable enough to have him stay over. And then people saw it and got very upset and like blew it out of proportion. And then he seemingly is like very normal in the way that, perhaps too normal in the way that he's responding. Because like, after all, getting involved in a situation like this is not exactly normal. It's not a normal situation. But what a lot of people don't understand, and this is something that I see in like role play, right? This is something that I see in role play all the time. Like in role play, there's going to be someone who wins and someone who takes an L, okay? And RP chat gets really shitty for this reason, right? One, people take these characters too seriously and think that it's not even acting, but these are real human beings. And two, they get mad when their streamer loses, right? And it's just, at the end of the day, it's just content. It's fake. It's not real, okay? Yeah, it's a kayfabe. Like, someone is going to be the fall guy. Someone is going to be the L taker. Someone's going to be the W taker in this situation. And it seems like this is not dissimilar to what you experience. You forgot that this is actually a dream for her chat, so he's envied for the shitty situation even, I'm certain. RP chat, bro, this is just embarrassing, though. Come on, there has to be a limit to everything, Hasan. I know, but bro has zero self-respect to do this type of shit. Come on, man. Brother, you're yucking someone else's yum. That's my point. And, like, you can't, for me, I wouldn't do this. But, like, why is this your problem? You know what I mean? That's it. That's the way I see it. Like, I feel like he enjoyed this. He feels like he got out of it. The people foaming at the mouth over this will forget either of these streamers exist in a week. Most likely. It's just like, I don't know. I think it's extra weird to like worry about someone else's situation, to be like, we are uncovering a deep conspiracy here with this guy who like is secretly very sad. I mean, I interviewed the Dizzler and I didn't want to like feed him anything, right? I didn't want to feed him like whatever narrative. I wanted him to let it loose. So I asked him questions from both sides. First, I started out by saying like, all right, so what's up? You want to hit it? Is that what's going on? I did the incel opener, you know what I mean? For all of you who wanted me to get that out of the way. And I was very honest about it. And then I asked the other questions. And it seems like he's, like I said, surprisingly normal for a Twitch chat modder would go and stay at the content creator's house for a week. Like, surprisingly and refreshingly, I would add. It was a solid Jake Tapper-like interview. I don't think it's his yum, bro. I don't think he had a good time, to be honest. The story seems like hope. I hate to do this, but Chatter, I think you're a lot weirder than the Dizzler. Like, for getting into this level of psychoanalysis, like, I feel like you have your heart set on how you would feel in this circumstance, and you're kind of trying to force it into this situation. And to be fair, I understand where you're coming from. You're a simp who will support his friend Cunt Lynn. Okay? Has the Dizzler condemned Hamas? The Dizzler has. Can you imagine if roles were reversed? Guy makes girl smell his boxers. Guys kisses girls on stream and makes or look bad. You would not be this charitable. I don't know. It would depend entirely on the situation. Just like in this situation, I first approached it with, it's probably just content, who gives a shit. Then changed my mind when I thought he was coping because I saw the fucking thing that he wrote in the chat. And then I actually talked to him. And I think the people that say this would unironically be defending the dude in a situation like that unconditionally, especially when there are plenty of people who do content like that. It's very odd to go to a imaginary hypothetical situation because you don't want to investigate the situation in front of you. If he'd come up like he's very upset, if he came out of this conversation being like, no, I'm actually super fucking upset, this kind of sucks, then yeah, that'd be a little bit different. It just came across like he was into it. Okay, but when are you going to do this with your Montauk? It's, yeah, not happening. Okay. Yeah, let the Drizzler drizzle. But this type of content that exploits women's insecurities, the street interview content, yeah. But in a way, you see why people are mad at her, right? This isn't a real friendship, and she, not saying she did, manipulated him into thinking what friends do. Yeah, except, like, we don't know the fucking background and the relationship they have off camera, and we're just simply making assumptions, which is why I asked him personally, and it didn't seem like he was upset about the situation at all, which is why I think it's odd for us to get this upset. To be honest, she did abuse him. Okay. Twitch chat is, once again, the absolute worst place to have conversations like this, and it doesn't really matter because people will literally be like, nope, this was inappropriate, I don't like it, and it doesn't matter what the perceived victim in this circumstance feels. Conversation on high levels of movies are real energy. Talked to him today? Yes, I just talked to him. I just got done talking to him. He was abused, said she gave him clean panties. All right. Yeah, it does feel a little bit like the Twitch chat didn't consent situation. Why are you guys watching the Golden Globes? Werner Herzog. I'm fascinated by trash TV. The poet must not avert his eyes. That's how I feel about this situation. Low key, but high key. I think Fresh and Fit is the role reversal, except the irony is that the women that participate in the Fresh and Fit type content unironically leave it feeling way more upset than the Drizzler when the Dizzle does. You know what I mean? That's the difference. Like, I also get mad at the women that participate in the Fresh and Fit shit too, where I'm like, why the fuck are you going on the show? They're going to shit on you. Like, that's the whole goal. Like, are you that hungry for clout that you will debase yourself in front of these two fucking clowns, right? And I've been pretty fucking consistent on that too. The difference, however, is that the Dizzler, he seemingly is way, way happier about the situation that he got himself into than those women are after they go on the Fresh and Fit podcast. That's it. And also, the very same people that get mad at the Dizzler and this situation, this consensual arrangement, will literally unironically die defending the Fresh and Fit podcast. Anyway, all right. On that note, don't talk about Fresh and Fit. They might have a tweet from Jim at 4 a.m. Yeah. On that note, I'm tired, so I'm gonna run the last 3-minute ad break here, and I'm gonna dizzle out. Okay, chatters. And tomorrow is, what day is it of the week? Is this just Monday? I guess tomorrow's Tuesday. So Yeah, it's only Monday. Feels crazy. It feels like I did like 3 days worth of content on one day. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, okay? Be kind to one another and be a little bit more like the Dizzler, you know? Be more confident in yourself. Tell Kaya I love you, okay? Look at this goofy ass.
Sunny Los Angeles, California.
What's up?
The starlock to the starlock.
She woke up. Y'all woke her up.
Just begun.
Anyway. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace.
Her sun is streaming. There's again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in.